my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Castrix, Mistress Lynn, Benifer the Potato. Ooh, what a great track. I'll talk about this game very shortly, but Somniostatic Intentions Nasty. Bisadu, Gayfesh, Hyun, Mika Niao, Draco System, Mistress Lynn, Pink Florette, Ancient Mad Hat, Dank, Catlord, Sprodman, Lord X Pozzies. Poggies. God, why am I so red today? Oh, it's because of the Citizen Sleeper. It's going on to me. Lady Kelgon, a Little Morphine Annie, Gibby, Pink Florette, Proud Platypus, Light Rays, Louie Boy, Kruva, Punk Corpse, Posadas John, Aska, Fun Bun, Wooly, Spyro Gal, Win B, Crystal, Excalibur, Uncle Gumbald, Neapolitan. If you are here, please press the like button immediately, because it would be awesome of you to do so. Sky Muerke, Midwest Avenger, Lillian, Neb, Das, Ella, Brittles, Ivy Evans, Espen M, Scott K, Fudiggity, Kareem, Rick Wallace, Leanne Scott, Sunny Joe, Tori Cassiatori, Neb, Hog Hoggenstein, Misfit Satanus, Ulersoth 77, Leanne Scott, Kawhi Edgelord, Anon Ball, Dustin Conklin, Sunny Joe, so many people here. Elsa Ammo 46, or El Samo 46, Biceps and Bikinis, Asha, Sasha, Mesmerized, Floofy Momo, and I'm sure there are others that I have forgotten to mention. Oh, Shannon Williams, I will go and check the P.O. box tomorrow. Thank you. Sorry, I've been a little bit lazy about checking my P.O. box. I will go check it tomorrow. Thank you for the compliments on the shirt, but you guys want to see what it really looks like? Let me show you. Okay, ready? Ready? Sick, huh? I got a new shirt coming in soon from this same brand. As you guys know, I rep this brand a lot. Their shirts are very, very comfortable. They have amazing designs. All of their designs are limited edition. They work with tattoo artists from all over the globe to create some of the most unique and incredible shirts that I've ever seen in my entire life. Well, El Samo, there are tattoos of this because all of these shirts are made by tattoo artists. It's a absolutely sick brand. I love them. Stay Cold. Yeah, Stay Cold, not Slay Cold. It does kind of look like Slay Cold, but it's actually Stay Cold. Yeah. Yeah, the Demon Face t-shirt, it is poggers. Their shirts are really comfortable. Like, and they hold up like nothing else. Hold on, I can show you guys another one. Hold on. Y'all have seen me wearing this hoodie. I've had this hoodie from them for like almost 2 years now. This is the one that has the blood god on the back. The moth, the Mothra-based blood moth god. And this one it is still in incredible condition, even though it's been worn for 2 years straight. Yeah. What kind of keyboard do I have? I have a custom keyboard. Let me show you my custom keyboard, okay? This is a custom keyboard. I can't tell you what it is because it's a one of a kind. There is no other keyboard like this. This was made for me by a friend. The reason it sounds so good is because my friend created it with my stream in mind. Faye listened to the stream and decided all of the unique aspects, including custom lubricant, custom caps, custom everything. So, do I know what key switches they are? I could probably find out. I don't know off the top of my head. Yes, Grime Dango is the one who made that. What's the Adolf Hitler key? The Adolf Hitler key is on my little soundboard, which is over here, and that's this one. I am Adolf Hitler! That was probably really loud, right? They're customs, yeah. I think they're custom key switches. Like, I don't know if they're, I don't know if you can buy the same key switches. I think they're, like, put together from multiple parts. So, yeah, it was way too dank. It might have been way too dank. I need to probably balance that, that audio level, for the soundboard. It's probably too loud these days. I'll drop the volume down just a tiny, tiny bit on that one. It's pretty loud. When did Kanye get here? Apparently Kanye loves Jewish people now because of Jonah Hill and 21 Jump Street. That makes sense. That all checks. That basically checks out. That more or less checks out. Honestly, that totally makes sense. By the way, one more time, if you are here and you have not pressed the like button, slam that like button, because every single like that we get early on in these videos guarantees that we get more imps in here, and I want to grow this channel more. The first thing I'm going to talk about today, actually, is channel growth. And the reason I'm going to talk about channel growth is because, well, this is the warm-up segment. I can talk about basically whatever I want, and all of you who are here nice and early, bright and early into the Demon Mama streams are usually pretty good about being interested in that sort of thing. The channel is accelerating. Our growth is actually accelerating pretty significantly, even though the last few videos have not gotten as many views as others because they're relatively new content for my channel. We've been getting a ton of new subscribers, which is really exciting. The Star Wars arc and the media focus arc has been paying off significantly. But in addition, people seem to be appreciating some of my takes on recent issues. So we've seen a pretty notable spike in sub acceleration. We've as I've said many times, we've been growing. We haven't had a negative month since last year. Last year we had one negative month when I had a small beef. And it led to some people leaving my community. But since then, we have had not a single month of negative sub growth. It's awesome, and I want to keep growing the channel because I want to be a big famous channel. You know, Little Joel has 100K subs. I want a 100K YouTube button. Wouldn't it be cool if I had a stinking YouTube button to display in my house? That would be awesome, and you all can help me get there. Yeah, my videos have been getting recommended a lot more, which is really awesome. Yeah, I could even paint on little imp horns, which would be cute as hell. Demon Mama, check this out. What is it? No! What the hell is that? That's demented. Why would you send that to me? It is kind of odd that I'm not at 100K, but it's okay. I always knew that being a YouTuber of my type would probably be a uphill battle. Yeah. I could chain it from the ceiling. Yeah, that'd be so cool. El Samo says, I love most lefty streamers, but I learn the most from watching you. Thanks for covering things so thoroughly and sharing your big brain with us. You're welcome. I have made a definitive effort over time to explain things in ways that anybody can talk into a camera. Literally anybody can talk into a camera. But making things make sense is something that I've been paying a lot of attention to, and I want to always make sure that the things that I talk about, the message, the signal, so to say, which all of you can certainly hear, reaches out to the people who are listening. Yeah. Yeah, so ask Vosh for reparations? No, that's silly. Vosh and I have good relations, and we're friends IRL, which is cool. Speaking of which, oh wait, there was something, no wait, hold on, there was something else I was gonna say first. God damn it. Oh yes, everybody should know, we are making some changes to the Discord. The Discord has been thriving for a very long time, but we are making some, albeit relatively minor, but probably impactful changes to the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should join it. Discord.gg/demonmama, then just make sure you do the little verification things that Discord makes you do. we are cleaning up the text channels. We are going to begin creating a structured debate channel, a channel that is aimed to not be any level of sort of blood sports type debate, but a debate channel where people can actually hash through conversations in a chill manner and hopefully connect with one another in a very real way. And also, we have created a proper general chat now. We used to have this like sort of limbo channel that was called live stream chat, but we don't need that anymore. Our website has been very stable. Things have changed. We don't need the live stream chat anymore, so we have converted it into a general chat, which is very exciting. Well, it can still be your home. It's not actually gone. The channel was just renamed and a little bit and restructured just a tiny bit, with its focus being now on sort of just catch-all, whatever you want to talk about, as long as it doesn't get too in the weeds. And yes, of course, casual is now our cozy zone. So we have a zone that is explicitly for talking about things that do not make people uncozy, okay? It's a cozy zone, which is really, really comfy. Or comfy. Yeah, comfy or cozy, I can't remember. Hey, Demon Mama, do you like Resident Evil? It has pretty base politics. I do like Resident Evil. In fact, I was intending to talk to the chat today about Resident Evil. As many of you know, it has been a pretty long time since the last video game stream for a number of reasons. Shit kept coming up that made it so that video game streams keep getting sort of delayed. Inevitably, they kind of get kicked down, the can gets kicked down the road. Hey, Cherry, it's great to see you. We are going to finish Cult of the Lamb very soon. And then I was thinking about playing through the Resident Evil 4 remake. Many of you who are older members of the community will remember the playthrough of Resident Evil Village that I did, which was awesome, which was so much fun. We had an absolute blast playing through Resident Evil Village, and I thought maybe it's time that we do another Resident Evil game, because Resident Evil 4 is like incredible. Did I ever play through the Village DLC? Not yet. I haven't played through that yet. Is the RE4 remake even out yet? I thought it came out, didn't it? Maybe it's not out yet. But it wouldn't be today anyway. It would just be soon. Didn't it come out like... When is it coming out? Maybe it's not out yet. I thought it was out. I thought it just came out. Yeah, it came out 3 days ago. Yeah, it just came out like a couple days ago. Yeah, it's super awesome. So I was thinking that might be a little bit of a return to our roots, which, you know, I want to do more gaming streams. It's just, you know, gaming streams, people are weird. Even though we have the best time ever, the attention economy demands that everything be super, super dramatic. Everything always be talking about something really dramatic and really whatever. And then people miss out on the incredibly funny and awesome streams. You guys remember when I was doing the Heisenberg impressions, where I was just like reading chat messages in my sick ass Heisenberg voice? I don't even think I can do the Heisenberg voice anymore. But if you go back and watch the Village playthrough, you'll get to see me reading out chat messages in funny, really, really funny voices and messing with everybody and all that stuff. I love video games, okay? Like, I have two main passions, okay? Film and video games. I love movies and I love video games. Like those are like the things that I'm most passionate about. And I want to share lots of that with you. Part of the reason that I'm doing the Star Wars arc is because it's super accessible and it invites people to share their opinions. And by the way, share their opinions you all have. My goodness, have I gotten a lot of opinions on my Star Wars video so far. Oh my goodness. Oh my dear God. My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage. We gotta talk about that in just a minute. We'll get there. Oh my God. So many people came in like, stop talking about Star Wars. Well, it's never gonna stop, at least not for the near future. The Star Wars arc has been incredibly awesome. I've been having a ton of fun with it, which is obviously really, really important. And then you all, as a community, have been having a lot of fun with it. The Star Wars reviews, because they're so different from what my channel usually puts out, they do get a little bit, they get notably lower views overall than my, you know, big political hot take videos, but the engagement on them is still really, really good, and they're introducing us imps to broader communities, which is really important. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Obviously, you probably have because I've talked about it a million times, but a lot of the spaces that this channel used to engage in have basically completely fallen apart. Like there was like some kind of like scrap field of space, you know, it's just crumbled, and there's barely anything left of old political spaces. Political spaces have functionally completely collapsed, and you know, it's definitely something. But what that means is that I want this channel to you know, to continue to grow, and I want this channel especially to be able to be able to grow into spaces that we didn't have reach in before, so that we can have, you know, I don't know, fun and a good time. Someone in ironically in Twitch chat, someone says, "Do you disown Destiny after yesterday's article?" What does that mean? What do you mean disown? That's been old school. Like I'm like enemy number 1 in Destiny's community. Like those maybe enemy number 2 these days. Yeah, it's like a old news. That's fucking old news. But also that article sucked. I'm sorry. It brings up some good points, but it is a remarkably flawed article. It is not well cited at all, and also it is produced from somebody whose history online is not particularly conducive to call-outs. Let's just put it that way, okay? So that's about it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I didn't know that, Castrix. Yeah, true, Discordant Vol. Absolutely true. It's not 400 pages. There's no way. Have I played Deltarune? I have not yet played Deltarune, but I would like to. I played Undertale and I loved Undertale. I just haven't gotten around to playing Deltarune. Mr. Krabs has a meme for us. All right, Mr. Krabs, this is your meme for the day. This is your meme for the day. All right, let's judge Mr. Krabs' meme. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see the meme.
All right, boys, here's the plan. We're gonna kill him. Hey, you wanna see a cool trick I can do?
Oh God, we gotta go.
Turn your mic back
He's making
down.
me incredibly uncomfortable with the amount of noise he's doing. We might get thrown out.
Brian sure is strong.
All right, check this shit out.
What? Don't do the double just because you think it looks cool.
I'm gonna do the double!
But it won't kill.
You didn't even kill. Oh.
Wait, Master Roshi is absolutely clapping Bardock. How is that even possible? Damn, Master Roshi's a king.
Die, you old bitch. Die, you old bitch. You deserve
Well, I
this.
deserve this. Ouch.
Don't
Send me in.
Sparking to get health back.
Don't be
dummy.
greedy.
Okay.
Don't be greedy, old man.
I'm gonna get greedy.
Uh-oh.
Bardock, are you good?
Forgive me, my son hit my L button.
It's the one I need most.
That's so stupid.
L button? What do you mean by L button? That's a square button. Anyway, that was pretty good. That's a good meme. That was a good meme. That was a pretty good meme. I don't get it. Loud noises are funny or something? No, it's just, you know. Oh, L as in that, but why did it show square? Why did it just show square then? I don't know, whatever. That's confusing. Anyway. Master Roshi recently learned Ultra Instinct, which allows you to dodge any attack. Oh. Oh, they mean light, like light attack. Oh, see, I'm not that much of a gamer. I'm not a fighting gamer. That's one of the genres I just do not enjoy. I don't hate fighting games. I just don't play them very often. It's fighting game things. Yeah, that sounds like, I feel like I've heard about that, Vendetta, but I don't know off the top of my head, in this moment. I wanted to show you guys a quick meme. I have a meme for you all, okay? And this is actually in the title because it made me laugh so hard. So real quick, we're gonna just do a little, quick, meme review, okay? And I think you all are gonna understand. So many of you are familiar with the meme video, "My life is like a video game." It's a TikTok video with a song, and it goes, "My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all the while just trying to gather coins, ding." And it's really, really, really annoying and also kind of funny. In fact, I can actually play you the video. Here, we'll watch it together. Okay, ready? All right, here.
My life is.
You have to see the soy face at the beginning.
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins.
Yeah, so you're getting the idea.
Trying hard to save the girl, obstacles I'm jumping.
So, okay, all right? But that's not the real meme, okay? The real meme is that Andrew Tate, yes, that's right, that old fella. You guys remember Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate made a big oopsie, okay? Here you go. "As a man, you get to build your character. Life is like a video game. And I'll never understand why most people decided to play the game weak and dumb." Now, of course, basically nothing needs to be said about the stupidity of this tweet as a guy who openly posted and bragged about the crimes that he was committing and his location that he was committing the crimes on social media and on, you know, streams that are broadcasted internationally. So, you know, maybe he should be a little more introspective. But of course, the really funny part about this is the fact that he made a terrible mistake by saying that. Let me just show you exactly the scale of mistake that our friend here made. Ready? Here we go.
My life is like a video
Literally, and keep in mind that this has just been continuing. If you go to the tweet, we can do this live. Here's it live. Ready? Look, it's never ending. It won't stop. Literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people just spamming, "My life is like a video game, video game, video game." It is deranged. He made a big mistake with this, and it hasn't stopped. It's not stopping. From last night until now, this tweet has gone up by another 3 million views and about another 500 quote tweets. I don't even know how many replies. I don't even know how you see replies anymore. I don't know if they even show replies on Twitter anymore. But oh my dear God, it is. I was laughing, crying last night when I first saw this, and I had to share it with you all because it is just, it's too good. It's just too incredible. Oh yes, of course. Everybody is mocking the pictures of Andrew Tate in prison because, you know, he looks like shit and he looks very sad, like a sad and pathetic dog. Now, I want you to remember that Andrew Tate of course, publicly boasted about how he is an abuser and a pimp and a sex trafficker in public. So, never feel bad about Andrew Tate at all. The man is a terrible, terrible piece of shit, And it is actually hilarious that he is suffering and that all of his cars have been what's the word I'm looking for here? Captured by the state. I can't remember the word. Confiscated. There's the word I'm looking for. How long has he been there in? Like, what? Let's see. When was the Andrew Tate arrest? Months now. Let's look at it. Andrew Tate was initially arrested on December 29th. So he's been in there for almost 3 months now. Which is hilarious, of course. Yeah. Assets seized. He's got 0 Bugattis. I am a bottom G. I'm a bottom G. I've got 0 Bugattis. I got a lot of lice. I got a lot of grease. I got a lot of bed sores from rolling around in a Romanian prison. No Bugattis. But yeah, it's fantastic, of course. Yeah, he's probably like eating rats and stuff to survive and whatever. It'll be amazing if he ever gets out. And honestly, I don't care one way or another. His posting from prison has been the biggest cope that you could ever imagine, and it's only proved that his reputation publicly has tanked further and further. He's become a laughingstock, which of course he was always destined to become. You can't keep up a scam where you trick stupid young men into buying into your top G university where you just pay people money. It's literally as close to a pyramid scheme as you can get while still being, I don't even know if it's legally distinct from a pyramid scheme. Like, because he wasn't operating it out of the US, it was just a transfer of money upwards. There wasn't any goods. You see, so this is, I don't want to go off on too big of a tangent here, but in America, there were these things called multi-level marketing, what are they called? Multi-level marketing campaigns or multi-level marketing companies. And multi-level marketing companies are technically not pyramid schemes. They avoid, because there is an actual product involved in multi-level marketing schemes, whether it's bags or mascara or Tupperware or whatever, or vitamin supplements. Because there's an actual product, it doesn't legally qualify as a pyramid scheme, even though the structure is identical. There's a buy-in, you have to buy into somebody else, and then you need to find other people to buy into you. It's structured identical to a pyramid scheme. But his doesn't even have a product. So it's weird. Maybe it's just a pyramid scheme, but that's just, I'm saying maybe because I don't know. I don't know if it is or isn't technically in American law, but it's as close as you can get at the very least. Just tricking people into that. And of course, those things never last. There's a handful of multi-level marketing schemes that have products that are like convincingly reasonable enough that people participate in them, and they've kept going. People have brought up Avon. People have brought up LuLaRoe. People have brought up Herbalife. There's a couple of these ones that have products that people actually seem to like enough that the company keeps going forward, even though the structure is very, very exploitative. But most of them you can't keep going forever. You just literally can't. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Tupperware doesn't have MLM aspects anymore. Yes, that's true. Tupperware doesn't do that anymore. And of course, old Tupperware is made with different materials, and so people seek it out, but you know, whatever. Yeah. Oh, the knives. Cutco, I think is what it's called. There's a million of them. A lot of people's moms fall into these. A lot of people's family members fall into these MLM scams. And you should always discourage people from getting involved in them because they are always statistically going to be a loser if they participate. And I mean that monetarily, not like interpersonally, although they might also become a loser interpersonally as well. Multi-level marketing campaigns rely on you being one of the early people who's able to convince lots of other people to buy in, they aren't sustainable. Like, mathematically, they're not sustainable, and there is the only way that anybody makes money is if there are a lot of dupes who are losing money, because you are trying to solicit the investments as products, but then the people who are investing lose their products unless they manage to sell them to somebody. They're not good structures. They're bad, okay? They're very bad. Hey, Anthony Schuler, good to see you. Yeah, so don't do them. Avoid them as much as possible. People lose a lot of money going into these things. Most people who get into them never make their money back. It's just pure statistics. It's like it's like playing at a casino. You're just statistically going to lose. There's almost no chance you're going to win. At least at a casino, you might have a little bit of fun with it. I had a family who did Plexus. I've never even heard of Plexus. What's Plexus? Oh, it's a weight loss and nutrition one. Oh, no. Those are often very, very complicated. I thought you hated stock market stuff. You know a lot about it. Yeah, I generally do, but that doesn't mean that I want people to lose money on, like, I think that there's smarter investments that you can make. Obviously, I don't think that the stock market is good, but that doesn't mean that, like, if you're going to invest money, because we live in a society, as we all know, investments are something that people do. And if you're going to do the investments, you should do them wisely. And you should invest in things that, like, aren't as damaging as other things. Anyway, yeah. Mormons fall for MLM bullshit so much that some people joke that it stands for Mormons losing money. Yeah, I've heard that, actually. I think it's because Mormons tend to have pretty insular social groups, and so they think that they can get all their friends on board with it or their family members on board with it, but then that's just not reality, because not everybody wants to cough up $500 for a bunch of product they're never going to use. Yeah. Oh, people mentioned Mary Kay, but Mary Kay actually goes even further. Mary Kay is one of those that's lasted around for so long that it's almost got like a cult around it. The way that Mary Kay indoctrinates people, it's actually messed up. Mary Kay is like genuinely upsetting. Yeah. It's like basically it's basically a person, it's basically a cult. It's about as close as you can get without it actually being like a religious cult. It's a secular cult. Yep. Yeah, pretty messed up. Is there still an Avon thing? I think Avon is still around. There's a couple of giant ones that are still around, like what, Amway? Is that what it's called? Yeah, Amway. Amway is one of the oldest ones. They were like one of the first multi-level marketing companies, and they're still around to this day because they were one of the first. And as it turns out, if you're one of the earliest, you know, that's just how it goes. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Is Amway older than Tupperware? I don't know, but Tupperware doesn't do that stuff anymore. Tupperware isn't a multi-level marketing company. Actually, no, Tupperware is older than Amway, but Tupperware isn't a multi-level marketing company anymore. They've moved away from that pretty significantly. They're just a normal company now. They started as one, though. Yeah. Someone should make an MLM of those monkey NFTs. You're late! You're too late! The NFT bubble already bursted. Nobody's into NFTs anymore, except for apparently Dr. Disrespect, which that is a whole funny thing. I wish that I had been able to cover that, but other bigger channels have already reached it. So, yeah, God, it's pretty funny. Dr. Disrespect is making an NFT video game, but he's having some trouble with it because his fans aren't particularly excited about it because the NFT bubble has already popped. So it looks like Dr. Disrespect might be one of the biggest bag holders that we know. The most public bag holders, which is hilarious, honestly. The overpriced JPEG market crashed. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, there's actually some good videos about it. If you want, Cold Fusion has a pretty good video about the crash of FTX, which was a big crypto and NFT exchange. And anyway, we've talked about NFTs on this channel a million times. NFTs were messed up. The new YouTube CEO is into NFTs. It's not done yet. Oh, it's done. NFTs, if the new YouTube guy tries to push NFTs, it will only do damage to the company. Nobody believes in NFTs anymore. The bubble is burst. Nobody's buying them. There's no more bag holders left. All of the people who are currently hawking NFTs are the bag holders. They are left. If you don't know what the term bag holder means, it's like, you know the game Hot Potato? Everybody's tossing the potato around and then the music stops and whoever's holding the hot potato, youch, they burn their hands. Same concept. A bag holder is who's left holding the bag full of garbage at the end. You know, tossing the bag around and then you get stuck and you just have a bag full of garbage. Didn't the new swearing policy get rolled back? It got partially rolled back, which is good news. YouTube channels are not being as heavily punished as they were for a short period of time. Because of swearing. A number of very large channels and smaller channels like myself, you all know I was one of the first people to make a video about YouTube swearing policy in our space, which is, you know, I'm always, you know, I'm proud of that I'm on the cutting edge of most trends. But yes, they rolled back the severity of the swearing policy, which means I can say fuck, shit, bitch, ass, damn, and stuff like that more frequently. It's not completely reversed. Like, for example, they're still being harsh on words like cunt, and whatever, but yeah. It's been rolled back partially. Yeah. Can you say fiddlesticks? Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, so. Yep. You can say pee-pee now. Yeah, you can say penis. You can say all kinds of things. Obviously, I like to swear, but you have probably noticed I don't swear as much as I used to because I don't want to make my editor's life total hell. And, you know, it's fine. I'm just, you know, whatever. Oh yeah, you can't say the F slur because I'm on Twitch. I don't really say the F slur. I don't really say slurs on stream anymore. So, yeah. But yes, I am also on Twitch right now. Yeah. There are some viewers on Twitch. I don't know how long we'll be on Twitch though. Twitch is like on fire. Did you guys know that? Twitch fired 400 employees. Which is wild. It's actually off the rails. Wait, did you throw bits at me? Thanks for the bits. Hey, thank you for the bits, Discordant Bull. Yeah, Twitch fired like 400 employees, and they've announced that they're going forward with a permanent revenue, with the revenue shift I discussed a long time ago, which I guess I'll catch you all up. Those who don't remember, it was a long time ago I talked about this. Last year, Twitch announced that they would be retiring the 70-30 revenue split for subs, that they would be going to a 50-50 split, which, let me be clear, is daylight robbery of the talent on Twitch, okay? That is unbelievably greedy. Twitch taking 50% of your subscriber incomes it's deranged. That is a deranged position for Twitch to have taken, but they're sticking by their guns, and so everybody's getting smacked down. And as a consolation prize, they've decided to sort of give everybody like the equivalent of handing you like a stuffed poop emoji, which is they have built in this horrible system called ad bounties, which is like if you play 7 ads in an hour, you get an extra $5 or some random crap like that. You have to bombard your viewers with a demented amount of ads in order to get these new ad bounties, and that's their consolation prize for taking another 20% of your income away. Just awful. Awful. And then of course now they're firing people. Their president their CEO stepped down, and they have a new CEO now, and they have fired 400 people. Terrible. Just terrible. Just so bad. Danny Fallen says that's my editor, my amazing editor. The ad bounties are so bad that they've actually managed to reduce the amount of CPM that most people are getting. Yeah, ad bounties are so hated that even ad companies are paying less for the ads because people aren't even doing them. So bad. Just terrible. Oh my God, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Yep. So, but, you know, I still want people to discover the things I have to say, so I sometimes keep the door open to Twitch, but I don't have a partnership with Twitch. It's only for reach that I stream onto Twitch. Yeah, it's bad. What the cringe? Yeah, it is really cringe. Twitch was getting too powerful. Well, see, that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. Like, Twitch is a popular streaming. It is, as far as I know, still the most popular overall streaming platform. But YouTube is just running circles around Twitch right now. Like, Twitch has offered nothing. They've basically barely changed at all, and they have not changed positively at all in the past few years. Meanwhile, more and more large content creators are moving over to YouTube because YouTube pays better. It's that simple. Your talent, you want your talent to fill your platform with all kinds of entertaining stuff so you keep making money, you have to pay your talent. Or else they just won't do it. Or they'll do really low quality content and you'll have a rotten platform. Yeah, it's wild. What is Twitch without the streamers? Literally nothing. I talked about this in the past, but I'll say it again. Twitch, the only thing that keeps Twitch going is that at any hour of any day, you can go onto Twitch and you can find something to watch. 24-hour entertainment is the draw of all online video and streaming platforms. The fact that any time of the day, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what's going on, you can find something to watch. But the only way that works is if you have an army of content creators making banger stuff to keep people entertained at any hour of the day, and that those people who are looking to be entertained can find entertaining people to watch. And that is a process that requires being willing to invest in your talent, because you don't have a product if you don't have people entertaining people 24 hours a day. Can you guys imagine what it would be like if every single night at 1 a.m. on YouTube, you just couldn't find anything to watch? Can you imagine like how annoying that would be? Like there's just like it was like nighttime television. That's how TV used to be. Once you hit a certain hour in the night, there was basically nothing entertaining to watch. So you either threw on a VHS or a DVD or a Blu-ray, depending on what year you're in, or you cope about it. But the streaming world has made sure there's always something to watch. Yeah. Twitch incentivizes streamers to work endlessly, 24/7, and then no wonder that people burn out. Yeah, of course. I've talked about, and I will continue always to talk about, the fact that the burnout rate among streamers is intense. The pressure that is put on streamers and on content creators in general now in the internet age is obscene, and it will only lead to more and more burnout. It's part of the reason why you guys will notice I take breaks relatively frequently. I go and do things out in the real world, and I refuse to be an 8-hour-a-day streamer. Even though I used to stream, you know, basically 8 hours every other day, I don't do that anymore. And it's because I would rather deliver high quality streams that you all know you're going to get something good when you click in, than try to break my back showing up on stream only to do lazy crap every single day. Yeah. So, yep. You could at least stream twice a week. I'll stream whenever I want, basically. I became a streamer so that I would be able to creatively entertain people and educate people. And anyway, I have videos go out every single day. So, yeah. You can tell the bathroom song is old because it says 20-hour days and 9 days a week. Well, I just didn't want to do that anymore. It made me start hating what I was doing. And I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. And I want to have high quality. I want my streams to be recognizable. I want people to look at my stream and go, damn, what a vibe. And they do. My streams look good. My streams sound good. And I always have fun stuff to do. Yes, Discord and Vol, I want to do more gaming streams. It's just that in the last, like, month, I've literally traveled thousands, almost 6,000 miles of driving that I've done in the last, like, month. I've been overburdened with work lately. So I've been trying to take it easy. And also I was sick for the last, like, 5 days. I had a cold. You guys, anyway, no. So, well, Nuts, to be fair, people are, you talk shit. Some people are going to make fun of you. It's just how it goes. Don't be so sensitive. Don't stop being such a snowflake, Nuts. I want more Tartaria streams. We have more of those in the future. Don't you worry. Don't you worry at all. How's my COVID doing? I didn't have COVID, thankfully. I actually only had a head cold, and I'm fine. So thankfully, no COVID, which was very great. I streamed just a few days ago, you asshole. I stream all the time. What are you talking about? Hold on a second. Let's talk about this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're just going to have a moment here. I'm going to take a moment because Nuts is provoking me. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. March, so today, of course, March 26th, March 21st, March 17th, March 6th, February 27th, February 19th, February 15th, February 7th, February 5th, February 1st, January 29th, January 23rd, January 21st, January 16th, January 15th, January 9th, January 7th, January 5th, January 1st. That's just the last 3 months. Not to mention, let's go over here to my videos. March 25th, March 24th, March 23rd, March 22nd, March 20th, March 19th, March 19th. Look, we had a double one there. Oh, sorry, some of these are uploads, but that's okay. Premiered March 19th, March 15th, March 11th, March 9th, March 9th, March 7th. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these were done while I was on the road. So, with all due respect, I think it's pretty foolish to say I barely stream anymore. I could be giving you guys the ContraPoints treatment, where ContraPoints streams like once a month and does a video every 6 months. You guys want that? Hey, Nuts. Okay, actually, unironically. Oh, there we go. One day. That's nice and easy. Simple. Maybe I'll unmute you sooner if you are good. It's just Nuts saying this. Oh, I know. But you guys have to realize people are, like, viewers have no idea how much work it is to actually be a streamer or a YouTuber. This is a thing that constantly happens, like, literally constantly comes up. But by the way, if you want something else, there are other streamers you can watch who will sit there and do this. Whoa, dude, bro. Thanks for the sub. Bro, oh my god. Oh my god, look out, look out, look out, look out, guys, look out. He's on your back, he's on your back. Okay. You got him. There you go. Yeah, hold on. You can get the streamers who just get up and leave for like an hour and then expect you to keep watching ads and shit. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. Nuts will sit in the lockup zone. Keep in mind that just always remember, whenever Nuts is talking shit, Nuts is a professional chatter. So, you know, I know that like the finger workout gets pretty intense, but yeah. Anyway, I have a bunch of other things I've been working on anyway, so don't you worry. Let's talk about something else. It's a lot of work being as hot as you. Well, yes, of course. But no, it's more that just like I do a lot of things in my life. I have like a family. I have partners. I have like a lot of stuff that I do. I don't really care. It sucks that Hasan's chair has more concurrent viewers than you. Well, that's just inertia. That's going to happen no matter what. When you have like personality inertia, you know. Yeah. Yep. How's Doe? Doe's doing great. Doe and Fawn are doing fantastically. And my dog is doing great. I took my dog, Yoda, on a really long walk. We never get to see Yoda on stream anymore because she doesn't really like coming up here. She likes to hang out downstairs where everybody else is. She doesn't really like... I should say, when I'm not on stream, she sleeps in the room next to me while I play video games. And she doesn't like being up here when I'm on stream because I'm loud and the lights are bright and the door is closed. Yeah, so... Yeah, you know. Yeah, so... But Yoda, I took Yoda on a really long walk this morning. It was amazing. Zan said that Doe gave him a really potent weed THC vape. Yeah, that was my old vape. I had my little vape pen up here. I usually keep I have like this CBD pen that I enjoy. The CBD basically doesn't get you high at all. It's just like it tastes good and it like calms your nerves a little bit, I guess. But I used to have a THC pen, and Zan needed some weed, so Doe took it on over. That was when, you know, Zan lived pretty close to me. Yeah, it was really strong. Yeah, super strong. That thing was like over 60%. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do stuff. I'm going to be, I mentioned this, but I'm probably going to be rearranging the studio in the near future. And hopefully what I'll be able to do when I rearrange the studio is have chairs up here so that the critters can come sit down sometimes and commentate, because that would be really fun. But yeah, Zan was blasted. Yeah. Has there been any updates on Zan's streaming situation? Yes, Zan moved to a new apartment. He basically had a temporary apartment, and the internet there really sucked. He just moved over to a new temporary apartment that has much better internet, so he should be streaming again really soon. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, he was back yesterday. Okay, there you go. There you have it. Exactly. And we're going to be doing our podcast very soon. As soon as he gets all established and whatever, we're probably going to be settling down to plan out the first episodes, which should be pretty fun. Because I have a lot of we have a lot of stuff planned for the podcast, which, for those of you who do not know, is going to be called You Should Log Off. It's going to be an internet culture podcast where we talk about those strange, deranged goings-on of the internet. We're going to be talking about social media. We're going to be talking about personalities. We're going to be talking about things that happen on the internet that are demented and deranged. We're going to talk about the way that people use websites. We're going to talk about the trends. We're going to talk about everything. It's internet culture, so it's going to be very fun. It's going to be, it is designed to be a less political, but that doesn't mean we're not going to talk about politics at times. Think of something a little more chill, like some of the, I don't even know. I don't really know. I guess you could compare it to some of the way that like H3H3 does their podcast. You could compare it, and obviously I'm not as talented as Ethan and Hasan yet, but we'll get there. It's going to be really cool. So yeah, it's called You Should Log Off. It's about talking about internet stuff so that you don't have to spend as much time actually clicking on things on social media. You can hear about them and then live your life, or you can listen to the podcast while you're going outside and seeing the world with your own eyes, which is a really good thing to do. Are we going to eat bull testicles on camera? Maybe. I've never considered doing that, but sure, maybe. Maybe we'll do that. That would be fun. That would be cool. Is it going to be on YouTube? Yes, it is. It's going to be a YouTube podcast, but we're also going to be publishing it on podcasting services as well. So yeah, it'll be on Spotify. It'll be on all those all of the live streaming platforms as well. So yeah. Yep. It should be, ideally, it's going to be a once a week podcast. So yeah. All right. Well, I think I'll let Nuts out of prison now. There we go. There, Nuts is out of prison for now. Can you do RSS? Yes, we will. Don't you worry. We will make it as accessible as possible. Anyway, everybody, don't hug Nuts. Don't give positive reinforcement yet. We have to wait. Did you wait? You went over to Vosh chat and talked shit about me? Maybe I should mute you again. That's so gross. That's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. Wow, I didn't actually think that I could lose respect, any more respect for Nuts, but I think I did. I think there was actually like a smidgen of basic human respect left that I just lost. It's okay. Your reputation in Vosh chat is worse than here because all the mods there hate you. At least here I have a nice community that likes you. Over in Vosh chat, they're like, my God, Nuts is here. Fuck that guy. Will I play the RE4 remake on stream? I am heavily considering it. Yes, I want to do more gaming streams because you know, it's good to do gaming streams. Yeah. I've heard it's so good. I've really thought about it. But first, everybody, I have to do a review. That's right. Not today is it the Star Wars arc, but today it is the review arc because I played a game and I have a game to recommend to you all very quickly. It will be a short little review before we talk about the Anna Kasparian drama. But I want to review this game, a Blidio Blame, okay? This is a very impromptu review, but I have a recommendation for you all. And as you know, I take my recommendations pretty seriously, and I take my reviews pretty seriously. So I figured that it would be fun for me to do a little review here so that you all can have something to maybe put on your wish list or download and play. My lovely imps, today I would like to talk to you about the game known as Citizen Sleeper, okay? Citizen Sleeper is a classic RPG, a very story and music-focused classic RPG that plays very pen and paper. But of course it's a video game, so you don't actually have to fill out any papers or anything like that. and it is wonderful. It is a truly wonderful experience that I very strongly recommend. I sat down very late the night before last, and I basically didn't stop playing it until just before this stream began, at which point I completed all of the game's content up to this point. I have completed, as far as I can tell, every single storyline in the game. I basically played it for, well, let me tell you how many hours I played it for straight. I can tell you right now. I actually closed Steam, but I'm going to bring Steam up and tell you exactly. It's somewhere around 15 hours or so. Oh, and they just announced the DLC! Nope, 10 hours. I've played it for approximately 10 hours, almost straight through, with I stopped to eat some dinner, I stopped to go watch a movie, but I got really addicted to it. It is a very, very chill, are we talking like Baldur's Gate? Yes, like Baldur's Gate or Disco Elysium or, what's the other one? Planescape Torment? Is that the one? Yeah, anyway, it's like that. You have a character sheet with some talents, you put little points into it, and you roll dice. That's how the game is played. But the game is driven by its visuals, its music, and its story, and it is wonderful. Okay, I'm going to show you some of the amazing character designs for this game. Like I said, the gameplay takes about 10 hours to complete the game. It is a very compact game, but it's really, really good, okay? So I want you to check out some of the awesome designs here. So this is one of the main character options. You play as what is known as a sleeper, okay? And sleepers are a frame, basically. In this future, it is run, the future is run by basically a lattice of corporations, of mega corporations that control the known galaxy. And one of these corporations offers people a contract they can sign in where their physical body is put into cryosleep, hence the name sleeper, and your personality is copied over to a cybernetic frame. And of course, this has a lot of problems. The reason why this is done is actually to circumvent slavery laws, because it is illegal in the galaxy to enslave a human, and it is also illegal to enslave an AI. So by making an emulated version of your personality and uploading that into a robotic body, they avoid being either an AI or a human, which means they can make you a slave. And once you're in that situation, it's very, very difficult to get out of that situation. And in fact, you rely on a medication, basically, that you have to take, or else your body dissolves its own organs. Your robotic body, your cybernetic body, will dissolve its own organs if you don't take this medicine. That medicine is only produced by the corporation that owns your real body. That is the premise of Citizen Sleeper. These are your main characters right here. Here's another one. This is the one I played as. I played as the Extractor. The look of the Extractor class is all about expressing the way sleepers' bodies are tools for S and ARP. They are used up until they are destroyed. Extractors are sleepers who, in particular, spend a lot of time alone in dangerous places. So reference points were people like saturation divers who risk their lives welding together structures in deep water environments. Yes, as people are noting in chat, it is currently, as of the creation of this video, I can't say about when this video will be published, but as of the creation of this video, it is on sale on Steam, so it's less than $15 to play this wonderful game, okay? It is really, really wonderful. The art is gorgeous. Like, this is the type of art that the game has all the way through. Here's one of my favorite characters. Here's another one of my favorite characters. This is a character named Sabine. I love her. She's great. The character designs are awesome. It is a really wonderful game. I got completely lost in the world. I couldn't stop playing it. I needed to see the storylines resolved. And it's about to have a DLC drop, a free DLC drop very soon, which is exciting because I've already played the first 2 DLCs and they're great. How do I even talk about this game? This game presents you with a world of desperation, a world of desperate people and desperate factions. And you are perhaps the most desperate of all of them. You are playing a character who has no rights, no protections under the law. People can basically do whatever they want to you. You are being hunted, and you are dealing with a chronic illness that will kill you if you don't deal with it. You are basically the most easily exploitable person in the entire world, and that's the character that you have to play in the story. And how you deal with that, how you navigate a world in which basically anybody has the right to be discriminatory to you, has the right to rip you off, and you have no legal recourse for anything. You can't go to the police because you're not a citizen. When they say the name Citizen Sleeper is ironic. And in fact, the game directly talks about really, really, really major political issues that are important even in our time. It talks about the nature of citizenship. It talks about the nature of democracy. It talks about the nature of unions. It talks about what it's like, what administration really means. It talks about corporations. It talks about gig work. It is a very politically dense game. And while it doesn't go, I would say it doesn't go quite as politically dense as a game like Disco Elysium, where Disco Elysium is just from square one. It's just all politics from beginning to end. It is very close in density, in sort of political topic density to that. It deals with gender issues. It deals with race issues. It deals with all of this sort of things. And I really love the game. The music is phenomenal. I was playing some of the music earlier in this stream. It's just these breathtaking, meditative, highly synth-influenced tracks. I love it. And I have to say, it is one of those games where it's the perfect length. You will become pulled into these stories, and for just long enough that you don't want it. You need to see them carried out. You need to see how they resolve, and you need to make your choices. Excuse me. And your choices have a big impact in the game, because the way that the game works is that there are basically, you will be presented with a series of endings. The game can end very quickly, or it can continue going. You have many opportunities to basically end the game at a certain point. Excuse me. My goodness. Pardon me. Sudden sneeze. We'll have to maybe cut that out of the video. Whoops. Sorry about that. Thank you. Goodness. Anyway, what was I saying? You will be presented with a series of endings, and taking those endings is incredibly tempting. It is actually, it made me, I unironically cried at one of the endings that I had to turn down because I wanted my character to have a certain ending, but it would have been out of character for my character to take that ending at that opportunity. And the game structures it such that you are pressured at every, like, by the circumstances. You're sort of pressured to make certain decisions, and those decisions become incredibly difficult to make for your character, to heart-wrenching levels. God, there were 2 parts especially that were just devastating, where you have an opportunity to take an ending that would be so satisfying for your character, but if you take it, you can't continue the other obligations that you have. You would be leaving people, potentially people that you care about, behind. And that's a really hard thing to grapple with. And it's one of the strengths of the game. So I highly recommend Citizen Sleeper. I don't want to say too much else because it will spoil, but it's a incredibly beautiful, incredibly addictive story-based game. Just keep in mind that when I'm talking about this game, again, it's a traditional RPG. So you don't do... there's not a lot of like technical mechanics. It's a lot of, you know, it's dice rolls that are influenced by the choices that you made. Most of the dice rolls in the game can be modified by the decisions that you've made leading up to that dice roll. And then other ones are just sort of strategic dice decisions based off of your character sheet, like the skills and talents that you have. And it's great. It's truly great. Again, just like, oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys another character. I won't tell you who this character is or why they're important, but I wanted to show it to you, okay? Take a look at this character. What an awesome design, okay? And there are multiple characters who have designs that go as hard as this character right here, okay? It is beautifully written. It is absolutely beautiful score. I wonder if I can, I guess I can just play a little bit of the score for you here. Let me just play you a couple of these tracks. They're genuinely just breathtakingly good. I truly, truly love this game. There we go. This track will give you an idea of what to expect from the game's soundtrack. It's hypnotic. There's like 30 songs for a 10-hour game, which is amazing. All of the characters have their own unique themes. All of the endings have their own unique themes. It is a very artistically and politically dense game, and I love it. Absolutely love it. So please consider checking out Citizen Sleeper. Yeah, that's my review. Solid. It's always the soundtracks that convince me. Well, interestingly, it was the soundtrack was part of what convinced me. I was recommended this game by Jacob Geller, an absolutely amazing YouTuber, way more famous than I am, who makes absolutely incredible recommendations on games. I had this game, Citizen Sleeper, on my wish list for a long time, but it was Jacob Geller's recommendation based on the story and the soundtrack that convinced me to go play it. So, yeah, I think I can safely say that I recommend this game to my audience as well. Again, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea because some people aren't going to like the dice rolling type gameplay. I like that. I am totally comfortable with games that are centered around character sheets and dice rolls. I've played a lot of D&D. I've played a lot of other games that are similar, so I like that type of game. But if you like story-focused games, and God, like, one thing that I really love, I want to say one more thing before I sort of move on, which is the thing that I liked most about this game's writing is the fact is how visually evocative all of the scenes were. Now, the game already has a very evocative art style. Like I already showed you, like these characters look amazing. They're just, the designs are fantastic. They look amazing and I love them. But also the way that the dialogue and the way that the in-game descriptions are written, it makes every single scene feel lived in. There is an attention to detail that makes these places come to life. And I remember, for example, the part that made me that made me want to talk about this specifically. There's a scene where you're walking down a hallway with a character and having a conversation with that character as you walk down the hallway. And the game the writer just effortlessly adds color such that you can see in your mind as you're walking down the hallway all of the details without ever interrupting what's happening in the scene. It's very, very competently written. It is wonderful and incredibly enjoyable. If you are somebody who loves to have your imagination tantalized in that sort of way, Citizen Sleeper is the game for you. So check out Citizen Sleeper. Wonderful. I rate it 2 thumbs up. I played it from beginning to end basically without stopping, and I imagine you probably will as well. Little Morphine Annie says, would this game be difficult for someone who has never played a tabletop RPG to pick up? No. It's fairly simple as far as tabletop RPG gameplay goes. It is less complicated than D&D. Most of the stuff is automated. The gameplay is fairly simple. What matters in the game is the decisions that you're making. It is a story-focused game. You are writing your character in real time. You're deciding who your character is going to be and what sort of world your character is going to be engaging in and what type of behaviors your character is going to be engaging in. That is the focus of the gameplay, is in the decision-making. The way that I would describe the difficulty is mostly you need to make intelligent decisions around taking care of your character and the people around them, because it's pretty hard to get like a game over state in this game. However, you can bungle storylines in ways that will be painful if you make decisions carelessly, or if you're careless with your character or the other characters in the game. And this game does have some pretty sad moments, but it doesn't really end the game. It just changes the story that your character lived, which is sort of like the way that a lot of RPG, like classic RPGs like this, don't really have lots of hard fail states for the game. It's more like your story will have something tragic happen as opposed to something victorious. And of course, there's a lot of tragic things that happen to your character already that are kind of difficult to avoid. That's part of the draw of the game. By classic RPG, you mean like old DOS games, right? Like lots of dice rolls because they were still figuring out how to make a video game. Well, yeah, it's all, the game is entirely, like all of the gameplay in the game is decision making and dice rolls. You get a dice pool every single day. Every day when you go to sleep, your dice pool will be filled up with a random roll of dice, and you get different talents that let you influence the way that the thing goes. Like, for example, your character sheet gives you special abilities that let you affect the outcome of things. Like, my character was really good at engineering. My character was really good at engineering and really good at hacking. So I got advantage on those dice rolls, and also I had special abilities that make it beneficial for me to engage in those things. As an example, whenever I did something with engineering, there was a small chance that I get a piece of metal salvage, which is it's a common but valuable item. You can trade it for money, you can use it for repairs, you can do all kinds of things with those. Every time I took on a job that was engineering, which you have to do a lot of this game is deciding what you're going to do with your day in a hyper-capitalist future. You have to go to work a lot. You have to find jobs in the game a lot. And I messed up really early on in the game, and I actually got fired from my job, and the guy like literally told me to never come back. So I was struggling at the beginning because I really messed up and got fired from one of my jobs. Which is a big deal because jobs can be hard to find. Yeah, very good game. Again, like I said, one of the other things that made me really like it a lot is that it's a very politically dense game. It has a lot of politics to discuss, and it sort of makes like an exaggerated version of issues that we deal with today. And sometimes they're not even that exaggerated, but a lot of times they are. They're kind of like, what if we take what if we take gig economy to its logical conclusion? There's an entire storyline that is basically about how messed up the gig economy is, and it forces you to sort of go through it in a really difficult way, but it's very enjoyable. Anyway, go check out Citizen Sleeper. It's a fantastic game. There you have it. Yeah. As you can see, I still have the sniffles. I'm pretty much over the cold, but still have the sniffles. Demon Mama, have you played Disco Elysium? Yes, Disco Elysium is one of my favorite games of all time. I absolutely adore Disco Elysium. I've already reviewed it on this channel, but yes. Given the rising tension between liberal ineffectualism and fascistic violent sentiments, and this is all bait to ask you, why are you gay? Why am I gay? Because it's basically impossible for me not to be gay, right? I'm a non-binary person that gladly embraces pieces of the two dominant gender binary groups. I have always liked I've been in a relationship with multiple trans people who some of them are non-binary, some of them are you know, more binary. Most of them are non-binary in some way or another. There's basically no way for me not to be categorized as gay or homosexual or whatever you want to say. Just however you slice it, that's the way that it is. It's funny because even before that was true, when I was younger, before I knew I was trans, when I was ostensibly being perceived by the world as a boy, even though at that time I was attracted to women, overwhelmingly attracted to women, I was treated as though I was gay. I was made fun of for being gay. I had this horrible, you know, interaction with my father, where he was interrogating me about whether or not I was gay because I had a really, really close friend who was a boy, even though I wasn't at that time like gay by any measures. I wasn't like sexually or romantically interested in boys when I was younger. I was sexually and romantically interested in girls. That's how messed up it is because I don't know, it's unavoidable. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah. I was referencing this meme. What is this? What's this?
Gay rights activist, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Sure. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Me. Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, yes, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now, we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
by
you doing
choice.
with this lady?
By choice.
By choice?
Yeah. I've just not, I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean, doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I'm gay.
Okay, the iDubbbz, throwing the iDubbbz in there has definitely added some flavor to that. Listen, heterosexual people, everybody likes to it's a common thing to say that like, oh, our trans people are gender confused. That's like a thing that people like to say about trans people, like a stereotypical thing. They're gender confused, yeah. But let me tell you, heterosexual cis people are the most confused people on the planet. They don't even know what they are. They're like, their entire worldview can be undermined because they pressed the like button on a picture of someone who was trans and they didn't know it. Like, I mean, you want an example of that? Look at the song and dance that Abigail Shapiro had to do. Abby Shapiro was like, these women at the Oscars they're all sluts. They're sluts and whores. And she was having a meltdown over that, only to realize that one of the women that she just called a woman was actually trans, and she had to do like a song and dance, delete her post, be like, I can't even, but then they insist, oh, we can always tell, and they have mental crises over this. Cis parents will act as though their child is dead because their child says like, hey, I want to use he, him pronouns and I want to wear different clothes. They'll be like, my child is dead. It's like, no, your child is standing in front of you, talking to you right now, and is telling you the direction that they want to go with their expression, and you're acting as though your child is dead. It is just, woo, my goodness. They're just, cishet people they're not doing okay, all right? Their so-called rigid worldview leads them to more confusion than you could possibly imagine. They are the most lost and confused people, and they cling to like the equivalent of like having like a rubric in front of you where you're like, oh, is this okay? No. Is that okay? They don't know how to think for themselves about it whatsoever. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. It is just, whoo, boy. Can you give a shout out to the March for Queer and Trans... Excuse me, my goodness, I've got the hiccups now. Can you give a shout out to the March for Queer and Trans Youth Autonomy in DC on the 31st? I absolutely can. There is a March for Queer and Trans Youth Autonomy on March 31st in Washington, D.C. If you are a Washington, D.C. person, you should consider going there. You will be surrounded by caring and loving people, and it appears that this is getting some traction. So consider that. Consider going to the Washington, D.C. March for Queer and Trans Youth Autonomy. Your presence can help show others that it's okay to be queer and that there is safety in numbers, because there is safety in numbers. There is safety together. Solidarity makes us stronger. The more of us who are willing to look out for one another, the more likely we all are to survive. So remember that, and consider attending the Washington, D.C. March 31st at 3 p.m. March for Queer and Trans Youth Autonomy. Yeah. Did you see that someone came up with pussy phrenology on Twitter? Oh, yes. I saw the pussy phrenology on Twitter. And it took everything in me to not dunk on it on Twitter, but I realized it would just be a waste of my time. Something that I increasingly hate about Twitter is that so much of Twitter is devoted to just putting garbage opinions on your timeline. It was the labia police. Oh my God, it was so demented. God, it was so demented. Basically, this lady was like freaking out because she found out that some random project that was like making molds of people's pussies, like, you know, like they were doing like, hey, we're going to cast a mold of this so that we can create like a diversity. It was like a diversity project, basically. It was like, look, you can go and see that there are many different types of pussies. There isn't one single type of pussy. People have all kinds of different types of pussies. And this lady was like, she like inquired to the project as to whether or not like there were trans, like post-op trans people in that whose pussies were used for this project, and the project responded, yeah, there were some. But then she just went on a crusade where she didn't even know which ones were trans, and she was transvestigating pussy molds. She was literally going like, this one is probably trans, this one is, and keep in mind, out of like 50, she circled like 15, when in reality, I highly doubt that there were 15 post-op pussies among the sample of 50 pussy molds that were taken. But just imagine that level of dementedness where, like, you heard that there was at least one trans person involved in this project, and so you start roasting other people's pussies. Now, what makes this even more demented, I left out a detail. The person who was doing this is like an employed medical pussy artist. Like, she draws medical diagrams of pussies for medical textbooks and stuff, and has a job doing that. And she's just, and also she talks about how like how people are discriminated against because of the way their pussy looks on her timeline. And then she just starts, without any actual knowledge, roasting random people's pussies on Maine. Actually deranged. Just genuinely deranged. She was calling them mutilated. Actually demented. Some of the ones that she circled came forward and said that they were cis women who had experienced genital sexual mutilation. Holy shit. God, she is so unwell. Wait, for real, Infernatrix? Can you send me a source on that, Infernatrix? I need to look at that. I didn't even know that was happening. Oh yeah, by the way, this is another example. Ugly Pie brings this up. Ugly Pie says, we need accurate renditions of vulvas. Lady, these are literally casts from real vaginas. This is something that's really funny. This happens all the time. You'll be like, and in fact, this happens to intersex people. I actually just watched a movie last night where this was a major scene in the movie. It was a movie about an intersex person, and one of the major scenes was like the main character was having a conversation with another character and was like, yeah, I have both a dick and a vagina. And the other character was like, that's impossible. And then the lady was I think she used she, her pronouns in the film. It was kind of unclear at which point like the pronouns changed. But anyway, the main character was like, what do you mean it's impossible? I'm standing right in front of you and you just saw it. What do you mean it's impossible? So it's one of those things where it's like, this happens all the time, that literally these so-called medicalists will deny reality. They will literally deny reality. They'll be like, we need accurate information. And it's like, wait, but these are real people. People have pussies that look like this. People have penises that look like this. And they'll go, no, not low. No, we need to erase. We need to erase. And it's because their vision of the world is more important to them than the truth. Their adherence to the gender binary is more important than the truth. Even though it is self-evident that there are trans people exist, it is self-evident that that there are people who identify as men, who call themselves men, who live their daily lives as men, who can give birth, they will insist that this is not the case. It just goes further to support the idea that normalcy, that the status quo is a fiction that is imposed, that people are being intentionally, the truth is being cut up. Interestingly, they're mutilating the truth to their own ends. They don't just beg, they will literally fight to live in the prison of the binary. Yeah. Holy moly. Oh my God, is this for real? Okay, everybody, we have to take a small minute. Hold on. Hold on, I need to look into this more. Hold on. I don't see any I mean, I see a lot of news about these protests, but is this for real? Okay, everybody, real quick, we have to take a real quick breaking news moment. Now, keep in mind this is a developing story, so I have to be very careful with this, but I want to make sure that I at least shout it out. I will be reading off donations in a little bit, but we're gonna take a small moment to do a very quick update of some breaking news. Okay, it appears that according to some reports, there is a very, very serious upheaval going on in Israel right now. According to a number of Twitter accounts, the Israeli Defense Force has gone on high alert following loss of control within the country. Now, there are some things that that we know is for sure, which is there are massive protests currently going on in Israel right now. And in fact, these protests are sort of following a mass firing of individuals from the Israeli government. So let's take a look at some of the things that have happened very recently. This was as of earlier today. The defense minister was fired. The consul general resigned. Protests across Israel, which have been currently numbered at over 500,000 people in the streets in Israel right now. Roads have been blocked. Clashes with police have been going on all day. University classes have been canceled across the country, especially around areas in which there are protests. Netanyahu is having had an emergency meeting with the head of the intelligence agencies, and apparently is pausing a planned judicial overhaul. And we are just getting, here is some footage, by the way. Here, let's take a look at this footage. This is footage from just a few hours ago, right here, which this is, let me just make sure I got the place. Allegedly, this is at the Prime Minister's residence. So let's take a look. Hold on. As you can see, the boundaries are being breached. And this is an enormous crowd. Absolutely wild. Now, of course, this is a developing story, as is always the case with any sort of protest going forward. Oh, here's some other footage of what's going on. Let me show you another. They've got an aerial shot here of the protests. Let's take a look at the aerial shot of the protests here. Look at that. Look at the size of those crowds. Oh my God. What kind of protest is this? This is a protest against Netanyahu and some of the let's just say aggressive reforms that he is making towards the government at the moment. The White House just now oh my God, here we go. Here's more news just now. The White House says this is a major Israeli news organization has tweeted, the White House very concerned about current events in Israel, calling for a compromise as soon as possible. That is the White House officially calling for the Israeli government to make a compromise with the protesters. Oh my God. Well, this is something we're going to have to monitor as things go on, and maybe I'll be able to put this all together. I'm gonna bookmark these for tomorrow. We may have to do a emergency stream once we get more information as the stories develop. It will probably take a little bit for this to percolate into English news sources. Here it is from the White House. Here it is from the White House. Yep, here we go. Here's the official statement from the White House. So this is from the Biden White House. For immediate release, statement from NSC spokesperson Adrienne Watson on developments in Israel. We are deeply concerned by today's developments out of Israel, which further underscore the urgent need for a compromise. As the president recently discussed with Prime Minister Netanyahu, democratic values have always been and must remain a hallmark of the U.S.-Israel relationship. Democratic societies are strengthened by checks and balances, and fundamental changes to the democratic system should be pursued with the broadest possible base of popular support. We continue to strongly urge Israeli leaders to find a compromise as soon as possible. We believe that this is the best path forward for Israel and all of its citizens. U.S.'s support for Israel's security and democracy remains ironclad. Wow. That is wild. So I believe that the judicial overhaul was what sparked this, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me see if I can find, yes, these protests were initiated by an attempted judicial reform. So basically, Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to basically take over or radically change the judiciary. And I wish I knew more about what the actual reason is that he wants to do that. Let me see if I can discover that. Again, as a warning, breaking news is not my usual focus, but this seems pretty important, given that we're getting shots that look like this out of the capital city in Israel. Obviously, we all know we all know and have talked about Benjamin Netanyahu's far right bent. Was a huge Trump supporter, for example. And that's just how he interfaces with the U.S. politics, but he's a very far-right leader. Okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu was attempting to change the judicial system. Protesters claim that this is going to severely threaten democratic checks and balances on prime ministers. So he's trying to change it to give himself more power with regard to the judiciary. It removed judicial oversight of the legislature. Oh, so he's just literally trying to knock out an entire leg of the checks and balances that are present in Israel. That is extreme. He fired the guy who was blocking him from taking the power of the Supreme Court. Oh my God. That is intense. The head of the Israeli Bar Association, Avi Chemimi, says, they want to turn us into a dictatorship. They want to destroy democracy. They are attempting to destroy judicial authority. There is no democratic country without a judicial authority. So this is a statement from the literally licensing organization for lawyers in Israel is the one who made that statement. That is intense. These protests have been going on for 3 weeks, but this is the largest surge of protests that we've seen. Oh my God, look at this shot. Look at this picture from Tel Aviv. That is enormous crowds of people. Oh my God. That is an enormous crowd of people. Netanyahu is currently himself on trial for alleged corruption. Vowed to continue making judicial alterations despite the widespread protests. He refused to step down in 2019 when he became the first sitting Israeli prime minister to be indicted. So Netanyahu has already been formally indicted for corruption, and now he is trying to avoid conviction by literally disassembling the judiciary. That is straight up dictatorial. There can be no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Wow. That is wild. Oh my God, look at this. This is from 3 o'clock. This is from earlier today. I don't know what time, our time, but it was 3 o'clock in Israel. Look at this. This is the lines of police and people blocking the literal highway. There's so much footage from this. Cops here rushing protesters. He tried to do a Palpatine. Yeah, we're on the Star Wars arc. He did. That is an I am the Senate move. Literally saying that, like, the Supreme Court has found me guilty of corruption. I'm going to dissolve the Supreme Court. Here we see them breaking out riot stuff and blasting people with riot hoses. Oh my God. Haaretz has the latest updates right now. That link did not work. That link did not work for me. Apologies about that. Let me see if I can get a different one. Sorry, that link didn't work. Let's see if I can get a direct one. Yeah, for some reason I can't get that. Looks like it's gone down. That link is broken. I don't know. Maybe I've got a... Maybe there's something else. Oh, there it goes. That's weird. Here we go. Israel's night of chaos. Growing calls inside of Netanyahu's coalition to delay judicial overhaul after the defense minister was sacked. Massive protests. So this is from basically very recently. Israeli police forces are using crowd control measures, including mounted police and water cannons, as they try to clear thousands of anti-judicial coup protesters who've been blocking traffic on the Ayalon highway in central Tel Aviv for 5 hours. The protesters have blocked a main highway for 5 hours. That is intense. That is intense. First of all, it takes a lot of people to block a highway generally, but to keep it blocked for 5 hours is very intense. Netanyahu discusses halting the judicial overhaul. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding discussions about the possibility of freezing the judicial overhaul legislation following a nationwide wave of protests that broke out after he fired Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who called on him to stop the legislative process. Netanyahu ally and chairman of the ultra-Orthodox party Shas, Aryeh Deri, reportedly expressed support for halting the process, as did the ministers Ron Dermer and Yoav Kish of Likud, who spoke to Netanyahu on the subject, according to the source in the party. Meanwhile, United Torah Judaism's party, Degel HaTorah faction, expressed support for the prime minister and his decisions, while the far-right coalition party, Otzma Yeduit, called on Netanyahu not to stop the legislation. So as you can see, the most far-right groups are supporting him in dissolving, or not in dissolving, but basically changing the judicial process so that he can avoid being convicted for corruption charges. Leaders of the coalition parties are expected to meet on Monday to discuss the topic. I guess Monday is now over there. Amid the unprecedented protests that erupted in Israel on Sunday night following Netanyahu's decision to fire Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, several Likud lawmakers and ministers joined Gallant's call to stop the legislative process of Netanyahu's judicial overhaul. According to Israeli media reports, these include Ron Dermer. We heard about these ones already. That was the same as the one above. Senior sources at Netanyahu's Likud party called on Justice Minister Yariv Levin to resign Sunday night for bringing Israel to the brink of a civil war. Oh my God. Do you see? Oh my, it's like this all developed over 3 weeks. It's actually wild how quickly dictatorial seizures of power can occur. Do you guys remember what it was like leading up to like the January 6th protest? Do you guys remember what it was like how quickly that developed? Like it's wild how quickly these conflagrations can begin. It's actually wild how quickly the whole system can come to a screeching halt when an influential and powerful figure decides to go sicko mode. That is wild. Israel's culture and sports minister, Miki Zohar, announced Sunday night that he will support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he decides to freeze the judicial overhaul legislation. Miki Zohar writes, "The reform of the judicial system is necessary and essential, but when a home is on fire, we don't ask who is right. We pour water and save the occupants of the home," Zohar wrote. "If the Prime Minister decides to stop the legislation in order to heal the rift that is formed in this nation, we must support his position." So this is of his own ministry. So his own guy is basically like, no, clearly people are not okay with this. He's basically saying, oh, we definitely need to change the judicial process, but this isn't the way to do it. Zohar. Oh, here's... Oh, sorry about the loudness there. That was derangedly loud. Here we go. Here's another shot of the protesters. Hey, we got a rainbow flag. Based. We got 2 rainbow flags. It looks like we got the LGBTQ faction is showing up to as always, the LGBTQ faction always shows up to resist dictatorial takeovers. Always. Yeah, look at that. Looks like the Rainbow Army has shown up. Sorry about that. Didn't mean for it to be so loud initially, but some of these videos just I don't have much control over the audio levels. Here we go. Here's protesters pushing back against mounted police. There's a trans flag. Look at that. We got a trans flag right there. Oh my God, frontliner battle queer. Frontliner battle queer pushing against state oppression in real time. You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see imperial structures be challenged. You love to see dictators get their ass handed to them. Just remember, another perfect example of the amount of strength there is in solidarity and in standing together. Yes, highly militarized police are terrifying, but together we are stronger. We protect one another. We protect one another from unjust arrest. We protect our freedom of speech. We protect each other's bodies, and we protect our world from these sort of dictatorial takeovers. This is why there is strength in togetherness. This is why there is strength in solidarity and in always resisting dictatorial takeovers. Do you notice how the crowd is using the very barriers that were used to that were intended to contain them to now corral the horses? These barriers were supposed to contain the crowd, and now they are being used to control the police. And there they go, retreating. Full retreat. Out they go. Zoom! Run away! Run away! Well, That has been a fascinating update. All solidarity from the American left, aka represented by us, the Incredible Imps. All solidarity to the Israeli freedom fighters, those who are standing for their own freedom in Israel against unbelievable and overbearing and obvious tyranny. Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption will hopefully come to an end soon, but all solidarity. I will keep monitoring this situation as time goes on, but we're basically up to date at this point with the breaking news, so I'll keep an eye on it overnight, and maybe we'll talk about it more if there's big developments tomorrow. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. I'm going to be bookmarking all of this. Sorry, that's playing again. Infernatrix, thank you for showing this to me. I didn't even know this has all begun to develop since I scheduled my stream. So thank you very much. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, is this real? This is real. Holy moly. Look at this. Look at one of the flags that people put up. Arrest! No one is above the law. Putin, Netanyahu, and Trump. That's incredible. That's incredible. Based and true-pilled. Wild. Oh my God, look at, we didn't see this photo yet either. Here's another shot of the highway being blocked. Look at how many people that is. Look at how many people are there. How many people showed out to fight for their own rights, for their own future. That is amazing. You love to see it. You love to see it. It reminds you that hope is never lost. That it is the derangement of authoritarian governments, the need for control. The tighter they grip, the more sand releases from their hands. The harder that these people try to hold on to power, the more sand overflows until they can't hold anything at all anymore. Never lose hope. Always remember that there are way more people who are willing to stand up for themselves. Once people start standing up, others will stand up too. They will see that and they will gain strength from it. And we here, being the ones who can hear the signal, can remember that. Anyway, that's all I'm going to talk about for this particular subject right now, because that's all the news that there is. As more develops, I will try to keep you all updated. That is a wild development, and it is absolutely incredible to see, and I can only hope that as many of these protesters as possible stay safe, that they take good care of each other, and that they bring a swift end to the corrupt prime minister's deranged attempt to control the government even further. Wild. Wild to see. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. That'll be a developing story. Well, it almost seems silly to follow up this sort of thing with such a funny topic as what I originally intended to talk about, but I guess we should talk about it, right? Oh yes, it's already gritty. Hopefully this can be solved before it gets bloody. There will always be some violence. Remember, the state, and especially hyper-authoritarian states, perpetuate themselves on violence. The status quo involves cracking skulls every single day. And they just get more violent as their attempts to take power are threatened. But remember that their violence is expensive. Every time they hurt one of us, more of us stand up against that injustice. And yes, we should do everything that we can to avoid getting injured. We should do everything that we can to help those who have been hurt. But never forget that authoritarian states are built on violence. Violence is the only thing that keeps them going forward. And once you stop being afraid of they want you to be scared because they know they don't have enough violent power to end everyone. They can't. What are they trying to control? They're trying to control you. They're trying to control a place. That they can't destroy that place and also still control it. So all authoritarian governments, all power seizures always have this problem, which is that if they destroy the place that they're trying to control, they are destroying themselves. They are destroying the object that they wish to control. Their violence can only go so far, and they hope to cause you to be scared. They hope that you will bend over and do what they want. And sometimes we don't have a choice because it's do or die. There's all kinds of times in life where you don't have a choice but to just take what is thrown at you. But there is power in standing up together, and they can only go so far before it completely falls apart from underneath them. Before they destroy their own hold on things, before they break their own fingers with their own grip. There's a quote. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here we go. You can cut all the flowers, but you can never stop spring from coming. Okay? It's true. They can snip a single flower. They can stomp down a field of flowers, but they can never stop spring from coming. And of course, our goal is to make it as hard as possible for them to stomp any flowers, to give as much solidarity and support as we can. That's what we're supposed to do. NBC is currently covering this now. This has sparked mass protest, alarmed business leaders, and drawn concern from the United States. Oh, also they're pointing out that it's threatening to weaken the military because there's divisions within the military. Wait, this is from earlier this month. Israeli military caught up in a divide over Netanyahu's plan. Wild. Wild. This is from earlier this month, and I didn't even know about this. There's been mass resignations. There's been a wave of unprecedented opposition and resignations from within the ranks of the Israeli military. Wow, that is wild. That is absolutely wild. What could happen in an Israeli civil war? I can't even begin to speculate. I mean, some would argue that there is perpetually a state of civil war. When you have cops breaking skulls in the streets, that is a form of civil war. But I don't know. An outright civil war, I have no idea what that would look like. If the military split and there was like open conflict, I have no idea what that would look like. We would have to just cover it as it happens. It would be difficult for me to predict that. That's wild. That would be dangerous. They're a nuclear power. Well, yeah, but who knows? I mean, obviously, that would immediately concern the United States, but I don't know to what degree. I would not be able to predict that. That type of wargaming brain is not my wheelhouse. Oh my God. That guy's an idiot. How about a quick laugh from this fucking idiot on it? I don't even want to give this guy attention. All right. All right, everybody. We got to move on to the next topic, okay? You guys ready to do the title topic of the day? Are we ready? Are we ready? If you are ready, press the like button. I have barely asked. Oh my God, why was that so loud? Why are the sound effects so derangedly loud? What has made them so much louder? It was too dank. Anyway, oh, it was fine? Oh, okay, never mind then. If you are ready, press that like button. Maybe it's just loud to me. It's probably just loud to me. Press the like button. We need all the likes we can get. How many likes do we even have? We have 324 likes out of 382 viewers. That's 60 likes or more that we're missing because a lot of those came from the beginning of the stream. So smack that like button. And if you are here, press subscribe because we would love to have you come back in the future. We have to talk about a very strange situation on the internet, okay? We have to talk about the Anna Kasparian situation, okay? Okay, it's an interesting one, but we have to talk about it, okay? We have to. We really got to talk about it, okay? So smack that likey button and we'll get right into it, okay? My lovely imps. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks has been canceled by Twitter. By Twitter. Super canceled. I mean the most so canceled. She's so canceled. Her show is over. She's no longer an executive producer or host of the Young Turks. She's no longer very, very loaded from her lucrative job at the Young Turks. She no longer has a giant, huge YouTube presence. She no longer has a Twitter account. Of course, I'm lying to you. There has been no such cancellation. However, Anna Kasparian did get a bit of a dog pile, just a tiny bit of a dog pile on Twitter recently, and we have to talk about it because a lot of people have been talking about it, and I think that they've missed some important points. Others have not. I've seen a couple of people do some pretty good videos on it, but there's some strange things going on here, and I don't really understand the entire reason why any of this really happened in the first place. So without any further ado, let me introduce you to the tweet in question. The tweet that ended Anna Kasparian's career forever. You can't even say Anna Kasparian's name anymore. Joe Biden banned. I am breaking the law by saying Anna Kasparian's name because Joe Biden himself canceled Anna Kasparian. Let's talk about it. Okay, here we go. Ready? This is the tweet, okay? I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, a birthing person, or a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. Now, that seems a little weird at first glance, doesn't it? It seems kind of weird to be like, I'm a woman. You can support trans people without being like this. And it was a kind of a weird, I mean, the tweet in and of itself is kind of strange. It just kind of comes out of nowhere and fires a shot at sort of imaginary people that are saying that in order to support the trans community, you must use the terms uterus, birthing person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates, which I would contest the popularity of that rhetoric specifically in the first place. But secondly, what and why? When has anyone ever referred to Anna Kasparian as a person with a uterus, a birthing person, or a person who menstruates? In fact, when does anybody ever use those terms? Because, and I'm speaking as a trans person here, I am not just your everyday run-of-the-mill trans person. I am an online streamer trans person who every single day is engaging in one way or another with the current discourse in trans political spaces, in trans activism. That is like my literal job. I do it all the time, and I just basically never hear these terms, except for one example, one exception. And that's when people are talking about medicine specifically. So like, for example, if someone was, say, discussing the type of people who can get an intrauterine device, the doctor might say, well, people with uteruses can get an intrauterine device, seeing as how the intrauterine device is designed for people who have uteruses. Do you see how that kind of makes sense? Now, in the past, a doctor might have simply said, well, women get intrauterine devices. But, as would be correctly pointed out, actually, people who aren't women do currently, in real time, get intrauterine devices. Like, for example, trans men who have a uterus. Trans men who have not had any sort of reconstructive surgery on their genitals will have a uterus, and they might desire to have an intrauterine device. And so, in some medical settings, for clarity and for accuracy, somebody might say, well, who gets an intrauterine device? Well, a person with a uterus. And likewise, with regard to the term birthing person, might be a response to, you know, you might be asking a doctor, well, what type of people, like maybe you're, maybe this doctor is a doctor who handles births, a natal doctor. And then they would say, well, who do you help with births? And they go, well, any birthing person. Any person who can get pregnant and give birth is somebody that we would help at my natal clinic. It seems relatively straightforward. And that's part of the reason why this tweet comes off so weird, because they're not even talking about the same thing. Like, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. But these are not used in the same context. When people are talking about women, they're generally talking about people who call themselves women, unless they're a TERF, which is a trans-exclusionary radical feminist, at which point that person, a TERF, would specifically be talking about people who have, you know, XX chromosomes. You see? The only people that, when people are talking about women as a group. Now, it is true that sometimes there are things like, you know, people make mistakes or whatever. Like, for example, someone might say, oh, well, you know, women have vaginas. When we all know that not only is it that there are people who have vaginas who aren't women, but also there are women, people who live their lives as women, who are identified as women, who identify themselves as women, who do not have vaginas. That's more of like a mistake. It's somebody not really thinking about what they're saying in that case, but nobody replaces the word woman generally with person with a uterus. In fact, that's the opposite of what trans people would be arguing for. This is part of the reason why this last part doesn't make any sense. Trans people don't argue to replace the word woman with person with a uterus, because trans people are the ones making the argument that women don't all have uteruses. This argument is deranged on its face. It's just so wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Most of the time, when people are making this conflation, it's either a mistake and it's in the opposite direction. Nobody says we're replacing the word woman with birthing person. Nobody says we're replacing the word woman with person who menstruates. They would be saying, who uses a tampon? People who menstruate. Who needs a tampon? People who menstruate. Who needs a menstrual cup? People who menstruate. Who needs birthing support? People who give birth. That's where it's talking about. And let me point something out, because this is the area where it actually becomes rather important. Did you know that there are actually pretty severe negative medical outcomes for trans people all over the world because of exclusionary language, exclusionary policy, and exclusionary education around what types of body parts, what types of people have? Let me give you a very explicit example of this. Did you know that trans women, even trans women who have SRS, aka reconstructive genital surgery, did you know that they still need to get their prostate checked? A lot of even trans people don't know this because it's just a poorly educated thing. The prostate, which is a high-risk organ for cancer, is not removed, and it doesn't disappear because you change your social expression, because you change your gender. Obviously, we all here, I hope, will acknowledge that gender and sex are different things. That sex is a loose corollary based around what your genetics are, whereas gender is how you live your life, how you present yourself, the clothes that you wear, the roles that you fill, the way that you introduce yourself. I hope we can all acknowledge that. So anyway, as a result of this, because this information is not popularly recognized, a lot of doctors who are otherwise very good at their jobs forget to recommend prostate screening for trans women because they forget that it's not men who need prostate screening, it's people with a prostate. Anybody who has a prostate, intersex, non-binary, a trans woman, all of these, and then, of course, cis men, these are all types of people who might have a prostate and might need to get a prostate exam to screen for cancer. There's another thing, which is the reverse of this, of course, which is that, of course, there are men who have uteruses and need to have uterine exams for regular uterine exams for cancer risk. And of course, it would be inaccurate to say that only women need these types of screening, when of course we know that there are men, people who identify as men, who live their lives as men, who also need these screenings as well. Hence where in medical terminology, things like person with a uterus, birthing person, person who menstruates, becomes useful, not to categorize somebody else, not to be like, all women are birthing persons, all women. That is a brain dead interpretation. Cervical screenings is a better word. Thank you. It's this is a really basic thing, which is why it's so shocking for Anna Kasparian to have even made this tweet, but also to have doubled down to the degree that she has. And when I say double down, we're going to get into that in just a second, but when I say that Anna Kasparian has doubled down, she has doubled down really hard on this. And not only that, but the other main executive producer over at the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, I always pronounce his name wrong. I'm very sorry. I always mess it up. I'm really sorry about that. But Cenk has also doubled down on it. In fact, going so far as to say that men are lecturing her on what it's like to be a woman, which is, of course, starts to really sound a little bit like TERF rhetoric, doesn't it? Being like, I made a really dumb tweet that doesn't even make sense. Like, on a basic level, no one anywhere is arguing the word woman be replaced with person with a uterus. They are simply saying 4 things that are about medical health or about uteruses. You shouldn't just say women. It's so funny. The opposite of what she's saying, her position is worse. She is arguing that you should use the word woman in all circumstances that you're talking about somebody who has a uterus. That is more objectifying. That is more offensive and more degrading. The idea that that whenever you think of a uterus, you should think of the word woman is more degrading than having a term for the broad group of people that have uteruses, which include, once again, I'll list it again, trans men, non-binary people, intersex people, and cis women. And then, of course, in response, you get this sort of, I'm being lectured by men on what it means to be a woman. The trans lobby has gone too far. And it's really unfortunate because I actually generally respect Anna Kasparian a reasonable amount. Obviously, I have some pretty major political differences with the Young Turks. The Young Turks are these days, a relatively, let's say they're a little bit further to the left than like the mainline Democratic Party. Not a whole lot. They're more like an AOC faction. They're like in line with AOC generally. So they're more left. They're a little more left than like the mainline Democratic Party, but they still hold on to a lot of positions that I, being a radical leftist, a scary radical leftist, would disagree with. But I generally respect Anna Kasparian a lot. Just so that we're clear. This take is just genuinely really bad. It's just wrong on so many levels. Didn't right-wingers and TERFs come out to defend her take? Why, yes, they did. In fact, if you browse through the quote tweets here, you will find basically every major right-wing figure jumped on this to be like, look, the trans people are destroying Anna Kasparian because she dared speak the truth. And it's actually like literally Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Tim Pool, all of them, every single right-winger jumped on this to come to Anna Kasparian. They suddenly turned into the white knight woman defenders, even though, of course, their position is deranged and would never even, I wouldn't believe that Anna Kasparian would agree to any of these people for even a second. It is, it's wild. Discordant Vol says, does this nullify the work that she and TYT have done towards the left? No, of course not. And then does it drop a care package to the right? Yes. But what's worse is it drops a care package to the right for completely stupid reasons. Like the dumbest reasons ever. You're weighing in. You don't have to tweet everything that comes to your mind, especially when you have a 600,000 follower YouTube account. You don't have to jump in to the culture war around trans people. Guys, let's just have a quick refresher, okay? In the last 3 weeks alone, we've had 2 major incidences of major right-wing figures calling for the explicit eradication from public life, was the wording that he used. The eradication of trans people. We have had a massive doubling down and circling of the wagons. Every major right-wing figure has come to the defense of Michael Knowles, We have, in the last few months, we've had Donald Trump declaring war on trans people. We have had a surge, an unbelievable surge of anti-trans bills, including, by the way, this so-called, which, by the way, this is the first federal anti-trans bill that has passed the House, which is the Parental Bill of Rights, which is a federal level bill that allows teachers to out students to their parents. Okay? So there is a lot of anti-trans sentiment right now, and Anna Kasparian has decided to make this argument one in which you sort of implicate the trans community to not only completely misunderstand what you're commenting about, but also make an incredibly stupid argument. This is a terrible argument. It is a misrepresentation of what trans people are actually arguing for. It's a misrepresentation of the use of the words. It's fractally wrong. It's wrong to its core from somebody who is ostensibly a political professional. Somebody who is their job, their entire career. They're the executive producer of a politics and news TV show. So, with all due respect, getting roasted for being this wrong and this blatantly wrong in this climate is totally, totally fair. Now, that doesn't mean that I think that everything that every person said to Anna Kasparian is wrong. I have no doubt that there were some absolutely deranged people saying demented things, as is always the case on Twitter. But I will also note that most of the earliest and biggest responses to Anna Kasparian were actually, let's just call them very, 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 very kitty gloves, okay? I'm gonna read you an example of this, okay? And I also want you to keep in mind how different this is from when a trans person gets something wrong versus when a very popular and influential cis woman gets something wrong. And just consider how wrong this cis person was versus how much shit is actually thrown. So let me just give you an example of this, okay? Here's a thread from the Humanist Report. Mad respect to the Humanist Report, longtime fan of the Humanist Report. Mike is great. But let's take a look at what was said here, okay? Here we go. Let's zoom in just a tiny bit. Let's get this big, nice and big up on the screen. The Humanist Report says, I respect you a lot, but this notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, which are rarely used in casual conversations, somehow degrades women, comes right out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. There's a reason why they're praising you for this. So, of course, this is the Humanist Report directly pointing out that Anna Kasparian is being praised by the most heinous figures on the far right now. Hey, Merrick, wonderful to see you. Absolutely wonderful to see you. And Anna Kasparian says, hey, Mike, you're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. But consider what it's like to have the same lawmakers who failed to protect our rights turn around and call us people with uteruses. It's not inclusive if cis women hate it. Okay, let me try and see if I can explain just how stupid of a response this is. So, first of all, what does Mike being a guy have anything to do with the argument that he made? Let's review the argument that he made one more time. I respect you a lot, but the notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, which are rarely used in casual convos, somehow degrades women, comes right out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. And her response is, you're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. What does the reproductive freedom have anything to do with the argument that Mike is making there? The answer, of course, is nothing. It is literally just it's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what he's talking about at all. But consider what it's like to have the same lawmakers who failed to protect our rights turn around and call us people with uteruses. I'm going to point something out, which is, we all know the Supreme Court Roe v. Wade was taken down by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not calling anybody people with uteruses. And secondly, she's still making the exact same mistake that she made in the first one, which is that literally no one, not lawmakers, not trans activists, no one is making the argument that, except for, interestingly, the far right. I should say the far right is making the argument that women should be equivalent to people with uteruses. But other than that, no one is making the argument that women, the word woman, should be replaced with people with uteruses. In fact, the trans people and trans activists are making the opposite argument. They're trying to say there are people with uteruses who aren't women. There are people with uteruses who aren't men. There are people with uteruses who are non-binary. There are people with uteruses who are intersex. Oh yes, Grime Dango, this is one of the dumbest things I can't even believe the level of stupidity. It's so stupid that it actually it's hard to believe that Anna Kasparian can even think this. And it makes me wonder, like, is there something else going on here? Because it's a failure to analyze the political reality. It's a failure to understand the topic at hand, and it's just a bad argument. Just genuinely stupid. I don't know how to, like, you expect this type of thing from like a Matt Walsh type, from somebody who is dishonest, from somebody who doesn't give a shit about the truth. Not from somebody like Anna Kasparian, who ostensibly does care about the truth. It's just very, it's incompetent and bad. But let's continue. Here we see the Humanist Report says, how many people are actually referring to you using this language? It must be a lot for you to air this grievance in the middle of an international hate crusade against trans people. I'm sure Ben Shapiro is retweeting you because he supports your reproductive freedom, though. Anna Kasparian says that this terminology is used by many major institutions. The ACLU, CDC, universities and news agencies, and prominent progressive figures like AOC, and the guilt by association charge is lazy and lame. First of all, he wasn't making a guilt by association claim. This is an argument that your stupid argument is giving them ammunition. That's not a guilt by association. That's saying you are being dumb in public, you're not thinking about it, and you're helping them sell their narrative. That's not guilt by association. But secondly, ACLU, a legal organization that deals with medical cases often, the CDC, a medical organization that has to talk about medical health, and as it turns out, it's important if you are trying to prevent cancer to make sure that all people, man, woman, non-binary, intersex, or otherwise, who have a uterus get the care, the gynecological care that they need. Universities, which are also often going to be discussing this in a medical situation, and news agencies at which we have no context for what she's even talking about. Notice how this is the like her response is like derangedly vague, that she doesn't actually point out any specific examples, that the truth, of course, being no one has ever referred to her specifically as a person with a uterus. She only feels apparently degraded by this because there is a terminology being used that also happens to describe her by, I mean, I assume, I don't even know if she has a uterus, to be fair, but I assume that includes her via talking about a demographic group, which is like, for example, like I said before, people with uteruses should make sure that they're getting screened for uterine cancer regularly. Let's continue, though. Mike, of course, intelligently responds, it's not about guilt by association. The point is that far-right fascists are using your tweet for anti-trans propaganda. There's no way you're not cognizant of this. I respect you, but this is really disappointing. I actually don't get it. So I'm clearly not the only person who is completely befuddled by the fact that she would even do this. Let's take a look at this. Here's Mike making another great point. The way the right justifies trans eradication is to monopolize the discourse while pretending that trans liberation is actually a war on women. They called gay marriage a war on marriage not that long ago. It's the oldest trick in the book. Please don't assist them with that narrative. And she is assisting them with that narrative. Her original tweet implies that trans people are trying to objectify and degrade women. You can support the trans community without doing this shit that she just made up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about what her tweet is arguing. My wife shares the same opinion. I'm sure a lot of women don't want to be minimized to a bodily function or a body part. You are doing that. You are doing that. The inclusive language is meant to no longer reduce women to only being people with uteruses. That's what the right wants. The right believes that women are people who have vaginas and uteruses and men are people with penises, and that nothing else. That is their worldview. You are arguing against their worldview, but pinning it on trans people, but pinning it on the trans community and acting as though anybody other than your own sort of twisted mind on this particular subject is coming up with this. Yeah. I'm just so, I don't know. Hey, here's a friend of the show, Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack says, I can understand the frustration as I am expected to always be referred to as a transgender woman instead of just a woman. In medical context, however, inclusion is important. Not everyone with a uterus is a woman. Medical care needs to be specific or else folks won't get care. Now, of course, I gave an example very similar to this earlier on, which is the fact that a lot of trans women don't know that they need to get prostate screenings, and many trans men don't know that they still need to get regular screening for their genitals. They don't know that they need to have cervical screenings. And you might think, well, a lot of people should know this, but lots of people aren't up to snuff on medical stuff. That's why we have doctors, ostensibly. That's why we have nurses. We have specialization because the average person doesn't know all of the things that they need to know about their body. Did I say screamings? Sorry about that. It's such an invented outrage. Here's another person here responding. Who called you that? I've only ever heard that term used when referring to a population, not an individual person. Obviously, those terms are meant to be precise to include all people who meet one of those characteristics when needing to discuss a relevant topic. Now, this is a doctor, okay? For example, if you were writing a paper for a medical journal about preventing uterine cancer, you may want to reference the relevant population, people who have a uterus, not including people who've had a hysterectomy or trans women. And take a look at here's another example. Here's another example of exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm a woman. I don't have a uterus, I don't menstruate, and I have never been able to give birth naturally. How dare you take that for granted, that women or that woman necessarily means any of these things? Please use language properly. And then the first response to this incredibly reasonable question This is an incredibly reasonable thing. So you've had a hysterectomy? Women have hysterectomies. If not, you're describing a biological man. Do you see? Isn't that exactly what we were talking about? That Anna's argument is so bungled and mentally pretzeled that it ends up supporting only the right-wing position, that she's actually unintentionally arguing for objectifying herself without even noticing that she's doing it. She's saying, don't be precise and include people who have uteruses. Only women have uteruses. That's what she's arguing. And she doesn't even notice that she's doing it. She doesn't even realize that she's doing it. Let's keep going and looking through some of these comments from these massive accounts. This is a 300,000 follower account. This person here is is a 100,000 follower account. This is a 60, almost 60,000 follower account. Most of these responses have been incredibly kind to Anna Kasparian. None of them have been like, we haven't seen a single comment that's been like, you're terrible and stupid. Of course they're gonna exist, but notice that all of these giant accounts came out to basically kid glove her. So any claims that she's being eaten alive by the left is just bullshit on its face. When all of these massive accounts were basically like, Anna, respectfully, your position doesn't even make sense on the basic level. You've got the entire premise wrong, and you're actually arguing against what you say that you're arguing against. Just wanted to let you know, don't mind me, don't feel like you have to read my comment. Alice Clark says, here's another account. This one's a small one. I get misled by the blue check. As someone who's had a hysterectomy, I find this kind of language really helpful when people are discussing something clinical. Like, does this text need to be done by everyone? Is it only a risk if you have ovaries? Or is it something that affects people who have, or uterus owners, people who have a uterus? I haven't seen anyone using those terms outside of medical settings, where it helps to make sure those with uteruses are included, but those who do not have uteruses aren't worried about needing certain tests. People should say women when they mean women, but be precise when speaking anatomically. Do you see? Apparently Gayfesh got blocked over this. You are literally still doing it. Despite your words in this video, you don't respect the trans community. You're still behaving as if only women can menstruate, have uteruses, and get pregnant, excluding trans men and non-binary people from potential legal protections. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this clip.
Being stripped.
Here.
Jasmine Bryant says, neither trans people or any organization that fights for us wants to refer to you as a birthing person. The language is used in a general sense to include trans men when a general statement is needed. When I'm reading about my rights being stripped away from me by the federal government, and when I'm reading quotes from the Democratic Party that fail to protect my reproductive rights, it adds insult to injury to read not women, but birthing people.
Why? Why? What possible reason could you have? This is literally white woman moment. Unironic fucking white woman moment. Just, when I am being legislated against, I don't want those other people who are also being legislated against to be hurt. Motherfucker. Trans men need abortions too. Intersex women need abortions too. Some intersex men need abortions too. Non-binary people need abortions too. You're not the only fucking person on the planet. Literally, what?
I don't want to ever be referred to as a birthing person under any circumstance. I find it offensive. I respect the trans.
You're not being referred to there. Everyone who needs access to birth services, everyone who needs access is being referred to there. It's not you. The world does not center around Anna Kasparian, the loudest white woman on the internet right now. Literal main character syndrome.
Transgender community. I just ask that they also respect how other people want to be referred to. Person with a uterus, person who menstruates, birthing people. I just find it incredibly demeaning. And I'm allowed to feel that way. I don't think that that's transphobic at all. I will fight to the death for equal rights for the transgender community.
How can you fight for equal rights for the trans community if you refuse to acknowledge that trans men who are transgender people need access to the same type of care that you do? How can you possibly say you support equal treatment and equal rights when you are explicitly saying that there is something offensive and bad about including those people who need care in bills that give them that care?
Period. And we've been doing that on this show. But respect goes both ways. It's that simple.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, can I play that back again? I'm sorry, wait, what?
I think that that's transphobic at all. I will fight to the death for equal rights for the transgender community, period. And we've been doing that on this show. But respect goes both ways. It's that.
Attention, trans community. You owe me my feelings. And my feelings are being hurt for a blatantly irrational reason. I'm getting offended over an issue that I don't even understand and that I can't correctly replicate even on Twitter. And you need to show me respect. That's not, pardon me for saying, but that doesn't sound like fighting to the death for equal treatment. That sounds like you're full of hot air and that you say, I'll fight to death for your rights, but that you don't really mean it. Because demanding respect from the trans community when people who, some of whom aren't, like the biggest people who were responding there are not publicly trans people. The biggest accounts who were critiquing her weren't even trans people. We're pointing out you're wrong about this. You are totally misrepresenting this. And you are literally pitching a softball directly to the right. Just, oh my dear God, oh my God. Yes, literally, it's my feelings are more important than you being able to get laws that ensure that you get medical care. It is a deranged level of self-centering. What a demented position to take. What a demented position to double down on. Ooh, that sounds delicious, Grime Dango. That sounds amazing. It does sound like white girl blinders. It sounds like cis-het white woman blinders. Yes, it does. Being like, I didn't think about anything that I was saying. I didn't even correctly represent the position of the people I'm arguing against. I just made up a position in my head and then got it wrong and then pinned it on the trans community. I'm offended over that. And you need to make it right with me, or else I'm gonna talk to the manager of the trans community. I'm gonna call the manager of the trans community and get you fired from the trans community. I can't believe it. There is so much. I don't know. I'm sure that we'll be hearing about this plenty from their position. I'm sure that TYT is now permanently going to be in the anti-inclusive terminology camp, because backing down would be caving to the cancel mob. But to me, it comes off as insanely cowardly, spineless, and frankly, goddamn stupid to double down this hard when you can't even get the basic facts right. Oh yeah, and then of course there's the Cenk stuff. There's Cenk's stupid asshole behavior. They got you fighting a culture war to stop you from fighting a class war. This is the most true political cartoon of all time. My co-host Anna Kasparian says this all the time, and she's absolutely right. The culture wars are a giant distraction, so you won't notice the robbery happening in the background. Both corporate Democrats and Republicans partake. Okay, guys, first thing you need to understand, I'm gonna do a quick shout out, just real quick, to my boy, Chapo legend Matt Chrisman. Okay, I'm gonna shout out to him. This is a distraction is liberal conspiracy theory. Unironically, it's actually just the exact same thing that right-wingers do, but the liberal flavor. Being like, trans people having literal hundreds of bills targeted directly at their head, entire sections of the country becoming dangerously unsafe for trans people. That's just a distraction. They're distracting you from the truth. It's no different than people who are like, oh, the Russia investigation is a distraction from QAnon. It's the same fundamental conspiracy mongering. He's also not even a socialist, obviously. Yes, of course, there's that part as well. But it's just hilarious to me that it's like, the culture wars are a giant distraction. Motherfucker, it's not a distraction. It's not a distraction when you have a vulnerable population being targeted like crazy. An insane upsurge in violent protests against people who have done nothing wrong. The Proud Boys are showing up and terrorizing random drag shows just because of this so-called culture war that they believe in. That's not a distraction. That is the war, okay? People, marginalized people, who leftists ostensibly are supposed to be fighting for, having their lives targeted, their well-being targeted, becoming the target of hate campaigns is not a distraction from anything. So pathetic. But then again, I as you all know, I have always been even less respect towards Cenk, old Union Buster Cenk. Here we go, right here. Look at this. Look at the victim complex. Here's something everyone on the left and right should know. At the Young Turks, we don't get bullied. We love you all and we'll fight for you, but we're not going to change our mind because you think our opinion is incorrect or because you yelled at us. Never going to happen. Heh. I'm shitting my pants and there's nothing you can do about it. We won't be bullied into sitting on a toilet and shitting into a toilet instead. Here at the Young Turks, we are proud pant shitters. Just, I don't know, like this is always the funniest line. It's like, no, we refuse to actually engage with the arguments. We refuse to acknowledge that we were wrong on the basic facts of our arguments. We refuse to cave to the cancel culture mob. There's the article in chat if you want to know about the union busting that Cenk was involved in. Yeah, there you go. There's your source on it. Just keep in mind, everybody, have any of you tried to watch The Young Turks? Have any of you actually tried to watch The Young Turks? The Young Turks is like unironically unwatchable. It's they are so loaded with ads. Every 10 seconds, they're like, and now a word from our sponsor, Butt Bucket, and now a word from our other sponsor. It's like, it's so loaded with ads, it's almost unwatchable. You're just ad after ad after ad after sponsorship read after sponsorship read. I'm sure that's fantastic for your funding. I'm sure that's fantastic for your pocketbook, but please don't pretend like you're some sort of bastion of free speech when you have, when you like 50% of your show is like ad reads. I know everybody in chat says they used to watch it. They used to watch it back in 2015 or 2016. Yeah, I know. They've only gotten worse since then. I'm tired of the left community eating itself while the right wing are still in lockstep in advancing a genocide against LGBT people. Is this the hill to die on? Is it worth it? You mean for Anna Kasparian? No, obviously not. The problem that's so frustrating about this is that Anna Kasparian is not just, it's not just that, like, I disagree with her opinion. She's not even representing what she's arguing against it correctly. Her argument is that you should use the word woman to refer to anyone who has a uterus. That argument is a TERF argument. She doesn't even acknowledge that that's the argument she's making. She can't even be, she's not being honest about the argument she's making. To her, woman equals cis woman. It doesn't make any sense. It's so deranged. That's the problem. So the question should not be directed to the people who are correctly pointing out that her position is deranged. They should point out that her position is actively impeding the rights of the people she claims to care about in a very serious way. I'm not kidding you when I say that if you draft a law, here, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go, hold on, I'm gonna show you something real quick. Hold on, let me just go to Gayfesh real quick. I'm gonna let Gayfesh. This is a shout out to Gayfesh who made a really fucking good argument about this. I'm just gonna real quick. Let me just bring this up. I want to give credit because he put this in a good way. Hold on, if I can find it. God damn it, you tweet a lot. Here we go. Right here. If someone drafts a law saying women have the right to an abortion, what happens when someone decides, well, a trans man isn't a woman, so we won't be allowing him to get an abortion? We will only survive together. You are buying into TERF rhetoric during a genocide. This is the exact thing. If you are making an argument that that you should refer to anyone who has a uterus as a woman, first of all, she's making the argument she's supposedly offended about. She's arguing that a uterus equals woman, which is silly. And of course, it's silly on its face. But secondly, she's also making an argument on a very serious issue that is immediately pressing in politics, which is whether or not trans people will be included in the very laws that determine our well-being. So shout out to Gayfesh for that. And yes, of course, Green Ghost points out, my mom had a hysterectomy and doesn't have a uterus. Is she no longer a woman? Good question. That's a good question. So yes, hope that answers the question. Yeah, Mixed Dizzy points out that woman could also be used to ban abortions for minors too. If a court rules that woman equals adult female, then yeah, that could be used as well. If you want to ensure that the people who need abortions can get abortions. You have to be careful with your language. It's that simple. This is one of the reasons why this particular issue became such a conflagration. And I mean, look, take a look at how brutal this fucking quote tweet storm was. 8,268 quote tweets, and who knows how many replies. And the reason is because her argument is so bad, it's so lazy, and it's so uninformed that it's hard to believe that it would even come from a serious, you know, political analyst. And for the record, I'm not saying that people should be horrible to Anna Kasparian. As everyone knows, imps, that's my community, imps only raid with love. That's the only type of any sort of raiding that we do, is we only raid with love. Always. Always been a rule, always will be a rule. Okay? Imps raid with love. Don't be an asshole. But at the same time, as we saw in the comments, the bulk of the large accounts responding to Anna Kasparian were not being rude, not even a little bit. They were being, if anything, almost like sexistly nice. People were showing up and being like, "Oh, I don't want to offend you. I'm sorry. I know you're a woman, and I don't want to hurt you because, you know, women, you know how women are." No, I'm going a little far. But honestly, there was a certain level of, you get a little bit of that feeling sometimes when someone says something so blatantly wrong. Just guys, remember the last dog pile we were talking about? Remember how people treated Abigail Thorne for a incredibly niche trans issue that she was ultimately correct on, but that people took out of context? Do you remember how horrible people were to Abigail Thorne versus how people are treating Anna Kasparian? You know, sorry. Everyone's like, Anna Kasparian is like, I am so offended that people would tell me to stop shitting in my pants and to instead simply walk to the bathroom. And then everyone's like, Anna, just so you know, I don't want to offend you. I don't want to hurt your feelings because, you know, you're a woman. But you might have a better time in life if you shit in a toilet and not in your pants. You know, especially publicly. It's, you know, I just, you know, feel free to ignore. Feel free to ignore. The Uterus people got her in the end. Anna, honey, the poopy goes in the toilet. That's how people were. Come on. People were so nice. If you go into these comments, the vast majority of the people responding to her were being so kind. Did we even see a single person? I'm trying to find a single toxic one. No one is making anyone do this. Thank you. Huh. Never apologize for this. Look at this right here. Right-wing influencer Seth Dillon. Just keep in mind that going along with what they're doing is the only way to support them. You either join them in their hostile takeover of what's real and true, or you don't. Her argument is so bad that they can literally just slot it directly into their narrative. Oh my God. Here's another person very calmly explaining it. We haven't even seen a single toxic comment from the left. Not one. Have we seen even one? This is the first one that I could even characterize. Anna, that might be one of the most TERF things that you could say. That's the worst that we've seen so far. You guys know all I had to do on the Abigail Thorne dog pile was open the quote tweets, and the literal first tweets that we saw were people being toxic, like horrifically toxic to Abigail Thorne. Look at how different the treatment is. Holy shit. Damn, Matt Dillahunty. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Anybody remember Atheist Experience Matt Dillahunty? Matt Dillahunty says, there's a category person with a uterus. Some of those people are women, some aren't. I won't call you that, of course, but whether or not you're a part of that set is a matter of fact, not opinion. But please keep lecturing on how to support the trans community. Expert. And then, of course, some weird right-winger, followed by Shoe on Head, comes in and says, chill with the mansplaining, bro. Here's this guy saying, uh-oh, you just said something mildly at odds with the Alphabet Mafia's approved narrative. Good luck to you. Ha ha ha. Right-wingers are so pathetic. I love how all right-wingers immediately turn into like the fruitiest fucking person you can imagine. Uh-oh, you just said something at odds with the Alphabet Mafia. Good luck. The moment they think that a left-winger agrees with them, they all turn into like the most gay hairdresser that you've ever seen. Oh my God, girl, you just so goofed up. It's so fucking funny. They all just instantly transform into that. It's true. This is an insult to gay hairdressers because they have actual humor. Yes, but I'm just saying that like that's their first instinct. Their first instinct is to just like become the most cattiest, flamboyant people you can imagine. It's like Trump. Trump is like that all the time. We mask, mama. We mask. God, that's a classic. Here's the first one I've even seen with a swear, by the way. I have scrolled down probably 100 comments and I finally found one with a swear. Unblocking you to tell you you're a piece of shit for joining this transphobic mass hysteria while being silent about anti-trans legislation. How does a very small niche of people using terms like birthing person to include trans men and non-binary people invalidate you? Get a grip. This is the first mean comment we've even seen scrolling through this. The first one. Look, here's Michael Tracy. I regret to inform you that you have just endorsed literal genocide. Fuck off, Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy Michael Tracy is the embodiment of the crater-headed, drooling Wojak. Like, unironically, one of the stupidest people I've ever encountered on the internet. Oh, and here now we're getting into the just raw transphobia down here. Oh, there you've got the Ian Miles Chong. Critical support from Ian Miles Chong. Yes, I have, Gayfesh. It's deranged. Sorry, I just saw, I'm trying to find comments that might be, you know, the cancelers. I'm trying to find the cancelers here. Just finding more people being chill. More gigantic accounts basically holding Anna's hand and going, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I have to correct you for saying something so incredibly dumb. I mean, literally every single big right-winger came out. Yes, I'm not kidding you. As I'm scrolling through here, we've seen basically every major right-wing talking head popping out. Here we go. Let's read Luxander's thread. Luxander always does good stuff. Hey, Anna Kasparian, with respect, have you heard of Robert Eads? He was a trans man who died of ovarian cancer because of the idea that only women have uteruses and need access to reproductive health care. The opinions you've been espousing are the same as the ones that led to his death. He was denied care by 27 doctors because they didn't want to have him scaring the women in their offices. Or really, was it to teach him a lesson? Because if he was a man, then why should he need that type of care? They wanted him to die a woman's death. And nowadays, trans men are still denied care because of the idea that only women need abortion access and pap tests. But trans men lost their rights too when Roe fell. That's what I was arguing earlier. Based. Christians aren't hurt when we say happy holidays to acknowledge non-Christians, and cis women aren't hurt, or at least they shouldn't be if they don't have main character syndrome, when we acknowledge that many kinds of people have uteruses and need access to abortion and birth control. Women are people, and some women have uteruses and some don't. Sometimes it's accurate to just say women are affected by this, and in other cases it's more accurate to say people with uteruses are affected by this. I just wanted to clearly and respectfully explain in hopes that you might see the opposing perspective without hostility. The cancel mob has come for me! Luxander's great. Oh, Sam Cedar went over it? Okay, all right. I'll react to Sam Cedar going over it. All right, let's hear what Sam Cedar has to say. We'll wrap this segment with a react segment. Sure, why not? Let's do a react segment. I haven't reacted to the Sam Cedar report in a
this
million
is John.
years.
I'm calling from Indiana.
John from Indiana. What's on your mind?
Well,
Hold on. Really? Why does it do this? It seems like every stream these days, I get to a point of the stream where my commands stop working. It's so fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie, it's so goddamn annoying. Look at that, they've all stopped working now. God, I hate that shit. All right, let's turn this down a little bit. Let's check it out.
Hey, I just wanted to say, first off, I'm a big fan. I've been listening to you guys for a couple of years now. And I really appreciate listening in on news commentary that doesn't make me feel gaslit. So
Doesn't make you feel like what?
Hopeless.
Oh, hopeless. All right, well, we do our best.
Yeah. But I wanted to call, and I'm trying to word this without being too inflammatory.
Oh, wait. Since we're at the end of this, if you are here, press like on the stream. You know that this stream has been an absolute banger. And first of all, I would love you to press like on the stream. And second of all, I would love you to press subscribe and make sure that you ring the bell, because we would love to have you back. This community is exploding in growth. There are more imps every single day. We're doing amazing stuff on this show, and we've got a bunch more content to come tonight. So I would love it if you would press like and subscribe on the stream right now. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
I wanted to call about Anna Kasparian because I feel like that is not getting the right kind of attention. And so,
Okay.
and I know you were gone yesterday, Sam.
Yeah, I think.
I think did you see
sorry,
I commented on this yesterday?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
And I know she's a friend of the show, and I know that, you know, her and Emma are personal friends. And so, you know, I don't think that it's, you know, you need to like completely lambast someone, but I don't know. I felt like, for instance, the clipping of that, with the title that she's not anti-trans was not necessarily the right. To me, it just seemed kind of tone deaf. I guess the problem I had was that, like, that tweet in and of itself, it wasn't great, but I think the bigger context was the replies. It got very combative, and a lot of Nazis popping in, agreeing with her. Ben Shapiro's retweeting her. Carrie Lake popping in, saying, hey, a broken clock. You know, and some of the replies from her, I'll be honest, were indistinguishable from something that, you know, J.K. Rowling would say. At least that's how I feel.
But within the context of like her larger commentary on trans people, I don't think that's a fair critique to put her in the same boat as J.K. Rowling. And like, you can have, I think, quibbles with the way the video is titled. I didn't even know that was getting clipped, and I don't have control over any titling. So, but the substance of what I said
that's not anything about 81 per. That's just more of like a critique of like, you know, just show formatting.
Yeah, well, let me since Emma addressed this yesterday, let me comment on it. And I will say this. I mean, in terms of just, and I don't want to spend too much time because this is just sort of a process thing about the titling and this and that. When the way that we do this show is we do the show and then another person clips the show. Now there's on occasion I'll say like, oh, somebody really wanted this phone call or this and that, and I'll send a message. But part of the reason why we do that is because I don't want what we do on the show to be dictated to how I think it's going to do on YouTube.
Okay, but this
Clicks.
is boring. This part's boring.
Like, so, but that's aside. That's a second order thing. Lead into the whole thread of that because
let's get to the actual
I was
meat.
Literally constantly moving yesterday.
No offense to Sam Cedar, but I don't really care about their clipping process. No offense. I don't care.
But look, I don't have any reason to believe, based upon her commentary in the past, that Anna is anti-trans. But tweeting out something like that, in my estimation, is the tweet itself, the act and the tweet, in this context, right? Is an anti-trans act. I just think it is. Yeah. Because
based trans ally Sam. Oh, my fandom of Sam only goes stronger. Sam Cedar. Let me tell you a little story real quick, first of all, okay? Sam Cedar was probably the single most influential content creator in bringing me from a sort of generic left-leaning, no real political direction position to being a leftist. Sam Cedar is the one who made me make the jump from just sort of trying to make my way in the world and having sort of vaguely environmentalist left-leaning politics to actually being a leftist. And still, to this day, I will stand Sam Cedar, even though Sam and I have some very different political policies. Because at his heart, I think Sam is still one of the most based, one of the most veteran, and one of the longest track records of just being so goddamn based on so many issues. Sam Cedar, amazing. Haven't we listened to like your first ever Sam Cedar call in? No, actually, I've never called into Sam Cedar. I've always been too nervous to call into Sam Cedar. What you heard was my call into David Pakman, which I listened to David Pakman back when I was like just having left my cult. I was just starting to figure out where I wanted to go politically. And I actually called in to David Pakman on the night of the election of Donald Trump to talk about trans issues. I talked to David Pakman about trans issues. That was a long time ago. It was on the election night episode. If you go and watch David Pakman's 2016 election night episode, you'll hear a call-in from me. I don't have the link available, but yes, that's the, yeah, anyway. But Sam Cedar, that's all an aside. I'm pulling a Sam right now. The point is, Sam Cedar based as hell. And I sound like a baby and my voice sounds terrible because I hadn't done any voice training and I was really, really nervous and I was really scared that night. But I really wanted to call in to David Pakman's show and talk about trans issues because he wasn't talking about trans issues on his show. And I really wanted to make the point that trans people were going to suffer a lot under Donald Trump. And sure enough, we did. But anyway, let's go. Let's continue.
You know, and context is everything in this case.
Yeah.
One of the issues I had with Sam Harris back in the aughts was that right in the midst of a debate in this country about torture. He writes up a thing in Huffington Post, which is basically the equivalent of Twitter, maybe bigger than Twitter in terms of like, broadcasting this stuff, a piece that he titled In Defense of Torture. And, even if I thought that his thought experiment and whatnot had like any sort of like substance, which I didn't, but even if I did, to tweet that out in the midst of a debate about torture in this country is clearly a political act in and of itself, and he knows what he's doing there. Now, I don't know if Anna was, sort of how conscious she was of this or what, but in addition to the fact that no one is forcing anybody to accept any type of like, description of who they are.
True. This is what I opened it with. I opened with saying that she didn't have to make the tweet. There wasn't any pressing reason for her to make a tweet like that. She just did it. In fact, you know what? Let's take a quick break real quick, and I just want to look up something. Hold on. Real quick. I just want to see. I want to see when Anna Kasparian last talked about trans issues, just out of curiosity. Let's see. Oh no, it's everybody else. Wait, how do I, I have to do an advanced search, okay? From this account. Okay, mentioning, hold on. Trans. Let's see that. Here we go. Wait, let's see. Let's look at the latest tweet. So before this instance, the last tweet in which she mentioned the trans community was nearly a year ago. If you or anyone you know is trans and slept with Joe Rogan, we'd like to know so we can understand why he's so obsessed with the trans community. Thanks for helping us get the word out, Glenn. I appreciate it. It's been nearly a year, and it was to make a joke about trans people fucking Joe Rogan. Just so that we're clear. And then the next one is, of course, this incident. Maybe, let's see, maybe we'll give her, let's try another one. Let's see, transgender. None. None. What a fucking slime ball. That's so pathetic. That is pathetic. So embarrassing.
And I'm sure there are some quarters, I wouldn't even say quarters, 16ths, eighths, whatever it is, where people exclusively use language like birthing people as opposed to women and birthing people. But it really has no impact on our life. And it has a huge impact on the lives of people who are trans. And, look, there are, it's not easy for older people, in my estimation, or people just not used to it, to always remember to have some level of sensitivity to these things. And people should do their best. I mean, I don't have a rule about it on the show, but for me personally, I always attempt to say, if we're talking about abortion laws, I try and say women and people who can get pregnant, as just because it costs me nothing, and it shows respect to people out there, and particularly at a time where there are people who are under assault for being trans. There are families who are under assault for trying to get their kids some type of medical care, in some way, gender affirming care, or to deal with this. It is particularly incumbent upon us to show that level of sensitivity to the people who are impacted and to this moment. And so, I just thought that the tweet itself, and I don't know what her intentions were about it, but the idea that saying, semen providers in any way, and look, I will say, saying semen providers, I don't think disregards my manhood in some way. I understand that, though, that it's not a perfect analogy, because the fact is that women have been subject to misogyny and to sexism, and men have not. There's a different power dynamic. Nevertheless, I don't think that in any way women are in any way harmed in the sort of like society's consciousness by the use of things like people who can get pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it right, Sam, and I elaborated on this yesterday. I think it's perfectly valid to say in your personal life, like, I don't want to be referred to in those more clinical kind of stilted, awkward terms that are inclusive language meant to be inclusive, and we're still incorporating it into our language. It's not that many years.
Right, and of course, nobody does this. This was one of the first things that I pointed out in my section, which we did before, but yeah.
That we've been using this kind of terminology. I think that's entirely fair. My critique was, well, as a member of the media, you have to understand, and at least this is what I try to bring to it, is that you're not just speaking for yourself,
of course.
And putting an emphasis on that in this current context is going to lead to larger problems and adding gasoline to a fire that is already raging, as trans erasure is a part of state legislatures across the country. And on the federal level, we're seeing it from Republicans too, and just like general hate crimes towards them. So that was my emphasis, and I understand if you didn't feel it was sufficient, but I'm with Sam on this, and that's my take as well.
And I will say, look, if someone in your personal life, in your private life, is addressing you in a way that you don't like, you tell them. I don't know that there's anybody on Twitter who has been addressing, her as a potential birth giver.
That's kind of my whole point, is like, it feels like she's shadowboxing against an opponent that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
No one on the street is calling her that. Nobody, and you go.
Well, somebody's calling her on the street. I mean, that may be the case.
Is saying that
somebody's calling her.
Well, yeah, but it's specific legal and medical context. No one is saying, to her, to anyone, hey, there goes a birthing person, unless they're talking about, hey, we're writing a paper or a prescription or some kind of thing about, like,
I mean, you don't necessarily, but caller, like, that could have been a personal instance. You don't know that, and I actually haven't clarified that.
If it is a personal instance,
but that's,
you deal with it there.
But that's beside the point. But that's my point, right? Like, if it's a personal instance, we're members of the media, we're representatives of the left. Like, I mean, I know that that's like what TYT is, right? And that's what people associate with them. You have to just be conscious about that. And like, I'm not conflating one's own personal experience, even if it's awkward, with what is generally good for society. So that's my, I think that's the kernel of critique there.
Appreciate the call.
That was supposed to be the bazinga. But
all right, now I'm not going to say we can't take any more calls on that, but we did just dedicate 11 minutes to it, and that's,
I think that's fair, Friday. And whatever, I did yesterday, 5-6 minutes yesterday. Right.
All right, well, cool. All right, well, obviously, Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland, always quite based. I always appreciate their approach to things. I always have loved the Majority Report and still do. I feel very strongly about them, but of course they touched on most of the things that I cared about, with a few exceptions. But yeah. I think that was fine. That was refreshing. I wish that large, insanely popular leftist figures. You know, it's funny. There's a lot of pressure put on tiny lefty figures such as myself, and very little pressure put on people who have an absolutely incredible amount of money and an enormous platform. Like the Young Turks. What's their, like, the Young Turks has like one of the biggest left-leaning platforms in the world. They're huge. They're one of the only like major like left news shows that anybody even knows about. They have an enormous platform. I wish they would do a little bit of a better job and not have their main members making the most stupid arguments that you can possibly imagine. Just, God. They have a ton of money. We already know. I already roasted them about how many ads they play. But yeah, they're doing great. The amount of money there is incredible. We know this already. I mean, hell, Hasan had a battle about it. You know, Sam is great. I always trust Sam to have good takes on social issues because Sam isn't demented by weird class reductionist psycho crap. Anyway. All right, I'm going to read some donos, and then we are going to react to a very funny debate. That's right. I have a debate react planned for us. Wait, did I get some of the, what rule did I get wrong? Grime Dango, what rule did I get wrong? Yeah, we're going to react to a debate. We're going to react to a debate between Trainwrecks TV and Hasan Abi, which apparently was incredibly funny. We haven't done one of those in forever, so we're going to be reacting to that because I heard it was hilarious. You can only bounty hunt the opposing team's cards. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But first, I need to read my donations. So let me get my donations up here so that I can read those off because I've gotten some very generous donations and they deserve to be read. My lovely, lovely imps, Discordant Vol with the gifted tier 3 sub to Somniostatic, incredibly generous. Mistress Lynn with the gifted tier 2 sub, also amazingly generous. Thank you both very, very much. Nuts with the tier 2 sub. Demon Mama is a bottom. Don't even try. Don't even fucking try. You're so far from reality, it's not even funny. Win B with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Gotta re-up my sub now that I have to bury Beezy as a name. There you got it. Well, you succeeded. Tyra's with the tier 1 sub. Mama, why do you keep taking the veil away? The 501st was not supposed to be the SS. That's not true. They basically were. Okay, and that's everybody. That's all of them from tonight. At least from here. Let me check. Hold on. Let me check my YouTube donos. Let me sign in with my YouTube to check my YouTube donations. I want to make sure that I've got that correct. Let's take a look. Brutus Magnuson with the $1 super chat. Don't fight authoritarianism. Kick its ass. True. Mother Mere set with the $2. Hey, Demon Mama. Hope you're well. Love the hat. And that's all of them from tonight. By the way, if you've been enjoying the show, please consider throwing me a tip. I would deeply appreciate your support. This show is 100% viewer supported. So if I don't get donations, I don't get any money. And I sure would like to be able to pay my bills. So consider throwing $1 or $2 my way when you watch my stream, especially if I've been entertaining you for hours and hours on end for free. It would be deeply appreciated. And don't forget, more importantly, tell your friends about the channel. Share the channel and comment on the videos. Thank you all very, very, very much. All right, everybody, let me get this debate up and running. I have been extremely excited to watch this debate. I have not seen this debate. This is a fresh react, okay? And we're going to react in real time to Hasan and Trainwrecks duking it out, okay? This is actually a long debate. But that's okay. That just means we get to have lots of fun. Okay? Wait, so this one is like, this one's like 2 hours and this one's like an hour and a half. Which one is the right one? Which one is the correct one? Does anybody know? Which one is the right one here? Is it this one? Is this just the debate and this one has commentary as well? I think this one has commentary. Anthony Schuler, thank you so much. And Mudball Man, thank you very, very much. Thanks for the reminder, Demon Mama. You're very welcome. Thank you. So let's watch the raw one. I think this is the raw one. Like this one looks like it has Hold on, let's see. No, actually, this looks like it's the full thing. So then why is the other one shorter?
How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit for a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think
That's such a drastic amount of time. Some clippers clip out the dead air. This is Hasan Abi Productions. Is that like the one that's going to clip out the dead air? He has a clipper army who cuts things. This sounds like it's going to be so much fun. All right, let's just do the raw one. All right, we're doing the raw one, everybody. It's time. This is the official channel. We're going to watch the official deal. We're going to have a whole bunch of fun reacting to a debate in real time. I have to change the name of the stream over on Twitch so that people know, because if I don't do that, then people will be confused and they won't know what I'm reacting to. So I have to change the name of the stream. Let me change that real quick. Hasan versus Trainwrecks featuring XQC React. Bam. There we go. So now we have that going. Is this doing a live? He doesn't DMCA because he's based in Socialist Pill? That's awesome. This is going to be a... Okay, so let me do the wind-up. All right. My lovely, lovely imps. Two barely known streamers recently had some pretty major beef. Now, you might have heard of them, but I wouldn't expect it if you didn't. Trainwrecks and Hasan. Obviously, these little nobody streamers having a fight, why should we care about it? Well, because it's really, really funny, okay? I have been recommended that I react to this debate by multiple people. Now, I have not seen this debate. Me watching this is the first of, I haven't even watched clips of this debate yet. I simply heard from friends that this is an incredibly funny debate. So I felt like I should share it all with you. Obviously, Trainwrecks is one of the biggest streamers on the Twitch platform, and Hasan is another one of the biggest streamers on the platform. Trainwrecks recently founded his own streaming service, which has been, to be charitable, it has been mired in controversy. Kick is the name of the streaming service that Trainwrecks has created. And he created this because Twitch banned his cash cow. Trainwrecks was making millions, and I'm talking, let me see if I can get an exact number. Does anybody offhand have the exact number? I think he made like $86 million in direct paid sponsorships from one of his gambling sponsors. I'm talking tens of millions of dollars. And of course, Twitch realized that it's probably a pretty major issue that their platform is being used to not just sell, but to make gambling look very exciting to literal children. And so Twitch decided to ban gambling as a streaming subject on their website, or at least most forms of gambling. And Trainwreck, obviously, given that he was making tens of millions of dollars from his sponsorships, said, I'm going to make my own streaming platform, but this time with hookers and blow, or in this case, with gambling and porn being played to children. Yes, I'm not kidding you. That's right. Trainwreck's platform, Kick, was recently in the crossfire because one of its biggest content creators was playing porn to an audience of children. So when I say that Kick and Trainwrecks have been mired in controversy, I'm not exaggerating even a little bit. And apparently, throughout this whole process, some beef formed between Trainwrecks and Hasan. And what we are about to watch is them hashing it out in the arena of ideas. And we're going to see exactly where this goes. Because, like I said, I've not seen it, but I've been told that it gets very funny. So, without any further ado, join me, your lovely host, Demon Mama. Don't forget to press like and subscribe because you know you're going to want to see more of my stuff after you watch this video. And we're going to settle in for a fantastic show, okay? Let's do it. Let's do it.
You're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate.
Which brings me to the point where Train is talking to Will Neff.
It already? How are we gonna even get to that point? That is a spicy opener. All right, let's go.
About the
did I mention that this is being hosted by XQC, who last I checked, XQC was the #1 streamer on Twitch by pure numbers. XQC is almost unimaginably famous in the streaming spaces, and he decided to host this deranged debate. So this is a absolutely wild triple feature, and of course now you're getting to watch it with the best streamer in the world, Demon Mama. I know you don't believe me yet, but you will. Let's continue.
Charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hasan and then calls out Train for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? You remember this happened like this week?
He knows what. Yeah, he knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd be very
branch,
helpful,
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding the socialism in which Hasan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms.
Oh no! It's already starting. It's already going to be a hypocrisy argument right out the gate. Okay, so let me just tell you, one of the things that whenever you're talking about communism or socialism with let's call it people who aren't like actually all that politically educated, one of the first things that they will always do is they will break out this argument. And it's an argument that is often depicted in a famous comic. People call it the Boers comic, okay? Let me see if I can show you the comic real quick. I can bring it up here in just a second, okay? Hold on. This is the comic right here. Hold on. I'm gonna get it in beautiful HD so that we can just take a look, feast our eyes right on it, okay? Here we go. This is the comic that this is what the argument often boils down to. We should improve society somewhat. Ha! Yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. Now, this comic has made a lot of people angry because that's the only argument they know to argue against socialism. They basically say, you think we should be socialists, and yet, you don't give all your money away for free, huh? Why is that? You think we should be socialists, Oh, you think we should have universal health care? Well, why don't you pay for my toe fungus surgery, huh? And of course, it's an incredibly dumb argument, and everybody can recognize that it's a dumb argument, but it works on dumb people. And dumb people who use that dumb argument get very mad when you tell them that their argument is dumb and you point out how their argument is dumb. Unfortunately, it appears that Trainwrecks is opening the gate with the dumb argument. Oh, you are a socialist, but you don't practice socialism. Okay, I'm gonna make a guess here, and I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say that he's not practicing socialism because he isn't personally paying the medical bills of every person in his neighborhood. That's gonna be like, I think that's the tier of argument. Here's my first prediction for the night. I think that's the tier of argument we're gonna get tonight. Let's find out.
With together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, and one of the things I'm gonna do throughout this stream is I'm gonna try not to over pause because this is a long debate, but I'm going to try and extrapolate on certain arguments with my own commentary if I feel like I differ significantly from Hasan's position, because we might differ. Let's continue.
Out.
Unless Hasan doesn't feel that way.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am very that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relationship to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is. And it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity, okay? I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been...
Reverse Flash in YouTube chat says that ends up being Train's whole argument. No, don't spoil! I mean, I can predict these things as if, like, you have to understand, when it comes to debates with right-wingers on communism and socialism, I'm basically like those guys from Dune, the navigators, where they can, like, they're like a giant brain floating in a vat, and they can predict the future and bend space-time to see what's going to happen in the coming days. That's basically me when it comes to these types of arguments. The moment I see a political debate happening, I can witness all of the paths. They go like, I have like a moment where I'm like, and then I can see all of the possible paths the argument can unfold on, and it's almost always like 2 options. Oh God, here we go. Let's go.
Been fairly consistent on that as well, with respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay, so you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees social...
Okay, Tarpalicious says you did kind of predict it, but you didn't actually correctly assume the level of stupid. Okay, so if it's stupider, then if you're a socialist, why didn't you buy healthcare for your entire neighborhood? Okay, hold on. Then hold on. Let me see what's worse than that. If you're really a socialist, why don't you give your money away to your chat? That's the only thing I can imagine as being like more stupid. It's like, if you're really such a socialist, why don't you give all your money away to your chatters? Okay, so that's No. No! You can't be serious! No, you can't be serious!
Socialism and the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Trent, do you agree with what he said? Did you know what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production.
I
and
did
the
not
worker
pre-watch. I haven't even watched clips from this. I swear to God, I have not pre-watched this. I haven't even watched clips. I was most excited because I was going to get to watch a debate that I hadn't heard. I'd only heard people say, you need to see this, Demon Mama. Demon Mama, you need to check out this debate. It's incredibly ridiculous.
stuff and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, we should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So
Yeah,
I would agree
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community to show that these systems...
Oh, no! No!
Can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point. And it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it. But
do you understand that
if cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that has still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, like, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard.
Is XQC a moderator? Yeah, XQC is ostensibly supposed to be the moderator here.
Like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has
That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist. So if you moved your
that doesn't even make any sense. Why would you lie about what you believe in order to be fairer to the system that you feel has trapped you? Like, Hasan's opening argument was that capitalism has subsumed our life so much and it's horrible. That argument doesn't make any sense. You should lie about your actual beliefs so that I can feel more comfortable about the system I believe in. That doesn't, Okay.
Ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to, you know, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? You know, if you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It makes sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Oh, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be while justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your
He's literally doing the comic that I just showed you. Yet you participate in society. Okay, like, I know that I don't have to explain this to most thinking people, but did you know that, like, non-capitalistic models in the United States are actively fought against by the current legal system? Like, for example, not just the legal system, the financial system. Did you know that banks are objectively, it has been studied, that banks are significantly less likely to give money to co-ops because they don't feel like they're going to get a big enough cut out of a co-op? So our current established system, banks sitting on mountains of money, won't give loans to co-ops because those co-ops don't agree with the bank's ideology, which is more money to me now. So it's very difficult to get co-ops off the ground in a system that allows banks to hoard wealth endlessly and do whatever they want with it with no intervention whatsoever. Let me give another example. Did you know that that there are a myriad of laws that prevent you from doing certain things with your property? Like, for example, you can't just turn your, if you have like a chunk of land, you can't just turn it into a shelter for homeless people. Even though those homeless people might be dying in the streets, you will be busted on a myriad number of laws that prevent you creating a encampment. So even if you desire to fix the world in that means, there are laws in place to ensure that the only occupancy types that you can do are profit-based, that you have to become a landlord. Now, I'm not saying that all the laws are perfectly ironclad in every situation, but what I'm saying is the system in the status quo is stacked against anyone who tries to change. So advocating and acting are often things that have to be done differently. You have to advocate for what you believe in, and you have to find very difficult strategies to implement what you believe in. Here's a great example. Tarpalicious in chat says, in my very small city, we started a food share on Sundays in the park, and now they're trying to make it illegal to feed people in the park. And I bet they're using like sanitation law to do that, right? It's very wild. Think about how, God, there are so many ways that the laws in this country are designed to drive you into capitalist behaviors regardless of your beliefs. This is why it's remarkably dumb to try and be like, oh, you participate in society, a society that will punish you if you don't play by its rules. Playing by some of the rules will be mandatory if you want to have any chance whatsoever at breaking that society. Total rejection of society, leaving and hiding in a forest, which, by the way, did you know that oh my God, I wish I could tell you about this. Did you know that people who try to leave society and go and live in the wilds often end up arrested or institutionalized, almost as though society literally refuses to let you leave it? that if they let people leave, they know that people will go and live their lives outside of the system. Kind of deranged that we have a system that requires that you be imprisoned, that finds ways to imprison you so that you have to participate in the society. This is the problem with the coercion of imperial capitalism, which we live under. We live under imperial capitalism, a capitalism that is captured and is purchasing everything, that is chopping up what remaining public space exists and turning it into private space. They won't even let you be a cave hermit. Literally, they won't. Obviously, some people get away with it because they manage to remain they manage to remain hidden. But you can get... There are rules and laws, there are camping restrictions that are totally arbitrary that have been invented for all kinds of reasons that prevent you from escaping the system. Everywhere you turn, the system does not want you to escape. The system wants you to be a good capitalist, to show up to the wagey cagey, and to work until you die. And when you die quickly so that you're not expensive.
Community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like
that's great.
To me, that's
That's a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Fear and Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think
that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give of, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets, that example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free? A society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope.
No, dude. No. Not even close. Not even a little bit close. Oh, no.
In a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. You understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not.
What
about
is it
opening up a
about?
hospital.
Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part in America. If we were to implement that program, right? Taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself as a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it.
Are you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say something real quick. The healthcare industry is like so much larger than Hasan. The healthcare industry it's an unimaginable amount of money, even to the multi-millionaire gambling child gambling peddler Trainwrecks. The healthcare industry is a trillions of dollar industry with thousands upon thousands of hospitals. It is insane. You can't even provide healthcare for your team without stepping into a capitalist thing. If I wanted to provide, let's say I was a multimillionaire and I wanted to provide all of my team members, all of my mods, all of my whatever with healthcare, I would have to buy health insurance. I can't even tackle that because that is a system. It is a nation level, almost larger than nations at this point because of multinational corporations, healthcare corporations that are so enormously large that tackling them requires collective action. You can't just fix the healthcare industry by buying into health insurance for your fans. That doesn't change anything. It only means you're losing money and giving it to a private industry that's going to make things worse for you. This is exactly what Hasan was talking about how the legal and financial systems work together to trap you into capitalism. I can't even believe that he's making this argument. I can't even believe that Trainwrecks can be that thoughtless.
System, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen guys,
you can't implement a hospital on a small scale. You can't. What are you supposed to do? If you have mods who live all over the country, what are you supposed to do? Open a clinic in every one of their towns to ensure that you can't, that's impossible. You are boxed out. Not only can you, there's so many layers on which you're boxed out of this. Not only are there are laws about the creation of new hospitals, you can't even enter that. This is part of the reason why, of course, if you go further to the left than a socialist, you start getting conversations with different types of interpretations of leftism. People who acknowledge that in order to actually change the world, you will often have to act outside of the law. And that's because in many cases, the law prevents you from ever making the change that you would need to make in order to change the world. That the law will never change because the people who wrote the law don't want it to change because it benefits them. Think about how much, medical industry lobbying there is. How many laws have been directly bought and paid for by the medical industry lobby? How many restrictions and regulations and rules that are only selectively enforced? The healthcare system is so corrupt that they freaked out when Obama suggested a temporary step forward like Obamacare. Obamacare made people go deranged, a small and common sense change to the healthcare system. Remember that there is a political faction in the United States right now that thinks that we should bring back pre-existing conditions. For those of you young enough and blessed enough to never have had to live into the world of pre-existing conditions was a thing that used to exist in American healthcare, where if you had certain types of sickness, you could be denied healthcare coverage, provided that sickness was pre-existing the healthcare you were trying to sign up for. So think about it like this. You get sick, you get cancer, and then you change jobs, and you go to your new job, and you try to get insurance, and they say, you got cancer under your old insurance. That's a pre-existing condition. We don't gotta cover your cancer. We're not signing up for that. That used to be legal in the United States, and there were some things that were considered totalizing pre-existing conditions. For example, being trans. At one point in America, being trans was considered a disqualifying pre-existing condition. You could be declined coverage outright because you were trans. You know what else was a pre-existing condition? Pregnancy. Yup. Diabetes. Deranged. Trainwrecks is just so uninformed. It's unbelievable.
Works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays into it?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about.
No, dude, that makes no sense. What are you talking about? Just create a system? What are you talking about? He's asking you how you would create that system, and you have no answer.
That's what implementing. That's what the actions over the words means. When you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand? I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. What you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
Or taxes on the other hand. Insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding, some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare, revolves around.
You know what? You want to know what would be blackpilling as hell? Seeing how Train's chat is reacting right now. If you could go and see what Trainwrecks' chat is saying about this conversation, I bet it would make you lose hope in humanity. Because there are probably hundreds of thousands of people sitting in Train's chat that are like, yeah, dude, yeah. They're literally, because it's like, for them, it's like purely team sports. So they hear Train say the dumbest shit that you've ever heard. Him be like, oh, just make a system, 5ed. His argument, literally, okay, how do you make that system? Just make it. Just make the system, 5ed. Just make it. And they're like, yeah, bro, yeah. Thank you, Louis boy. Thank you very, very much for the COP 4000. Thank you very much.
People paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of, adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. You and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think.
I do, yes.
Okay,
healthcare is, I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So,
I believe
absolutely.
Our education system.
How do you get to free healthcare? How do you get to free healthcare when you have a healthcare industry that will lobby the hell in silence? Because keep in mind, we live in a post-Citizens United world. We can't even track the amount of money that is being given directly to politicians by corporations. Massive corporations will give unaccountable amounts of money behind closed doors to politicians to pass laws that favor them, to make sure that you legally cannot change anything, to make sure that they can do the most deranged shit you can possibly imagine. Do you guys know how much money is skimmed off of the top of the medical system? Like, I'm talking that the actual cost, including paying doctors, including paying for medicine, of most surgeries is like a fraction of the charge. They will charge you $3,000 for part of a pregnancy situation, which is so far above the actual pay that the doctors, the nurses, and the medicine was, because they're for profit. They're scraping you out. And that's legal in America, to scalp people for necessary medical things. Deranged. The charge list, oh God, it's so complicated. It's so it's so unbelievable. And as we know, healthcare workers are underpaid as hell.
It's completely backwards. I believe we should be.
Yeah, some people in chat are bringing, a Puerto Rican musician is bringing up the skin-to-skin contact fee, that you will be charged like $60 to $100 for holding your baby after a pregnancy, just for that, because they can invent whatever they want. I have gone through and sorted through my medical bills in the past. I've been involved in financial conflicts with medical agencies. I had an anesthesiologist try to double charge me. They charged the hospital, and they were also trying to charge me because they knew that a lot of people would just pay the bill and never know that it was already paid for once. They tried to get it from my insurance and from me, a literal double bill. And they can just go, oops, it was an accident. Whoops. And there's nothing you can do about it because the laws have been made to make it so you don't have any rights. Disgusting.
Encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education system.
So
right?
how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that
deranged,
system. Since
tiny
we don't have that
I'm
tax
sorry
system,
about that.
Taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're
right?
saying you want to start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that?
That's not. No, it's not. It's just. Okay. But so it is nice. It's not socialism. That's not socialism.
The wealth.
But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea.
Train's idea of what he thinks socialism is when Twitch streamers, most of whom don't make any money at all, by pure statistics, the vast majority of Twitch streamers don't make any money at all, and even less of them make a profit, and they're all independent contractors. Twitch streamers don't even get healthcare from their own fucking company. Twitch streamers are contractors. We're gig workers. This guy's insane. Trainwrecks might just be one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. I haven't reacted to a conversation this dumb in a million years. This is incredible. Oh, it's a level of stupidity I had forgotten existed.
It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism, is it not?
Yes, you're right.
And the only way you do that is by dismantling the status quo in the binding imperial status quo. You have to break that apart because they are reinforcing and influencing one another. And this guy just thinks, oh yeah, a bunch of random Twitch contractors should suddenly become experts on medical health, should try to put together a hospital, a universal hospital system. It's deranged. It's so stupid and so impractical. And just remember, oh my God, just think of, oh God. We have, this shit makes me black pill. This shit makes me so black pilled that like capitalist motherfuckers get away with saying this shit all the time and don't get, so I get roasted for every take I have, every single opinion I have, most of which are very small scale and do not have like overarching claims. I get roasted, and these motherfuckers make millions of dollars for talking like this. Oh my God.
But by your logic, then, you know, charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the
situation.
existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well. And
by the way, let me give you some perspective, because remember how I said that I was going to extrapolate on positions where I differ from Hasan? I don't actually think the only path is through the government. I don't think that the only way to improve the healthcare system or to work towards a communized healthcare system is through the government. I actually think that there are a number of tactics that you can do to engage, to break down the system as it exists. Like, for example, this is purely hypothetical. If there were tactics that you can engage in that would destroy, undermine, or break the current status quo, which would allow alternatives to form, since, think of it like a forest, okay? The currently existing status quo is like a tree that's casting shade below it, and it makes it so that nothing else could die, or nothing else can grow. Everything underneath it can't get any sunlight. If you could find a way to chop that tree down, all of a sudden, alternatives would begin to rise that don't look like that tree. And that tree took a long time to build. It takes a long time to build a giant forest of mega corporations that have a gridlock on IP. And as it turns out, it's not just through government that you can cause these trees to fall down. In a purely hypothetical sense, there are ways. Jesus, somebody just fired like a huge firework outside. Anyway, there are ways in which perhaps we could find ways to break down these trees so that alternative systems could be tried, so that alternative systems could rise, and those systems might do a better job. Because keep in mind that if you can't climb the tree trunk of the giant tree, aka if you don't have money, you don't get care right now. We know that insulin can be produced for cheap, but because of the pre-existing status quo, the large tree, insulin has to be bought from a small set of pharmaceutical providers who have a chokehold and can charge out the ass for it. For example, there's some examples. So it's not just that I mean, Hasan is an electoralist. At the end of the day, he's a statist. He believes that the only way is by having the state basically change the forest for you. But I think that there are ways that we can disrupt the trees of the forest to allow other things to grow, and that we can find ways to grow those other things that defy the trees, so to say. Make sense? Naphematics with the $25. Hey, Demon Mama, thank you so much for all the incredible work you do. I haven't been watching for long, but I appreciate your takes and your energy so much, and you genuinely make me feel like we can make it. We can make it, and what's even better, we will. Just remember that. The odds, even when there is terrifying things in front of us, the odds are stacked against our opponents. We have the mandate of heaven on our side. Or in this case, the mandate of hell. Thank you very much. We absolutely will make it. Lil Lily with the $5 says, hey, Demon Mama, love your streams. You said they tried to double bill you. How do I make sure that doesn't happen to me under my nose? Screw American healthcare. Be very meticulous. Always keep and check all of your medical bills. It doesn't take long to scan your medical bills and make sure that you're being charged for things that they actually did. And also just keep the paperwork. Before you do anything else, make a folder. Like tomorrow, buy yourself a little folder, you know, like you would use in school. And anytime you get a medical bill, put it in that folder. Double check it and then put it in that folder. Just keeping good records will make sure that you catch discrepancies like that. I am a very, very meticulous record keeper. I keep all my bills, I keep all my receipts, and when I catch something that's off, I can test it. Now, sometimes that process is very annoying, but you can't even engage in the process of contesting an unjust bill if you don't know it exists. So keep your paperwork organized, keep it all in one place. I personally have a little filing cabinet where I sort all of my stuff like that. It's a good idea to do, and you'll thank yourself for it. Hopefully that answers your question. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Utilize my community to go vote.
I do think Hasan says that you can change things by unions and organizing and mutual aid. For example, he does donate and speak at many union events. I do think you're right that he feels the state is the mechanism. Yes, I think that generally Hasan believes the state is the mechanism for change. I don't believe that. But I do appreciate, by the way, I'm not saying that I 100% disagree with Hasan. I obviously like Hasan a lot, even despite our differences and despite the fact I've criticized him for some of his takes in the past and will continue to do so in the future when it's necessary. But yes, I do appreciate he participates in other projects. Let's go.
I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replace.
You can't. The way that he's advocating does not work. Like I said, the tree is blocking out the light for all other options. You can't get health care for your employees without buying an insurance plan, because that's the way the law works in America. The way that you get health care coverage is through a private insurance company. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that in America. You don't have any other alternatives because those alternatives are not allowed to exist.
Or replicating the tax system. You understand? Like, the action needs
you
to
do
be
realize
like,
countries have socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake up moment for the minds of millions of Americans. But it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Wait, what I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system and pointing to that, and yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected, and yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is.
What Trainwrecks is actually saying right now is basically equivalent to, if you can't send a mouse to the moon with a backyard rocket, how will we ever send a team of people to the moon? Yes, that is that is a very funny way. That's a very funny way of analogizing his argument. But yes, he's basically saying, if you can't build a new healthcare system from scratch in your backyard because the healthcare system is spread across like thousands of hospitals, a handful of pharmaceutical mega capitalist conglomerates, and a geographic area the size of a fucking quarter of the world, then, well, you know, I guess we should just give up then.
When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay, that's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about it.
The charity part is disingenuous to be presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold, like you think he is. When he
so what socialism is, so the socialism is
labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not but I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
actually, unironically though, I bet Hasan pays an insane amount of taxes. Independent contractors, like small business owners, which Hasan is, even though Hasan makes a lot of money because he's a single or a small proprietor, the taxes on that is huge. Like the taxes that I pay being an independent contractor are insane. You have to understand that the most lenient taxes in this country are on stock trading, on financial gains. Financial gains have the most lenient taxes in the entire country. They only pay like 15%. The rest of us have to pay anywhere between 25 and 30%. And you want to know why that is? Because of lobbying. Because the financial giants who have billions of dollars to spare use it to ensure that the laws never increase the amount of money that they have to pay. Kind of demented, right?
Keynesian economics that's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that, you know, billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen, but unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then you know
I didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer. And the charity aspect, right, which provides that system would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the financial
real charities at the top of the hour.
Everybody knows that works, though. That's the stupid thing. Everybody knows it works. Every other major developed nation in the world, every other large capitalist economy in the world has already passed socialized healthcare and knows that it works. There are deeper problems here in the US than people not knowing it works. There are deeper problems than just vote five-head. We know that. Thank you very much, Alora. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Here, the luxury
where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered, to push that, we need that kind of stuff.
True. Any gifters in chat? Anybody who, just remember, your likes, your pressing the subscribe button and ringing the bell, and your generous donations keep this stream going so the signal remains strong. And I know that you all can hear the signal. So, if you want to support the channel, press like, press subscribe, and consider throwing a little bit of money my way for this free and viewer-supported show. Let's continue.
Right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
Yeah, this is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is, right? So that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a domino effect. There's
because what he's talking about is just charity.
Discordant Vol with the heroic 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, Discordant Vol. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you very, very much.
Which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not, it's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities, all right, obviously. That doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solve the issues,
listen,
the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay, take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. This is this, ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America. And we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I think that is doable, certainly. It's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually just like...
I'm experimenting. If 1.5 speed is too much, I'm going to try this because this is a really long debate and Trainwrecks talks really slow. So I'm going to test this on 1.5 speed and we're going to see how it goes, okay? He does keep saying charity and replacing it with the word system. I will note that from people in chat. But yeah. I don't care. XQC doesn't have anything to add here. XQC is just being no offense to XQC, but he's being a moderator and he's barely moderating. I just want to see if this is going to be acceptable. If it's really annoying, just tell me. But I feel like Train talks so slowly. I would prefer it on 1.5. So let's find out.
Like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And
Piftle Cakes with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much, Piftle Cakes. You are a legend. Thank you very much.
Here so far, almost like 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's right for each individual, right? It's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it.
That's not okay, but making a charity is not a system. I mean, it's a system in the loosest definition of the term. Yes, just like anything that you choose to do in a repeatable pattern is a system. But just saying found a charity that gives money to your chatters, that is not solving any sort of systemic problem. In fact, it is only alleviating certain concerns and actually only pays in to the currently existing healthcare system. I feel like he's trying so hard here to sound smarter than he is, and he just won't acknowledge that that's not actually, like, saying it's a system doesn't actually mean anything in and of itself.
Right, so we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
In this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right? So why
again,
Hasan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think that he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism. That's not what he preaches. Yes. Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the dude, you haven't donated this much. Hasan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't. I'm confused.
Oh my God, what?
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are depending on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you. As far as like maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who, like, at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay? And the only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard that's on Twitch, that can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right? We don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect.
Arguably you do. Your income is skimmed off of, not on Twitch, it's just chopped right up. They just chop it right in half and take half of it and leave you with basically nothing. And what do they do with it? They pay their CEOs. They pay their CEOs, many of whom also donate a ton of money to make sure that you have to keep being a contractor, ensuring that they can keep screwing you however you want. So yeah, in a certain way, you do pay a tax to Twitch. You do pay a tax to Amazon. It just doesn't get to go towards anything that you want because you don't got the power, bitch.
Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally as
you have to understand you're describing a charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like that's the charity that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
No, it's a separate program, right?
Okay, it's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. Do you understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe. That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is, or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally,
it's not about it's about taking a percentage of your wealth, like you preach, the rich should do, and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So if,
But oh my God, this is so dumb. Train is like, he's on like a broken loop. He's like an NPC with a broken dialogue tree. He's just repeating the same thing over again. And Hasan is desperately trying to get through to Train that all you're saying is do more charity. This does not solve the healthcare problem, which is what he's advocating for. This does not solve economic inequality because of labor exploitation, which is what socialism is about. Hasan can only do so much. He has to advocate for a better system so that it changes.
you understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay? Okay. So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call... I believe the Giving Pledge, which is, it's a, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we play it on Twitch and
everything? Yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm going to talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh, shit.
The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is promised by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way
they run the charity. They pick the charities. The charities are heavily influenced by their decisions to go towards the causes they care about. These charities often give money to other companies that are owned by the people that they're buying from. So, for example, think about it like this. Imagine that you're a rich person and you form a charity that... like pays doctors or that pays for certain medicine. But then the charity that you created to pay for the medicine buys medicine exclusively from a factory that you own. Now you've created a charity that does give medicine to people for free, but they do it by buying from you. So you've essentially found a way to cheat your taxes and pay as little as possible. You lose a little bit in the process, but not as much as you would if you were paying your taxes. That's how a lot of these charity pledges work between rich people. Seriously. It's wild. Tax evasion. Classic.
It can look like they're giving back while, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from what they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity, right? Even if this wasn't, even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well. Okay. This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hasan, I think I got you again. He feels like if you want to englobe what socialism as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And
yeah, Hasan, you bastard. Why don't you just assemble an army of your Twitch chatters, take over part of LA, and turn it into a socialist republic? If you don't mobilize your army of Pepe posters in your chat to take over a neighborhood of LA by force and turn it into a small socialist nation, you're just basically a hypocrite, basically. You're basically a hypocrite, basically.
Instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radical ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, all the way out there. You're kind of just
By the way, this salsa that I'm eating is absolutely delicious, but it also is spicy as hell. Absolutely. Whew. These people are constantly trying to say he has to prove that he's socialist. Yes, they do that all the time. It's just the Matt Boers comic repeated into infinity.
But in the middle, in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Train thinks.
Yes, he has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities, and he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree, and yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it. It's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either, but obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hasan, you're fake, you don't practice what you preach, you don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it, and now they say I do it for clout, which of course I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do, and I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat, like there will never be charitability to anything, and I don't even expect it. Like it's just
no. This thing kept me because I said I do charitable stuff.
I actually don't know what types of peppers are used in this. This is a as you can tell, this is a massive tub of salsa. It's from one of our local favorite Mexican food places, and it is one of the most delicious salsas that I've ever had. We order these giant tubs from there all the time because it's so good. It is, I think it's got like 2 or 3 different types of pepper in it, but I've never actually looked at the ingredients list. It's amazing. It's so fresh. I love it. I'm like just eating so much of it, and I'm starting to get like sweaty, so I apologize if I'm all like, whew, because it's hot. If I could describe it from a 1 to 10, as far as salsas go, this is like a 8 on the salsa scale. Maybe an 8.5. It's one of the best salsas I've ever had.
Whatever, because in terms of education,
spicy-wise, spicy, this is like, I would say this is like more like a 5 or a 6 spicy-wise, but I have had a lot of very spicy food. It's spicy, but it's not unbearable. So I would say like a 5 or a 6. Not that bad. It's spicy because I am trying to talk on a stream, which means my mouth is burning every time I talk, but it's not like the most spiciest ever. It's just really delicious. It's so fresh, it has so much vegetables in it. It's amazing.
It's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it, and they validate the amount or not, I think it's just to talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, somebody that was
Ron's KFC with the $10. Thank you so much. Don't mind me. I'm just hiding my tax money. Don't tell the government that. Thank you very much.
By one of these things, when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they'll do the same thing, and there's bundle effect.
Thank you, Erika.
I do believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things, when they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. It's a domino effect, and the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's how it is. That's my perspective. That's my view on it. But I don't think I still don't think that's socialism, though.
It's not. I don't think you're you would say you're a socialist, or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations. The rad.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well, I also personally give you an example.
Dude, you can't just say the word system. That's not an argument. Saying the word system over and over and over again, it means nothing. So apparently, as long as you call it a system, the American healthcare system is doing what you claim it is, because the American healthcare system is a system that gets some people healthcare. So I guess it's a system, right?
I gave you an example of like a commodity production or creating something.
Yeah, Fortnite, you've been spending too much time over on VGG. You're roasted. Roasted.
Something new and different that in the form of like the podcast, it is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree? Everything you've mentioned that you do, that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from. Don't you think that's
yes.
Just a little distant?
Yes, no, that's literally, okay, see, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's like you're making a business, right? And you're
no, that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems.
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train, you literally, okay. There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, okay, is a cooperative corporation, okay? That is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue, okay? That is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay, that is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or
Okay, so how does that work?
Call it charity?
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad-heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can't because you're binded by contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not pay I'm referring to you bring the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators?
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators. Okay. It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use it as a job opportunity. But there is a compensation mechanism but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your ad deals.
Hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying.
I was saying play your minute ad and juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with, where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I'm routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors,
but not your moderators.
But okay, part of the thing that Train seems to be missing is that I think he thinks that Hasan owns Twitch.com. Hasan is an independent contractor, a successful independent contractor, but an independent contractor nonetheless. If Hasan stopped streaming on Twitch, there wouldn't be anything there at all. Like, he streams presumably not just because it makes him money, but also because he likes doing it. We only have like 3 streaming systems to choose from. All of them are definitively capitalist, and all of them make us be contractors. We don't have much ownership over the systems we participate in. You show up as a willing worker, quote unquote, a willing contractor, and you get to choose from YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Those are your ones you get to choose from. And all of them have different issues, but you don't have any say because you don't get ownership. You are just a contractor. You're a gig worker.
Same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because,
do you think Hasan is the hottest Twitch socialist? Socialist, yes. Communist, no.
Not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as like no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay, that is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make
I'm the hottest communist.
Make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in
followed by a streamer who has been on an extended break by the name of Acelaces, aka Doe. That's the next one.
Doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know my train is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Okay, it seems like
so
this topic.
One thing that you need to.
Is it what I pay my mods? Is that way?
Well, I don't know, but one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy. Because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value. They're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, eventually we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right?
I'm sorry,
there are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that
Doe might stream again sometime in the future, but right now Doe is busy doing all kinds of other things. Doe is doing research. Doe is reading and writing a ton. Doe has been very, very busy doing all kinds of different things, and it's doing very well, I assure you. I promise you, it's doing great. It might stream again in the future, just not right now.
Is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance,
Oh no! Oh no! Accidental Marxist train! No! No! He didn't even know what he was saying, but he became a Marxist! Oh! I can't believe it! We came all the way around to Train going, yes, but who gets to decide what fair compensation for your work is? Who gets to determine the value of your labor? Oh!
There is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that...
By the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I'm very confident in. Okay? It is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it. But it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand. Like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking Trainwrecks. Okay.
True! Hasan, okay, guys, I'm gonna be, just hold on a second, everybody. I'm putting on my Hasan Stan hat. A very rare hat indeed, but it's absolutely true. There is basically no streamer even close to Hasan's level that gets the amount of deranged scrutiny that Hasan does. And it's only because Hasan has a non-status quo political opinion. Because Hasan argues for a system that is different than capitalism, all of a sudden, they're digging into his personal life. They interrogate every decision he makes in his personal life. They interrogate all of his pay structures personally. Nobody does this for anyone, even when it's relevant. Keep in mind, you could ask a lot of very interesting questions about how Train makes his money and how Train sources his income, some of which we already know are deeply unethical, such as getting paid tens of millions of dollars from a single betting company in order to sell gambling to literal children and create new gambling addicts. But nobody gives as much scrutiny to Train as the number of people who dump scrutiny onto Hasan. It's just true. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't reasons I have criticized Hasan for various things in the past, but the amount of personal scrutiny that he gets just for being an outspoken socialist is deranged. It's deranged.
Okay? And he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in, and I advocate for, and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I'm actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake, it's that there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like, there's certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism's okay.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, because you can't. Socialism is a way of running socialism is a way of running a nation. It's a way of running a country, not a nation, a state. It's a way of running a state, okay? That's what socialism is. You can't apply socialism to your Twitch stream in which you're a contractor. That's stupid. That's not what it's about. It's a advocacy for how a state should be organized.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like, I just spent the past hour where you peered into, like, literally the minutia of my operation, looking for, like, different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of, like, listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there's
the
areas
reason why people question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about the aspects of socialism and that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk about
No. It would make more sense if people were interrogating who he was voting for based on what he advocates. And by the way, you could argue that other types of leftists, you could argue that anarchists, you could argue that super hyper moral woke scoldy types, you could argue that communists, it would make more sense to criticize them for not organizing their communities in certain ways than it does to criticize Hasan, because Hasan is pretty explicitly a state-focused socialist. He's very explicit that he thinks that the way that you achieve this is through electoral pressures and convincing politicians to change the system. They keep doing, it's literally, this whole conversation has just been vaguely gesturing at imagined hypocrisy, to borrow the words of another small streamer. It's literally all it is. They're just trying to say he's a hypocrite when he's not.
Finance and the means of production and all the money. Of course, we're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter, because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did, that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like, he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember.
Like, that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me, they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of, to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we disagreed.
I remember it, but I can't produce proof that it happened. And my chat agreed with me. So that must mean it's true, even though I can't and won't even try to produce a clip. Even though I said that it happened on a public stream and somebody should be able to source that relatively easily, I won't do it. So basically, it's fact, bro.
What else do you guys not agree on?
I was just showing a pattern of behavior, but hey, that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say, fuck it. Like,
well, no, let's
get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right?
I asked, why did you bring up about the charity for Turkey, and how did it come about? Why did you say it?
Just watch the clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over there, and you're going to click and you're going to watch it on your own with your community, and then we'll discuss when Train picks up, and not us.
Okay.
Train will start with this clip. I want to give him a chance to explain, otherwise we're going to get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
group chat.
No, match a small.
Okay, I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once. But when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Here's what there was to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. Like, what are you?
He's not going to moderate anyway. Just go on. Just
we take a 2.5 minute fucking break, and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all get back for a 2.5 minute break, and he just gets up now.
He's
That's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. Train just losing his shit at XQC here is so fucking funny to me. Why is that so funny? He's just like, oh, why are you getting up?
Having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not gonna moderate anyway.
You gotta see. You know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails. You see how putrid that is.
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay, go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about I don't know what you were talking to Will about actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit, and you brought me up. I don't know why you brought me up.
Well, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube though.
So there's the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing because by no means was.
We can't be watching a whole video. I will take
no,
your.
bro. It's like it's maximum. Like I don't even know. Like what would that be? Like 4 minutes? I'm just like
No,
the context. Bro, the context matters here. Like you took like 3 seconds of what I said. That he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3-second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone. But what is it? Okay, describe me what the clip is.
This entire stream is just XQC and Trainwrecks getting mad at each other for stepping away from stream. Oh my god.
Okay, there's nothing. There's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that like, I think he took a couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like by no means was I going in there to badmouth you. It was actually the opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was going to make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hasan to do the systems, but then since Will,
why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like I don't understand.
Yo, I'm give context to people. So the context is that, yeah. So Will brought up the fact that Hasan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of Train, we have socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Train was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a, yo, guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems, whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hasan.
Oh my god, we're gonna get even stupider arguments. Imagine trying to say that you foregoing your pay, doing a charity where you give your donations away, where you don't take donations and instead donate them to a charity for what, like nearly $1 million that he raised or something? What was the total amount that he raised? An incredible amount of money towards the Turkey, the Turkey earthquake fund. And imagine saying that's, oh God, this is gonna be so bad.
The effect of what he did is the same as.
Was it 1.5 million? Imagine just sitting there and knowing that people like you're saying that's not charity because it was crowdfunded when those people are your viewers who could have given that 1.5 million to you, but instead they chose to give it to that charity that you were sitting there hosting. You were sitting on your in front of your screen, managing and running and keeping people entertained and keeping the energy high. Oh, come on. This is so stupid.
Both possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net positive. You understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this. What a great thing I did. I did this, this is an example of what I preach. This is this. People use this as examples of things you've done. But in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially when we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable. And the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up. The intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like a, yo, I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded compared to the part of what you matched relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I mean,
this is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul,
Maoist Taoist says, by the way, Demon Mama, a socialist who is rich needs to be held to a higher standard than a rich person who is not a socialist, because we expect more from a socialist than someone who is not. I only agree with that. I agree with that with parameters, which is that obviously you, like, lefties can't hold anyone accountable, but let alone they can't hold somebody who doesn't believe in leftist values accountable. They don't believe in you. So obviously, okay, whatever. Like, it's just, I don't know. That's just like kind of a nonsense statement. I don't disagree, but I don't disagree that we should hold people who are socialists and rich to a certain level of standard, but they're definitively the only person that you can hold to a standard, because a rich capitalist will not give a shit what lefties say. Let's continue.
As a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for, the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in, I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser, because I knew that.
We're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes, and
there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
I'm so tired of this. I think I'm gonna do the topic. I guess both become like around the. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, Train meant, yo, bro, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hasan. It's a joke. Why
don't think it, there's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make?
When I originally started my contract, I thought it was, but no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen, I don't want to listen.
This is Train literally pulling, it's a banana. How much could it be? $20? See, Train has ad deals that make him like $87 million. Hold on, let's see. Let me just get the exact number. Hold on, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was off. Let me make a correction. According to Train's own words, he was paid $360 million over 16 months just from one sponsor alone. $360 million from one sponsorship alone. So this is literally Train doing a how much can a banana be? $200. Because he got paid to fucking sell gambling to children for $360 million for a year and a half. $360 million. Obviously, even Hasan is not going to make $50,000 in ad revenue from 3 days of streaming on twitch.tv. The CPM for ads is fucking trash on Twitch. That sponsor was literally him selling rigged-ass crypto gambling to children? Yup! Man, Train is fucking ridiculous, man. This Train guy, Train is such a fucking slimeball. This guy sitting on top of his fucking child gambling money, being like, 50,000 is nothing, bro. 50,000 is nothing. I make like $1 million a day selling gambling to children. You must make similar, bro, right? You must you must make, something like $500,000 a day, right, bro? Pathetic.
What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually.
Yeah, it is bullshit. Hasan is right here. This is pocket watching and it is bullshit. XQC is laughing because XQC is also equally as dumb as Train and believes most of the things that Train believes. XQC is a multi-millionaire. Like, both of these guys are infinitely more rich than Hasan, and nobody gives them shit about the stupid crap they spend their life and their money on because they don't believe in anything. Because they're just like, yeah, grind harder, bro. Sell more gambling to children, bro.
adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me.
Hey, to be fair, it's not anarchists who do that, you asshole. It's mostly tankies. It's mostly fucking turbo tankies that do the pocket watching, not anarchists. Anarchists think you're lame because you're a fucking streamer, not because of how much money you have. Sorry, but I gotta defend the anarchoids. The anarchoids are mad because, I'm sorry, if you wanted to be accurate, the anarchoids are mad because you endorse, by streaming all hours of the day, you're embracing linear time, and that is not good enough, okay? You can't be embracing linear time right now, okay? You need to embrace non-linear time. That's what the anarchoids are mad about. The tankies are the ones who are like, excuse me, your pocketbook shows that you didn't give enough to the people's army of the Republic of the United States Communists of America. You didn't give enough donations to the dangest reformist news magazine. Anyway, whatever, let's go.
I yell at them just because you're not.
What is that example? The comeback, some extreme rebuttal of.
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You gotta stop.
Brother. That blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do the exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push
it's such a disingenuous way to fucking like do an offhanded criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You know, you could have given a lot more money, and maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. Yeah. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though ultimately because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good.
You preach.
But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity, the only
reason you can't just say this is what you preach. Hasan doesn't believe that everybody needs to give all their money to capitalism or to charity. Hasan believes that we should fundamentally change the economic system, that we should do so via serious state reforms. This is just so stupid. It is literally gesturing at hypocrisy. They're accusing him of hypocrisy for things that he doesn't actually believe. There's no argument here. I didn't expect this to be this dirty, but it is. It's literally just old school, oh, you believe in something different than me, and so I'm gonna invent some random standard that you don't even believe in. Hasan doesn't go around saying that like other rich people are gigantic pieces of shit because they didn't donate enough to charity. He believes that the system itself that allows for constant wealth hoarding on a level way bigger than Hasan is fucked up and that we should change that. These are totally different things. God, it's so, oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad faith. I can't believe how pathetic this is. They have nothing. This has been circling the drain for like an hour with some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
We ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers. Listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it? They do. No, they don't. Okay. Okay.
Brother, the only reason why there was any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam, it's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money. And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to, as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dash...
No, there isn't! Oh my God! There isn't! Hasan doesn't even believe that socialists have a responsibility to contribute to charity. He doesn't even preach that. So there's no inconsistency here. These guys have made up an inconsistency that he doesn't even believe. This is spite trying to mask as moral grandstanding. It's pure spite. There is nothing else going on here but spite. It's pathetic.
Believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You're
wrong.
I don't think so.
Yes, okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things, or even like implying certain things that would undermine not my the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be. I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money, but ultimately I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not.
What Hasan is pointing out here is that he realized that people would have a very difficult time donating money to reliable organizations in Turkey. So I have to give credit to Hasan here once again. I can't believe how much I'm caping for Hasan. Take away my based anarcho card, everybody, because I'm caping for the state socialist Hasan here. But Hasan literally, by taking the time to organize that, by taking the time to put together a single place for people to actually raise money, actually made it possible for money that otherwise would have never been donated to arrive to that position. Because like he said, people don't have the ability to access these websites. They're not in English. They're not easy to access. So he created a way to mobilize money. He actually literally created a system, which is what he just said. But I wanted to explain this in full as to why I actually agree with his argument. And obviously this argument from Train and now also from XQC, the supposed moderator who keeps siding with Train, which is hilarious, are just being spiteful. It's spiteful. Their argument just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Americans don't have a Turkish bank account. Exactly. Oh, God.
Enough for you, because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical. Completely
Dude, your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together. Whether we
come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But even I am not that fucking dumb.
Listen, I responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to.
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong and you wouldn't give me that. But you have never.
Where do you want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of.
I told you applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example.
Hasan is actually 100% right here. Hasan explained his beliefs around socialism and also has, and those beliefs are obviously relatively consistent. The way that he talks about socialism has been pretty consistent for a long time. It's not like he just made it up on the spot. He explained what his beliefs actually are, and then all that Train had to say was, no, that's not what you believe, bro. Train has just been spending this entire time asserting what he thinks that what he thinks Hasan believes. Even when Hasan says that's not what I believe, he still goes, no, that's what you believe, bro. Pathetic.
Is you XQC understands what I'm talking about. You have not been charitable at all.
This has been such a pathetic showing from Train. Like, I don't have high expectations for Train, but Hasan is correct in saying that this is like it's like an attempt to just make him look bad. It's not just that he's dumb. He's dumb and being malicious. He refuses to engage in good faith. He refuses to take Hasan at even the smallest bit of his word.
Okay. Well, moderation is labor for your core moderator team. You understand?
Yes, it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not going to win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. You understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground.
What if the problem is that...
No. I've been so nice to you.
What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is? We have a dialogue. Okay, when you do
Train, read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down multiple pieces. Okay, when you
let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No, this is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it. So it's like it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No. I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well. right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like it's like my
Okay.
computer.
Okay. Socialism is
What
a
the
political
fuck?
philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single
Notice, by the way, I mean, first of all, I am not a socialist. I have been very open about that for a very long time. In the past, I used to be a little bit more forgiving with the term, and I would describe myself in some ways as a socialist, but I am not a socialist. I am a communist, is my general beliefs. That is where my belief system lies, though I don't usually use hard labels, but my belief system is in the sphere of communism. But Hasan is open about being a socialist. He believes in his mind that employee ownership is a perfectly valid path forward. And he practices that. So the idea, the hypocrisy argument here falls flat on its face. I thought they overlapped. A lot of people think that they overlap, and they do overlap to a certain degree, but keep in mind that socialism is significantly more attached to the market and the firm than communism. Socialism is significantly more attached to the concept of a state. In fact, explicitly, communism is a movement that desires to dissolve the state, that states should no longer exist as a form of organization, that we should not organize ourselves into states. A stateless, moneyless, classless society is communism, a society where people live as equal individuals, no longer striated by hierarchy. Some people see socialism as a step towards communism, but many people would disagree with that. But that's a separate conversation.
definition encapsulates the many types of socialism. Social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described?
And when I say that, I mean like Marxist-Leninists will argue that socialism leads to communism. Unionists will often argue that socialism leads to communism, like it will lead to communism. But anarchists of all types, most anarchists will disagree with that. Most Marxists will cast doubt on whether socialism can fully lead to communism, or whether socialism is an advancement, but that ultimately must be overcome and destroyed in order to reach communism. So it really depends. It really depends. Let's keep going.
Through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures, and how I have chosen to operate.
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply
allowing,
based on your own
I actually don't know what Hasan's beliefs are with regard to communism. I imagine that he is probably... he probably believes that communism will basically come out of socialism. But I personally am not so convinced of such things. There are large factions of the left that believe that socialism is a necessary step on the path to communism. I don't believe that's true. I believe that socialism still leaves so much power in the hands of private industry and in the hands of the state that it actually will impede the development of communism. But that said, I do think that socialism is, well, okay. I mean, my argument is I usually tend to think that socialism is a bit of a misnomer because it's built so heavily on capitalism that it's very difficult to extricate socialism from capitalism, that it's actually just a type of, basically a subtype of capitalism. Because, I mean, even look at this definition here. Social ownership can be public, community, collective, cooperative, or employee. Employee ownership does not necessarily entail no exploitation. And employee ownership has all kinds of structures. As we know, there are existing employee-owned companies that are disgustingly striated and do not like match the vision of communism whatsoever. For example, many companies, like hell, even a company I used to work for, when you worked there, after 6 months, you would be issued company stock. So it was an employee-owned company because all employees are issued stock. So all employees technically have some level of ownership in the company, but like your stock, it equates to like 1/1,000,000th of the company's value. You don't actually have a say. You don't get to vote on anything. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. I recognize, keep in mind, I recognize that there is a lot of not inconsistencies, but there is the way that socialism has been used as a term has changed all throughout history. But the way it's used right now, I tend to identify personally. My viewpoints align less with socialism than with communism. Yeah. I understand why a lot of people make their target socialism. I think that it can, I think that sometimes when we are dealing with systems of this magnitude, it is important that we analyze what our actual goals are and what we actually hope to implement. Because if we spend our life and our times building structures that prop up socialism, then we have another structure we have to defeat in order to get towards a world that we want more. I think that that communism and a communistic focus changes people's priorities, that it pushes people to assess their priorities in the here and now and build a project that alleviates suffering and pain in the here and now with a long-term goal that doesn't have you propping up another problematic system that you have to then break down. I don't believe that systems, I don't think that the world is like dominoes. I just don't believe that the world works like that. I don't think that you have to like progress through a tech tree. I think that you know, there's a liberal worldview that basically argues that, oh, we got the liberalism capitalism point, now we need to go to the corporatism point, oh, now we need to develop into the corporate socialism point, oh, okay, now we can go to the co-op socialism point, oh, put another point into the tree, oh, now we got the communism points. Yeah. Anyway, but let's not waste too much time on this. We want to finish this.
Giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously take as much back. They do.
Oh, okay, sorry. I said we were going to move on. Sisyphean Task says, I tend to believe we need a transitory state. We are always in a transitory state. All of life. There is no end state. There is no final state of the world. The universe is transitory in nature. The only thing that exists is transition. How we handle and what the character of that transition is all that matters. There is no true end state. Even if we were to achieve communism, even if we were to build some sort of utopian project, that utopian project would still be in a constant state of flux because the entire universe is in a constant state of flux. Yeah, so there is no true end of history. And this is sort of why I believe in a theory of persistent struggle. I believe that there will always be hierarchies that need to be disassembled. There will be hierarchies that return, or will be assembled anew, that need to be challenged and fought. I am not a utopianist. I don't believe that we will click the world over to some perfect state, ever. I think that we have to practice beliefs. We have to practice our beliefs in such a way that we are actively combating these overwhelming, highly crystallized structures that lock us into certain lifestyles. I believe that we have to resist that actively, and we have to prevent the growth of new ones. We should hack down the trees that are blocking our sun, and we should prevent the trees from growing so large ever again. That's the way that I look at things. Okay? Let's continue.
They do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when I say, hey,
of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
You've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Have
right?
you? Oh, so it's okay.
Cherry says, sorry to interrupt, but I heard you like Phantom Menace, so I gotta burn the bridge now. No, Phantom Menace is fine. People hate on the Phantom Menace too much. It has problems, but it's fine. It's not as bad as people remember it. So cope about it, basically, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Bazinga. Hey, so when you make merchandise made in fucking like Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer,
Puerto Rican musician asks, do you think we have any revolutionary potential in the United States? Of course. There is a perpetual undercurrent of revolution in the United States. I do believe there is an incredible amount of revolutionary potential in the United States. We've seen it in our time. We've seen people rise up to throw off their chains. As far as do I think that there's ever going to be like a communist party that sweeps the nation? No, because I don't believe in that shit. I think that that's nonsense. I don't believe that you can create like a mass party, like some sort of Leninist movement that will sweep the nation and install a proletarian dictatorship. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that. First of all, I don't believe it will ever happen in the United States, and I wouldn't want that to happen. A centralized party that would just seize the state and immediately start using capitalism, but for good now, is a nightmare situation. It's what happened in Russia, and it's what's happened in China, and it doesn't turn out well, as we have seen. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's continue.
You're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because, hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics for a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me? And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that.
Yeah. You're not selling false hope? Yeah, because you said what?
Oh my God, dude. Okay, let me just take a second here. Keep in mind, Train's entire grift, his entire career is based off of false hope. He plays games and he shows himself winning big as a multi-millionaire. He plays little gambling games on his stream and he goes, oh my God, I won, whoa, yeah. And then he gives away free money to people in his chat that he chooses. He chooses who gets the money. Whether it's random or not, he chooses who gets the money in his chat. He gives away literal cash in his chat to sell the idea that you could win big one day too, so long as you keep playing on stake.com, so long as you keep hanging out in my chat, you could be a big winner too. His entire grift is fucking false hope. What a piece of shit. Yeah, and sometimes it just so happens to be a Twitch employee. Oops, he just happened to give a boatload of money to a Twitch employee. Whoopsies. Bullshit.
Gambling is bad. Whoa, book. Gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because Bitcoin is
for exclusivity. I don't
get
paid
yeah. No, totally, dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake. Ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful, and now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Your positions have changed?
Killjoy says it was all but proved that he played games with fixed odds, basically nothing stopping from the company changing his odds via a link he receives that can be altered on the back end. Yes, he has plausible deniability, but he played special versions of games that were put there by his sponsorships. The entire thing was to generate gambling-based excitement in the minds of his hundreds of thousands of children watching his stream. And we all know why. We all know why they want to do that. in addition to the money that he gives out in his chat, in addition to the, oh my God, we're winning. It's a tale as old as time. We know what fucking gambling advertisement looks like. It's fucking scummy.
Oh, so have HTTP position changed?
Oh no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on TV streams have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
Yo!
That's definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
How many
point you're
days did he
bringing
get
it
banned
right
for
now is
that? Off of Kick.
disingenuous.
How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's
That's
good. I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him.
Listen,
Did he
if
get
you're
banned?
so innocent in areas you're innocent,
Did he get banned? Did he get banned off of Kick?
He did not.
He didn't even get banned for showing minors porn on Kick. That's crazy. You're one of the co-owners, aren't you? You're like one of the main people that speaks on this.
I'm an advisor. Yeah, I'm pushing for.
So you didn't advise them to fucking possibly ban the guy for showing porn to minors for a little bit?
I advised him to give a 24-hour, and I chewed him out when I called him. He can confirm this.
24 hours for showing porn directly to what a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. Train is such a fucking grifter, slimeball piece of shit. This guy has no beliefs and no principles outside of his own enrichment. I mean, big shocker coming from the child gambling guy, but come on. Let's just be real.
Okay. Well, it's great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think do you think Twitch would how would you react if Twitch literally fucking banned someone for 24 hours only? And there have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and is still in beta.
So you as an advisor and as like a co-owner of a platform can't control Aiden, but you want me to fucking tell my editor what he can and can't say. That's an entirely different point of the conversation.
You want me to govern someone that is outside of my purview, regarding my brand and as an advisor to Kick. I don't have that sort of power on Kick. You understand?
Okay.
You're feeling
I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of advisor power on Austinox. I don't think that is adequate to do either.
That is
no, I
don't.
don't. No, I don't.
You don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't expect to have that.
You and Austinox, your #1 editor and your #1 man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick. And compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick?
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick in the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch and maybe to ban gambling. And you have a little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort, or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform while you sit there having a $10 million+ contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized
I really love that you think I have a $10 million+ contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not talking about lump sums. I'm talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads every hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million easily. If you
I wish. I mean, that's some wishful thinking. But you know what that reminds me of? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing that I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're already in bad faith.
What am I wrong on? Come on, Felix, get out of here.
I mean, okay, you are wrong because you're.
Tell me what I'm wrong.
He's also wrong. You're also wrong.
Tell me what. I will address it.
One. Your misunderstanding and purposeful misconstruing of how TOS works and how it is enforced. Somebody has with a track record of how many years of streaming and how many infractions that they've had, right? And what is the nature of the infractions and the extent, and on top of that, what would
I think the nature of the infraction was pretty aggressive in regards to Aiden.
A significant amount of stuff. Okay.
Do you think deliberately showing porn to minors, even if it's your first infraction on the platform, deserves longer than 24 hours?
I think the argument that doing anything is in for minors is in bad faith. I think.
Okay. Do you think deliberately showing? Do you think deliberate? Sure, fine. Okay. You think that's bad faith? I don't think that's bad faith. They openly stated that they were minors after. But okay, deliberately showing pornographic material to your audience that you know may have actual minors involved in it. Do you think that is worthy, even if it's plus 18? Do you think that's worthy of simply 24 hours?
Well, I think it can be to some extent almost illegal.
I should have done a Maximalism stream for this. I really should have. This has gotten so funny and it's become such a slap fight, and we still have so much more to do. But I'm not. But start now? Really? You want me to do it? You want me to start midway? You want me to start midway? That feels like it feels half-hearted. Tell you what. Next debate that I'm gonna do, it'll be a Maximalism stream. People are calling for it though. People are calling for it. But oh my God. But people are calling for it. Okay, to be fair, I shouldn't turn down a reason for people to pay me. All right. It's Maximalism time. From now on, any donation of $1 or more will get you your GIF of choice on the screen. However, you must, this is the rule, you must, okay, provide the link, and it has to be to a GIF. If you donate me a link and it's not a GIF, I'm sorry, but I can't put it on the screen. The last few times I've been trying to like convert everybody's, you know, animated web Ps. No, you have to do it correctly, okay? All right, let's do this the right way, okay? It's GIF time. I'm changing the title of the stream, all right? Hold on a second. I'm changing the title of the screen now, or the stream now, to make it match more correctly. Maximalism. Here we go. Maximalism stream. We're doing it, everybody. The people demanded it, and it's time. And if I don't get a whole bunch of donations, I'm gonna turn off the stream, okay? Because, fuck that. You guys give me some goddamn donations. Let's make this shit happen, okay? Let's make it happen. Okay, hold on. I gotta make this work. Hold on. I have to bring up the chat so that I can download them and add them immediately. Where is my file? Okay, here we go. Gotta get the GIF folder ready. Where's the GIFs? Group. Okay. Here we go. GIFs. Goes over everything. No, we're gonna have it go underneath. No, we'll be fine here. We'll just have it right here. It's gonna go over everything. It's time. Now let me open up the chat here. Here we go. Now we'll be able to have it open so I can watch and we can get these up on here. All right, everybody. From here on out, it's maximalism time. I'm gonna put the rules up on the screen. Yep, let's do it. All right, let's continue. Maximalism time.
So you think it's worthy of longer than 24 hours? Because Train said he advised, which he has a lot more power over Kick, I think, than we do over Twitch. He advised for a 24-hour ban.
Yeah, I would assume that over there, not a lot of infractions have taken place yet, right? I'm playing devil's advocate, right?
First GIF has come in.
I know what even is at US. Yes, there should be a punishment for that, and it's trash, okay? Are we going to duplicate the US, how it works over here, how it works over there? I think we're operating in overall bad faith. Because of the simple thought that you try to call them out for hypocrisy over TOS, right? When in fact, the discussion over TOS was how it was enforced on a non-consistent manner back in the days when it came down to certain people doing certain things, not getting banned, and overall, right? And it just didn't make sense, right? That was the real problem, is that they said, don't do this, and here's all the limitations, and you'll get broken all the time, and it would get away with it because of multiple factors. I'm not gonna say because I'm gonna get banned. If I speak, I'm banned. Okay?
If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who got Dome, on fucking camera, that was crazy too. I think he got banned for what, 24 hours? I think. I don't know.
That was bad.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just saying that, like, you know, I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising.
Oh my god!
I hope it works, and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see what happens with Kick.
Yeah. Oh my god! Everybody, thank you all so much. I'll get these gifts up immediately.
Honestly, but that's just me.
I will go ahead, okay, and play devil's advocate and say that I think Kick people had the wrong idea of what terms of this work.
They did, and I've talked about this many times.
To a colossal way, almost like 99% of people thought, oh, this is what Kick is.
People need to understand there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand?
Base! These are so good!
Thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you understand?
Well, that's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but you know, that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. And yeah,
I think hate speech should never be allowed. But sometimes I feel like sometimes people are personally misconstruing what is a freedom of speech to try to extend it to whether it's, oh guys, that's hate speech.
They pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert, like, you know, the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting. I see it happen all the time.
Technically, hate speech is protected under free speech. Just for the record, in the United States of America, at least, it's just that private platforms oftentimes have a different level of restrictions, which is understandable. Like I said,
I'm referring to the speech that brings like harm to others.
Violence.
Hate speech is part of that.
call to actions or the pseudo call to actions are really,
Yeah,
really,
that's
really
right.
bad.
You have to be blocked by the
we should agree on
screen
that. That's just fucking
temporarily.
bullshit.
Here we
Train,
go. We're gonna
read
shrink
the
this
Wikipedia page
down.
for socialism before you come on the pod, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's a little bit better than like systems surrounding charity.
Jesus, bro, really?
No, that's not even a diss. I'm being serious. It's a definition. It's like not a difference in agreement. Or Lenin, or Marx, Engels.
Well, I think the Marx theory wouldn't help your argument. Would you agree with that? The Marxist theory wouldn't help your argument.
Oh God. Okay, what is the Okay, I have to be so bad. Can you describe what you mean by the Marxist theory?
Well, let's look it up as well.
No. Don't even look it up. Don't even look it up. I see your eyes trailing away. No. Explain it to me in your terms. I don't even want.
Like you read that.
I don't even want to. Okay, we can do that as well. But I just wanted to really hear your genuine your genuine take on what you think Marx is.
Well, let's read it like we read the other.
Okay, this is some juicy content. I kind of want to save it for the pod, to be honest.
I think the general idea of it
would be not favorable to me.
Well, I think it leans more toward putting what you preach into action instead of just leaving it in.
I have to lock everything else.
Okay. Let's not dance around it. Just pull it up. Fuck it, YOLO. Pull it up.
I'm working, everybody. I'm working.
Just what socialism is.
No, the Marxist definition of socialism. Right?
Okay, Marx's definition of socialism.
The Marxist definition of socialism is that of production for use value.
I see.
An example, direct satisfactory of human needs or economic demands. Therefore, the law of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes.
We'll finish
this is how a system should be designed.
In your perspective. Or in his.
No. His perspective is that in order to describe this, what we need to talk about is
Hold on,
the
sorry, I
economic
made a
organization
small
of economy,
mistake, everybody.
or
I'm
the
trying.
economic organization of society. Okay.
I'm working on it.
Hasan, can I stop real quick?
What?
I know you. Listen, I know you believe in all these things. Do you understand? I know you believe in them. My point is, I would like to see some action behind them so you can enact and start that change.
Okay.
Why is it being so stupid?
One of the most fundamental parts about it is coordinated
the
through
new
conscious
OBS
economic
is
planning.
causing me
Marx's production for
pain.
use is coordinated through conscious.
I'm sorry, everyone. The new OBS is causing me extreme pain because I cannot actually easily modify any of these. They're so annoying. What the hell's going on with these? Look at this shit. All this shit is like, where's my shit? Why can't I pick it? Where's my damn things? Okay, I know what I have to do. Sorry, everybody. I apologize for the delays. The new version of OBS has made adding these things remarkably different than it used to be. How frustrating and stupid. It's okay. I'll fix it now. It's okay. I'll fix it now. Don't worry. I got it. I'll overcome because I'm great. There we go. So here we go. Now I'll be able to modify these. But unironically, why did they change this? They changed the way that you can interact with GIFs and objects, and it's made it so stressful. I don't want it to be stressful. I don't want it to be boomer. I don't want to sound like I'm being a boomer here for 10 minutes while I try to figure out what the hell's going wrong with all my shit. I just want my damn maximalism stream. Give me my shit. Here we go. There we go. Now it's working. Now it's working. Now that they're all like disconnected and properly, like, let me resize them. Here we go. We're gonna cover that up. Here we go. We're gonna get this one going. Look at this stuff. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I love it. Okay. All right, everybody. All right. We got this up and running. Let me get the new ones. We have 20 new ones coming in here in a second. Let's get the stream going again.
Planning. Conscious economic planning is impossible to
conduct.
conduct.
Value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes, like that is impossible to do as a
All
singular person.
right.
There is no such
Okay, who
assessment of
did
that
this one?
because it revolves around commodity production. Now, as far as commodity production goes, or as far as like goods and services, right?
Who did this one?
Is what we provide. A lot of people will say work omega law, and they're right. We're very fortunate. Okay.
What?
Work
Who
doesn't
did
have to
this
be
one?
ruling, but
God
regardless.
damn it! Who
Now,
just did this?
If that is my output, if that is what I'm producing, the way that I can do that
I'm gonna
is
get
by,
you.
Multiple different ways.
You
right?
people are trying to
the
kill me.
capital owner will produce value, right, or will generate value by hiring wage laborers, other people to basically go out and make content, which he then will take a piece off of the top. Okay, that would be especially when you.
Some people are sending in web peas. Don't send me in web peas.
Okay,
no
like
web
Twitch,
peas.
For example, when they take a percentage of our subscription revenue that we generate, is taking a percentage of the value that we are generating for the platform. So XQC and I, for example, and yourself as well, whatever your contract is with Twitch,
I don't have a
currently okay. Well, regardless,
well, except for the premium.
Well, even if you don't have a contract with Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like if you have subscribers on Twitch,
I have a basic subscriber contract.
Yeah.
I don't have your
okay, perfect. Exactly. So when you are working for Twitch, when you are basically a very insanely high paid contracted employee. We are getting 1099 contracts at the end of the year. That's how we pay our taxes. We are contracted employees. We are generating wage. We're generating value for the platform by streaming. That is the way you do it. That is the way. Right. That is how you would do it.
And what would you say makes up our streams? What's the number one thing that makes up our entire streams? Would you agree it's chat? Would you agree it's the moderation?
Yes,
the
chat is supremely important.
On both ends, incorrect. It's the servers.
What? It's the what?
Without the servers, you can't go live. You can't broadcast.
Yes, that is actually a good point as well. Servers are important. The infrastructure is important, which is precisely why, right? The assets that were set in place for us and the logistics that were handled for us beforehand is why we decide that it is adequate for Twitch to take a percentage of this revenue.
All right, my lovely, lovely imps, we have begun the process. We've begun the maximalization process. I apologize. There have been some pretty significant changes to OBS since the last time that we did one of these. So it took me a few seconds to get it up and running, but we officially have Maximalism stream number 6 up and running, and any donos from here on out that include a GIF will be put on the screen so you can turn this into a beautiful canvas of your own making. It can be any donation, $1 or higher, and please make sure that you send me a GIF that is not a WebP. Please don't send me WebPs. They're so annoying. They don't work. I can't get them to work, okay? I need you to not send me WebPs. Don't send me WebPs. Okay. Oh, no WebPs. They hurt. They hurt so much. Okay, anyway. Here we go. Let's get this one up in the corner. True America! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's continue.
No. Wait. It's not adequate to take a percentage of sub revenue at all. The ad revenue, yes, I agree.
That's a great argument, Train. That is actually workers demanding more from the platform that is currently taking their wages.
Who is currently conditioning their workers to believe they're doing us a favor, but in reality, sub revenue is not a primary revenue driver in the business model of live streaming. So to take that is complete greed, but how to translate that into the streamer applying those values within their business models is what we're referring to, right? So that action is what I'm asking to see proportionally.
So without me streaming, there is no revenue for the platform. So I am still the primary, I guess, and there's no like socially necessary use value to streaming technically, but like if we are to consider entertainment as like an important good, I guess, or a commodity that we're producing, even though it's not like a chair in the chair factory or whatever, if we were to consider our output as a work, without me clicking the start streaming button every day, there is no value generated. Someone else might take my place, right? Someone else might take my place. Someone could become the person that is at the crosshairs, right? Someone could do that. Someone could easily do what I do. It's easily replicable in my opinion. But if there was more worker power, if there was more worker organizing, okay, if workers had more of a say on the platform that they are generating value for, we could put certain safeguard measures to stop the platform from saying you're just replaceable. Now this is called collective action.
True.
Okay?
It's basically what
wrong here. Competition, and then the content will become worse, and the viewers will get less of what they want.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that.
So, hold on. Hasan is talking now about streamers no longer being considered independent contractors as they currently are, which, honestly, in my opinion, a regulation overhaul of the way that contract work is abused. Keep in mind that contract work in America is basically a get out of responsibility free card. If you're a contract worker, basically, okay, let me explain. Contract workers is a concept that was designed basically for daily laborers. So like, imagine you have a farm and you're like, hey, I need people to pick apples today. You might not always have the same people showing up to pick your apples. You might have random people show up who are willing to work that day. So the idea is you do a handshake, they're a contract laborer. You don't have to pay for their health care. You pay them the wage that you agree upon. You say, all right, $5 a barrel of apples, and then that's that. That's what contract labor was designed to do. But now, contract labor, it has somehow ended up including people who work for Uber every single day, people who stream fucking 100 hours a month on Twitch, people who make videos for YouTube for their daily living. All of this is considered contract labor, and the laws around it are identical. So you have exactly the same amount of rights as somebody who clocks in, hundreds of hours on YouTube and Twitch as somebody who just showed up to pick apples for one day. Vorbuddy, thank you very, very much. Also, I'm going to read off the donos real quick here, just so that we get everybody the credit that they deserve, because there's been so many generous donors already. Changing this into a maximalism stream was indeed a wise choice, and I am happy that I did it. Anyway, oh my God, I'm gonna have this one sucking up Train's head. Here we go. We're gonna have, we need to make it a little smaller. Here we go. We need to make Kirby, you know, realistically Train size. There we go. All right, real quick, my lovely, lovely imps, reading off oh, actually, I'm gonna have to open this up. Hold on, let me open it up over here. Let me bring it up. Hold on. 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna read off all the donos so far. So far, we have had Vorbuddy, Ixdrums, Uncle Gumball, Piftle Cakes, Xerox, Xerox 13ster, Octavia, Maki Pocky, Mix Dizzy, and Elby, Polaire, Cobalt Swiftpaw, and Posadas John. All of you, thank you so very much. Oh, I missed Maki Pockies. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one. That's fine. I got Maki Pockies. All right, thank you all very, very much for your incredibly generous donations. Now, we just got a slew of new ones in, including Xerox and EB the Purple. Thank you very, very much. We'll get these up on the screen right away. Thank you all for donating and making this this stream possible. Thank you all very, very much. Let's get these up. We're gonna make a true work of art. Every single one of these is a work of art. And the more donations we get, the more gifts we get up on the screen, the more immortalized these things end up being. Because keep in mind, these things are legendary, and we always take a great screenshot at the end where we get to see the canvas that we've all created together splayed out for the whole world to see. And of course, feel free to go tweet screenshots of this on Twitter right now and generate more hype, because we still have a long time to go in this damn debate. So let's get going. There you go. Let's go.
No. Because the NBA player union exists, and yet I don't think you would say that there are better basketball players out there on the universe. Do you think that there are better basketball players out there that are somehow being stopped from participating in the NBA?
Well, possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, possibly, yes. But that's, yeah, you continue your argument. I don't think, like,
the NFL, the NBA, no matter how rigged it is, Omega Lol, degenerate sports gambler Andes, is still one of the most meritocratic processes that you can get to, okay? It's still about skill. It's still to a certain level about how much you put in, how hard you work, and about the skill, okay? Even if it's scripted, like sports gambler Andy say. It's just true.
Sports betting is so rigged. Sports betting is so rigged. Holy
yes, sports betting is so rigged from what I understand, and I talked about this in the video if you watch Train.
That's just wild, bro.
They will cap you. If you are actually fucking like leveraging your bets, if you're actually betting too good, they will literally stop you from betting. They put a limit. They inhibit the amount that you can bet.
That's true. Sports betting is the ultimate corruption. It's like right up there with slots. Like, sports betting is arguably more corrupt even than just raw slots because of the way that it fucks over the gamblers. However, slots, of course, has, like, the worst actual stats. Anyway, whatever.
Not rigged necessarily, but, like, it implies that, you know, there are people who could technically win a lot of money.
Wait, Twerk Alien's gone?
And they still limit it. Okay, anyway.
I think, listen. I think where you and I just disagree, right, is just the action.
Why did Twerk Alien disappear? I'll fix Twerk Alien.
That's where we disagree. That's it, right? As far as where we come down that, is that enough to put a wedge between you and I's friendship or possibility of friendship, right?
No, I don't think so. I just don't want you to. I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm like a hypocritical piece of shit. If you think that, then why would you want to be friends with me? You know what I mean?
Well, if you genuinely, right, like it comes down to what you're, right. If you know what you're doing and you're purposely, intentionally doing it, then that's when I want to be friends with you. But if this is just your belief, right? If this is the socialism you believe in, and you're acting consistently with that, I can be friends with you even if I disagree with that interpretation of socialism, right?
I think he does believe that. That's why I want you guys to talk to him.
Like, if that's what you believe in,
okay,
you believe in that, right?
Also, we didn't even like get to the bottom of the socialism thing.
Fun Bud, thank you very, very much. What an absolute
socialism sucks. Is what you said?
I think it sucks. I think people have tried it and they failed.
I think you need in between. That's the problem. Listen,
I think the worker sucks because the worker is stupid because the population is stupid. I think people are dumb as bricks. People shouldn't have it safe because the people are fucking dumb.
I think people are dumb. You and I had a conversation a long time ago, Felix, about how you were forklift certified and you worked in fucking janitorial duty.
They sleep in the lockers.
But you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties, right? You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties even though you are Pepega Andy himself. Why? Because through repetition, you figured out the perfect solutions that the manager is never going to know. These are some very meaningful ways in which workers could have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. Now, unfortunately, in a capitalist organization, a corporation decides, oh, you're more efficient. We're just going to fucking now make you do that regardless and pay you the same money.
Okay, yeah, but bro. People would sleep in the lockers, right? On their shifts. And then I would pass, and they were all sleeping in the dark. And they would say, oh, man, why the fuck would I go, man? We're unionized. I can't get fired. And they didn't give a fuck. And I thought that fucking bricked my brain forever. When I skimmed the contact with this practice, I thought, holy fuck, this is so brain dead. Now at that point, I got corrupted.
Who fucking cares? What cop-ass behavior? Why do you give a shit if your coworkers found a way to make more money from the corporation that's clearly doing fine? Cop-ass fucking XQC over here, more like XQ cop. Like, who fucking cares? Even if that was true, why would that black pill you at all? You're not the owner. The owner is clearly making tons of money. The union, people are being worked on the 8-hour work week because of an ideological reason. The 8-hour work week hasn't been necessary for fucking ever. Most industries do not need people to be working 8 hours a day anymore because of advancements in technology. It's maintained because it keeps people in line. Because if you have a society that is built around working 8 hours a day, every single day of the week, and people are constantly tied up in their jobs, whether they're actually working at their job or not, they can't do anything else. They can't organize to get better better pay. They can't organize to get better health care because they're at work 8 fucking hours of the day, every single goddamn day, and they're exhausted afterwards. It's a method, it's an ideological method of control. Fucking XQ cop over here.
I got to think of that. Doesn't matter how good of a system you can put it in. Humans will always find ways to crash it for self-benefit and smoke them out, and it will never act because the humans are inherently a dumb species. I'm dumb. I think we're all dumb. I think
Human beings are dumb, yes.
You are showing that you are dumb right now. That is true. XQC is indeed displaying that he is dumb right now.
No, here's the thing though. You worked at a factory or a facility, right?
Guys, this is why we need to.
You want to know who made the most money in that situation? It wasn't the fucking janitor that was sleeping. Every now and then he honks shoes and me's a little bit, okay?
But
and that's fine on the job. And that's seen as
stealing. This is why we need to push systems, Hasan.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Let me just make sense. Let me.
Bite-wise, Marissa, thank you very, very much. We'll get your gift right up there. Excellent. Let's continue.
Say something. So that is seen as stealing from the boss. You're sleeping on company time. Meanwhile, it is never expected of the boss to even enter the fucking factory floor ever to push a cart or
because
clean the
he built
toilet.
it. He deserves it.
Exactly. I don't agree.
What?
I don't agree because without someone cleaning the fucking floors, without someone actually pushing the carts, he's not going to make any goddamn money. That is the main point of contention that I have with a lot of people. Personally, believe that that people that build these factories deserve to take everything they can off of their profits, which is why, and by the way...
And keep in mind, this is fucking insane. The idea that every boss is the person who founded that company when most companies, most of the biggest companies in the world are functionally hereditary monarchies. You think that the current owners of the oil companies are the people who built that company? No, they fucking aren't. If at best they're the children of that. Most of the time, they're just people who work their way up a corporate ladder, often in other companies, and are now getting paid millions of dollars a year to fill a position. This is such a naive, this is like a 5-year-old's view of the world. Yeah, guys, Mr. Ronald McDonald himself doesn't need to come in and cook a burger because he's such a good clown. He founded the burger factory in the first place. How stupid.
Even if you disagree with me, that is
Extrums,
socialism.
thank you very much.
The idea that the surplus labor value that they are extracting from you is something that should at least be democratically organized. As a workforce, you should be able to say, hey man, the janitorial staff need new mops. You know, our mops are in fucking in a dire state here. You know, instead of giving that money to faceless shareholders at the tippy top who didn't even build the fucking factory. Also, workers built the factory. Remember that. It's not the fucking bosses. They never put the bricks down to build that goddamn factory. They just had money. They just had capital, upfront money. To build the factory, but ultimately,
for example, what about the people who take a risk, who put in some of their money and take a risk? They have an idea. I'm gonna make this for even though the carrot on the stick, right? The carrot at the end of the stick is profit and luxury and the good life. They still do things that they can risk and they balls deep to get there, right? And that's what makes the things that are grandiose. And what about all the countries that have these systems, right? Where nobody's rewarded for going higher. What do? Nothing.
That's really interesting. That's interesting you say that because you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, stupid argument. First of all, he's claiming that any country that implements socialistic policies fail when every country in the fucking world except for America has managed to implement socialistic policies. But secondly, I think Hasan's about to blow him out. Also, I want to note that XQC was supposed to be the moderator here, but now he's shown that he just agrees. He's agreed with Train the entire time, and now he's just the one that Hasan is debating. This was a gank. Hasan was right. This fucking was. This was a gank.
literally fucking a closer system to a social democracy that has like higher levels of socialization and higher tax rates has more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. So you're objectively wrong on that front. Not only that, but also European social democracies routinely lap the United States of America in innovation. So you're wrong on that front as well. The idea that the boss took a risk always forgets that the worker is also taking a risk. And the funniest part about the biggest as a whisk.
Every single day, workers take the risk by showing up and taking their time out of their life to do that. The risks that the workers have to do by working in that place, by taking hours out of every day, will always be greater than whoever the owner is. Because all businesses are structured like a pyramid. The owner is siphoning off the labor of every single worker underneath. Damn, it's been so long. It's been so long since we've actually had a conversation like this. And it has to be the product of like the two dumbest people on the planet being bad faith to Hasan, and then Hasan having to school them on the most basic, like, baby-brained observations about the world. This is the type of shit that can only come from people who've been raking in, like, $1 million sponsorships for the last, like, 20 years of their lives or 10 years of their lives. This is the product of just a dulled mind.
Like a wabbit, a silly wabbit. You want to know what the fucking biggest risk that the factory owner has, though? Is to be relegated to being a worker again. Because when you lose all your money in a fucking business, they don't put you in jail. They don't fucking kill you. They don't kill your family. They don't do any of those things. You just have to go back to fucking work and be a worker one more time. And the bosses fucking know that they never treat the workers well, which is why that is the major reason as to why they never want to fucking default. And that's why.
Yeah, they're scared. I don't want to be a worker again. God, no. Please don't make me go back into the wage cage. Why are the bosses so scared of being a worker? If being a worker is so good, shouldn't that be that scary? Huh?
They constantly advocate for the system that they set in place.
So by the way,
what's up?
On a more joking note, even ChatGPT agrees with me on the Gordon Ramsay event.
I saw that. I asked ChatGPT. I showed Chat the answer.
By the way, all of you who are watching right now, I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time. Please, if you would like to contribute to the stream and if you would like to help us make a beautiful last-minute Maximalism stream canvas, please throw your donations through the site chat and I'll get these gifts up on the screen. We would love to have more beautiful gifts on the screen, and I would love, frankly, to have more money. So throw it this way.
Continue. Yeah. Regardless.
Anyway, there's also plenty of safeguards with respect to owners. Whenever they do default, there's, Chapter 11 bankruptcy in numerous ways that capital owners can at the very least continue living their lives in a comfortable way. No such safeguard measures, comparable safeguard measures are ever afforded to the worker. You have to fucking, if you get downsized in a company, 400 Twitch employees were laid off today. Some of them don't even fucking know if they've been laid off or not, okay? They might get a severance package. That is entirely up to Amazon.
They shouldn't know.
They're
garbage.
No, that is entirely dependent on Amazon to make that decision. They suck. They're good. None of that fucking matters.
Wait, this is a video. I can't do this one. This is a video.
Okay.
And
basically, I can't do the one from YouTube chat. I'm so sorry.
I'm not being an asshole. I actually think that when you know you are creating value, when you know you're doing good and you're rolling, dude,
it's a video.
Well, the company sees your value, and you're hard to let go of. If you're fucking useless and you don't do shit, you get clapped. Of course you do.
No, whoever they consider to be replaceable, even though their work is fucking meaningful, but it's menial, will often be the people that they replace. And also, there's so much nepotism that operates within these fields as well. I know it's funny me saying that, but there's usually people that the managers like, because there are so many different instances where there's so many circumstances where like the best possible person is not put up for the job. Come on, that is absolutely unimaginably false. You've worked in a place, so you know that can't be the truth.
In esports, that's super hardcore true. Nepotism is fucking massive. It's
the closest place that you can, which brings me back to my point about, sports. The closest you can get to a truly meritocratic system is sports, organized sports, at the professional level. And even those guys still have unions. And that's part of the reason why they can make such demands. They can have such highly valued contracts.
True.
But never forget, if LeBron James is worth $100 million, or if he generated if he has a $100 million wage, right? Let's say he doesn't, but whatever. Yeah. His boss, the guy who owns the fucking team, is making billions.
True. Hasan does a really good job at these types of things reaching normies, even though it's clearly not penetrating either of these people's skulls. Like, XQC is completely unwilling to consider any of the things he's being told, even though what Hasan is saying is just objectively true. If every single famous sports person, and any one of them. Wait, oh, did we lose these? Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, what the heck happened there? Oh, we did lose them. That's really weird. No, these were fine. I just don't know where they went. That was weird. I'll fix that. I'll fix that, Mixed Dizzy. Hold on.
Of course, I mean,
Anyway,
these are valuable in a lot of ways, not only on the field.
Lead skulls do not understand the very obvious and very understandable arguments that Hasan is putting forward. Obviously, for every sports player that's making $1 million, they couldn't sustainably be paid that if there wasn't an insane amount of money, but we all know that there is. We all know how much money the owners of sports teams make. Owning a sports team is like an old school rich guy thing to do. You have like guys who literally own giant oil companies and then they buy a sports team because sports teams are so expensive but so lucrative that only the richest people in the world can own a sports team. So you become a millionaire via owning a million oil fields, and then you buy a bunch of sports team to become more rich than God.
When they throw into the basketball. Okay, these are valuable in terms of jersey sales, advertising, marketing, brand connection. They're a vehicle for a lot of their fucking sponsors and whatnot. That's how it is. Sometimes even some of these stars,
yeah, but the fucking owner's not doing shit. The owner just has money. That's the point. The owner's not doing the marketing. The owner's not doing anything meaningful. Elon Musk's not doing anything fucking meaningful at Twitch. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. He's just all he's doing is tweeting old ass fucking 9gag
All
memes.
you do, Hasan, is state problems when you fail to state a singular instance of a solution.
That's great.
What is
Thank
the
you.
solution?
Thank you for asking.
And you
I
say,
think that.
well, socialist system
the solution
has a
isn't
higher billionaires.
No, well, do you want me to give you an answer? Do you want me to give you an answer?
Oh, the soy rage is coming out. The XQC soy rage. So much for being a fucking moderator. Now he's having a goddamn meltdown. Also, Windleby. Oh, god damn it, Windleby. Why'd you have to make it difficult? Why you gotta make it difficult, Windleby? Why? Why you gotta make it difficult? Do you know how hard it is for me to pull shit from Discord? Do you know how hard it is for me to pull shit from Discord? Jesus Christ. I gotta get all these up already. Oh my god. Why you gotta make it so goddamn difficult, huh? Oh no, this one's a WebP. No, Fafella, this is a WebP. Okay, I'll try the WebP, but I don't think the WebP is gonna work. Oh no. I'll try it. Why you guys gotta make my job so hard? Oh. Where'd the snake go? Oh, did I cover the snake up? No, it's just gone. I gotta put the snake back in. That's so frustrating. Oh my god, it's huge, but I'll shrink it down. Don't worry. I'll shrink the snakey down. I'll put the snake over on my own shoulder over here. Boop. There we go. There's one. And then the other one that I was missing was this one. These two both went missing. So I'm going to put this one down here. And I'm going to put it right over here. And then I'm going to drop these two down here. That's so weird. I don't know why those disappeared, but who cares? Let's get the new ones in. Here we go. Here's this one. Is the WebP gonna work? Oh, it did. Hold on, I actually got it. Wait, can they accept WebPs now? Where is it? Where the hell's the WebP? I can't even find it. I can't even find the WebP. I don't think WebPs work. Sorry, everybody. You got to get me that GIF. Fafella, you got to give me a GIF. The WebPs just do not work. I'm sorry. I thought it would, but it didn't. Okay? And here's 17. No, that one's already in there, so I got to remove that one. All right, let's get back to this.
Thank you so much for asking. My solution to the current ongoing problems is by starting as small as you possibly can and creating a mechanism of pushback. Because the workplace principle of united you bargain, divided you beg is true across every facet of society. So the only way to do that is by unionizing your workplace and ensuring that you have some level of workplace protections. Now that might allow you to be able to fucking sleep on the job every now and then, but ultimately the people that actually fucking generate, zero value and yet take all of the rewards are sleeping every goddamn day, and society expects them to sleep because they're shareholders, and shareholder value is supremely important.
True,
so much so that there's
Hasan.
literally legal restrictions called the fiduciary responsibility. You have to care about improving
profit. Have you ever worked at a workplace that was unionized or not? Have you ever worked at a place that was unionized?
I worked at a place that got unionized afterwards. But I work with unions regularly, so I'm very familiar with
unionized work.
I work with unions regularly, so I am very familiar with how they operate.
Maybe call this a coincidence or
Thank you.
An empirical bias or anecdotal.
Anecdotal bias, yes.
Every place that I worked at that was unionized was absolute dog shit. Dog shit. That's what it is.
There are a lot of hidden benefits that you probably did not recognize. According to the NLRB, at least, unionization improves wages and benefits at the minimum. 10% increase.
Bite-wise, Marissa, that one is, unfortunately, it's showing as a WebP. I can't get it up except for as a WebP. Giphy is weird. I don't know why Giphy is like this. But... Oh, wait, did I get it? No, it's showing as a WebP. I'm so sorry. Please try to convert it to GIF. I don't know why it's like that. I don't get it. Sorry. Let's continue.
Wages and benefits across the board. Unionization not only benefits unionized workplaces, but unionization actually benefits non-unionized workplaces because it's still, through competition, forces other places to also improve their wages. Now, in countries like France, for example, there are such over-encompassing collective bargaining agreements that encompass the entire fucking sector that it quite literally is the reason why they have all these fucking benefits that they take for granted. Like having a retirement age at 62, which is like laughable if you consider it from, the U.S. perspective.
Can I ask you this? Go ahead. Without stirring any, without ruffling any feathers or whatever the fuck, right? So we are in agreement, right? That Twitch's, whether it stems from Amazon, its parent company or not, Twitch's splits regarding sub-revenue for its creators, whether it's the small creators, the mid-sized creators, are completely fucking unfair.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And are disgusting, right?
Absolutely.
You guys probably can't see it here, but men in unions make 1.3 million more in their lifetime than men who are not in a union. Yes, everybody knows being in a union is infinitely better than being non-unionized, which Hasan is just 100% objectively correct, that if you are in a union, you will be treated better as a worker. Also, what he said about like people expecting investors to fucking sleep is absolutely true. It is literally a societal understanding that if you are an investor person, that you live the high life. You spend most of your life fucking snoozing. You might get on your computer for a Skype call or a business call once or twice a day, and the rest of your life is watching your fucking stock portfolio go up, up, up. It's the dream of everyone to be able to make free money while doing whatever the fuck they want. And who the fuck are the people that do whatever the fuck they want while they're making money? Fucking stock trading financial assholes. You can absolutely have a second chance.
The disconnect is, right? What I feel like would be consistent with what you preach, which I agree with.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, shouldn't you spearhead at least, right? I'm not saying give up everything you have. You don't need to do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. But at least spearhead and put up, something and kind of spearhead that movement against them, even though instead you're contracted with them, so you can say nothing because you're in fear of losing the very contract.
That's not true. I'm very openly critical about this, and not only have talked to Dan directly about my criticisms, but also am a firm believer that I shouldn't be the only person that has the capability of talking to Dan about these sorts of issues.
Again, this is rich. This is rich coming from the guy who got paid $360 million from one single investor to sell gambling to kids. Everyone else on the platform, Hasan included, are fucking contractors. We have no power. Even if we get really mad at Twitch, the idea that that loosely, completely unorganized contractors can really do anything but a mass walkout, which I will remind you that if every streamer on Twitch decided to walk out at the same time, it would indeed break the back of Twitch, but it would also break the back of every single streamer who isn't Hasan. Most people can't just walk out on a platform. They have bills to pay. They have debts to pay. They have all kinds of stuff.
Were you there in the meeting with the executives or not?
No, I actually had a one-on-one meeting because I had a one-on-one motherfucking meeting with him.
Something can be done, right? But nothing's being done because...
Yeah, you thought you got me there, didn't you?
I talked to all the executives. Listen.
Yeah.
We were all there. Okay, listen.
No, I wasn't there. I had I think I had another...
Listen. You know for a fact, when they changed the sub-revenues back, right? They leveled out the total amount with you're getting better ad revs and ad incentives for your lower sub rate, right? If they said nothing, they could have said nothing about ad revs and put your sub money way up, and you would have your, guys, I got my sub rev. You would be at a raw loss compared to right now's equivalency. You would be losing
Twitch streamers now make more.
What you wanted.
Twitch streamers now make more money off of ad revenue than they would have if they just had subscribers. I personally still think that they should leave that option.
This idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the.
I don't think so. Train, I agree with you. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement.
That's like a platform saying, oh, we're gonna give you 20%, right? Which is unfair. And then saying, oh, we'll give you 30. And everyone goes, oh, yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to. No, it is fucking they started at a rip-off rate and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better. But that's
okay, true. Train is correct about this. Train is correct that it started at a ripoff rate and now it's gotten worse. Twitch is daylight robbery, okay? It just is. I'm sorry, but the hard truth is that every single streamer, including, yes, your faves, are getting just ripped off, okay? Just a true rip. Thank you very much. All right, I'll download that right now. Hopefully that's a GIF now. Is that a GIF? No. Oh, why is it a video? Ivy, it's a, oh, wait, hold on. I maybe got it. Hold on. I got it. Yes, I got the GIF version. I got it, Ivy. Now we're going to get yours on there. What a sick one. All right, let's continue. He's right.
Rip-off rate. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, but Train is correct on this particular point. And it's interestingly, it's the point that he agrees with Hasan on, which is almost as hilarious as if he just continued being wrong. That he's correct to point out the fact that, yes, Twitch is ripping everyone off, but that should make him, he should be more socialist pilled.
Disingenuously, that it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out, though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It ended up being
the increased ad should not come at the cost of sub-splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business model is executed correctly.
Speaking of ads, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 over free on Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub.
I'm gonna get the small one.
I'm on fire with these motherfucking segues today, boy. God damn.
The problem is servers are incredibly expensive and people don't run ads. So the reason why they didn't, at the time I didn't run it, no, automatic.
So instead of punishing the creator, they need to find a better system instead of taking from the creator's sub revenue. Do you understand? They need to find a better system to execute the ad.
Want that. I don't think you're gonna have a built-in 3 minutes, 4 minutes ad deal, right? Then sure. Then Twitch, you know what you do? They should force 3 minutes on all channels to pay for their servers. And
okay, can I explain something to you guys? Can I explain something to you guys? The main point of contention here should be that none of the people that actually provide value to the product, whether it be the people working at Twitch, or whether it be the people that are on camera every day, work Omegalol, are having a say in the way that this distribution is done. That is undemocratic. I believe that even if you arrive at the same exact fucking idea at the end of it, where we say, you know what, we like this distribution.
Real quick, reading 3 places at once. Bitewise, Marissa, Fefella, Windleby, Reverse Flash, Sanji, X Drums, Bitewise, Marissa again, and Funbun. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. This is turning into a proper masterpiece. And if only we can get, 20 or 30 more gifts as this stream goes on, it will be even more beautiful. Let's keep it up. Much love to all of you, and thank you very, very much.
I think that people who are playing a role in the creation of this product should have a say. That is my point.
If we listened to streamers on how this shit should be run, this shit would have the lights turned off and Amazon would have pulled out years ago.
That's why they're
wrong. That is foolish. That is beyond foolish. Streamers have been correct collectively again and again and again, and Twitch doesn't give a shit because Twitch is run by Amazon. It's floated by Amazon. They know that they control the market at the moment, and they have been making stupid decision after stupid decision, and they just fired 400 of their own employees. Bullshit. Bullshit, man. XQC is such a fucking simp. What a fucking simp.
Are bricked.
It's not just streamers.
This idea where it has to be one or the other is the issue. Do you understand? There can be a middle ground. There can be a
Train is right. Train is fucking right. Because why? Because why? When they made that distribution, they wanted to improve their profit margin. Why did they improve their profit margin? Because Amazon wants the profits to go up. Because right now Twitch is in the red. Because web serving is web hosting for live stream video, an inventory that is untapped basically with so many opportunities to fucking run ads, is currently not running enough ads and giving them enough revenue. That is why they made this change. Now, ultimately, streamers will make more
on their failed system. Do you understand? They need to come together and find a system which doesn't punish the worker. Where are they taking the punishment? Do you understand? Aside from these firings, which you'd argue is also another form of the worker taking the hit. They need to better their business model. Do you understand? Everyone that's taking a hit because their shit business model is the worker. That is a mistake. Do you understand? It is wrong. Shit like that should be fought against. We should have voices. Whether it's on a panel, whether it's at a round table, we need to have voices to combat that. That's bullshit. You understand? That's greed. That's unfair.
We tried talking to them. You know what? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Okay? That streamers are fucking dumb. At the meetings, the only feedback we got from fucking big names, and I tell one is, where's the 20-minute ad button? Is the fucking feedback he gave them.
Bullshit. I don't buy it. XQC's a cop. XQC's a cop. I also love that Hasan and Train, the friendship has been forged in real time by listening to how fucking stupid XQC's cop-ass opinions are. He's actually managed to turn both Hasan and Train against the moderator. This is such a demented debate, and it's not even over yet. We still have 45 minutes to go. Let's go!
That's insane.
Because the power can't be, right? Like the issue is this, right? For some reason, all of our issues are fought with two polarizing viewpoints, right? We either have all the way over here or all the way over here. We need to have a ground of, right, a place of discourse where we can come in the middle and say, okay, you know what, let's compromise. Let's grab, you know, the shit that we need to do here. Hey, we'll take that L, we'll take that, but we're gonna need this. These guys go, okay, well, we're gonna need this, we're gonna take this. We go, okay, we've come to an agreement. That's what needs to happen. But this idea where they take, and it has to be this or this is our issue in everything today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Everything having to be one side or the other is an issue that causes so much divide.
And meanwhile, while we're having this back and forth, you know who's not taking a fucking hit, dude? The bosses, the people that have Amazon stock, the fucking wealthy Jeff Bezos. He don't give a fuck. He's caked up, okay? It doesn't even matter to him.
Because they make money off the fucking bots at the Amazon fucking delivery service that are working with crazy conditions with profit, and then they acquired Twitch, right? But Twitch, this shit's broke. This isn't doing a profit. Well, where do you live in this operating that makes a profit?
Guys, imagine being so economically illiterate and being so offended that you don't actually understand how conglomerate corporations work at all. Obviously, they want, you know what Amazon does? Amazon doesn't give a absolute motherfucking shit that Twitch is in the red because they're eating up the market. They're controlling the market. So they write Twitch off as a loss and they save money on their taxes at Amazon. That's how this shit works. It's the oldest fucking trick in the book. Meanwhile, they have the biggest streaming platform in the world completely under their control, and they're leaving the talent fucking shit out of luck. XQC is such a cuck, man. But the worst part is that we know that this guy's a motherfucking insider because he's talking about all these meetings. He's a favored little baby of Twitch. He's their #1 golden boy. So they want to make sure he never says anything bad, and he never wants to say anything bad about Twitch because he's in a position of making lots of money if Twitch keeps growing because he's their #1 boy. He's doing fine, so fuck everyone else, right?
If it is an investment.
Twitch is not turning profit exclusively because Amazon literally treats Twitch as a money-making operation instead of offering it more favorable video hosting fucking
yes, that works.
Server
that absolutely works, Fafella.
Yeah,
I'll
Amazon
get it
could
up
internally
right
swap over, if Amazon truly cared about Twitch being a profitable venture, they could literally swap over server costs to offset it off of one of the many other profitable ventures that they have. They're not doing that because they don't want to do that, because they want to increase the pressure on content creators and maybe even possibly take a risk on making the content unwatchable by delivering even more ads to the fucking
He's so right. No. God, Hasan is so correct on this. They don't give a shit. They will literally tank their own platform to squeeze money out of it because they know that they can fuck over the talent more. They know they can offload the costs onto the talent. That's why they'll do this ad shit, because they know they're gonna make more money in the short term, but it will destroy talent's ability to make anything entertaining, and actually it might even destroy the company in the long run, but in the short term, they'll be able to load up their fucking pockets while they continue to control a monopoly, and as they make it the standard to exploit the hell out of the talent. It's so ridiculous. So this is such a fuck you, I got mine mentality. Anyway, I got that one up there, Fafella. Thank you very much.
I grow my garden green beans and I sell green beans at the market, right? Well, now I hired 20 employees to build houses, right? But we're not doing a profit because I'm feeding them green beans I could be selling. Well, in that case, just
wait, that's precisely, wait. That's how all business works. No, that's how all business works. That's how all business works. What you're describing is quite literally how businesses work regardless. Now, either it could be funded by this like endless money supply of constantly fucking raising funds with the ultimate goal of like turning profits someday, whether it be by monopolizing a certain sector like Amazon has done in the form of e-commerce, or any other way by making a competitive product that people actually want to fucking buy. That is literally what businesses do. That's why they fucking take an L year over year over year over year. You think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch ultimately? You think they're in it for like the love of the game? You think they bought Twitch because they think like, oh man, Jeff Bezos just really loves live streaming. That's why he did it.
For Amazon, this whole thing would be over. This is a money sinkhole. If it wasn't for Amazon,
not a money sinkhole, it's a bet.
Thank you very much, Fafella.
It's a bet that Amazon has made thinking.
It's not a money sinkhole. Matt, I don't know how you can be so stupid to realize that the fastest growing, okay, think about this. Hold on, I want to explain something. Server costs are only going to continue to go down as technology increases. Video hosting services, as technology develops, are only going to go down. And the number of people who are interested in streaming is only going to go up. The number of people who are willing to pay for streaming is only going to go up. So the costs going down and the money you're making is going up. If you think for even a fucking second what that means, if you have near monopolistic control of a market, that means you become a fucking gigabillionaire. Amazon is not fucking stupid. They tell you they're in the red. Oh, we're not making money. We're not making money, so they can fuck you out of a paycheck. They try to play like, oh, it's so expensive running these servers. Meanwhile, it's all technical because keep in mind, they're running it on Amazon servers. They determine the cost of what Amazon servers are. We don't actually know what the cost is. They're charging their own fucking company so that it can be a write-off. And then in the meantime, they're taking over the whole market. How can you be this dumb, bro? How can you be this fucking dumb? It just has to be that he's the poster boy. That's the only thing that makes any sense, is that XQC is just totally compromised and he's just caping for fucking, he's caping for Amazon and Twitch because he knows there's money in it for him. I refuse to believe he's this dumb.
And I think that I agree with their assessment of the situation. It's a bet that they've made, okay? They think that they can monopolize the live streaming space. Amazon only does vertical and horizontal integration. They only monopolize. They don't do anything else. They don't have any other interest. They don't have any other goals. That's all they want to do. They want to corner the market so they can set the fucking prices, slowly but surely increasing the fucking wages or maybe lowering the quality of the output, okay? That's how they did it on e-commerce, and that's like they literally drove small business out of work and then bought them for pennies on the dollar, and that's precisely what they're trying to do with the live streaming space, ultimately so they can just eke out more profits when they are the premium live streaming destination.
As much as we should fight to remodel the initial interest, right? And try to make it better, right? I think we can still acknowledge that they bought the thing, right? And overall, what do we get? We got Prime subs and shit, right? We got to keep the lights on and continue this like passion project, right? So yes, we should push.
Dude, no, if Twitch went under, that would just mean that you would switch over to YouTube, and hilariously, so would all of the viewers. If Twitch had to turn the lights off, your fucking pittance of a Prime sub, which is a scam, all of those viewers would have gone over to YouTube, where you'd be making 10 times the money. It's just that the viewers are currently on Twitch, and Twitch knows that the viewers are currently on Twitch, that the stream viewers aren't on YouTube yet, and so they can scam everybody however they want to. It's ridiculous.
Right? But still acknowledge the fact that the lights are still on. That we can still do this shit. When will we want to finish it?
The idea that
this will be over by now.
The idea that like there's no other way to do live streaming services, I think without like Big Daddy Amazon is not a correct notion in my opinion.
Oh, who else then? Zuba tried it. I tried it. Who else tried it? Hitbox.
YouTube is doing it currently.
Because
YouTube is killing it currently. YouTube has scooped a bunch of the talent from Twitch because Twitch overplayed their hand. See, that's the problem. Twitch squeezed too tight, too early. But the goal in their mind is so that they will have a population of viewers who don't want to go anywhere else and a population of entrenched streamers who can't go anywhere else. People who only stream. Interestingly, have you guys noticed how important they play up the partner program? Oh, exclusivity with Twitch, and then you build your audience on Twitch and you can't leave when they fucking chop off 30% of your income. Which is exactly what's happening in just a few months. In just a few months, they're fucking chopping everybody's income. And a bunch of people are just gonna have to sit there and cope about it. And this motherfucker is gonna pretend like he's got their best interest in mind. Like, oh, poor Amazon can't keep the lights on. Dude, how dumb can you be? Jeff Bezos is like the second richest guy in the goddamn world. How dumb can you be?
The same thing as Amazon, but they already had the fucking servers because of how much video content that they had and their workload. They already had the servers. That's
you know who's doing it? That motherfucker sitting next to me on my screen. That guy's doing it.
I mean, I can't fucking.
Wait, I'm doing what? Sorry,
bro, I'm fucking juicing up Kick so hard. Okay, once you figure out the regulation on the platform, it's over. It's a wrap. I'm ready for that $100 million contract so I can start preaching the laurels of capitalism.
Completely new.
Really?
He's not even listening.
Yeah.
When I was at the club, I heard something else, but maybe.
Yeah, so initially that was the plan, but we decided to completely recreate everything because we thought that platform's brand was just like we thought like that was too far. That was like kind of trash.
What? What are you talking? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah, we were talking about the network infrastructure for fucking kicks. I knew.
I think video XUC is not wrong though. I do think that video service, video hosting is incredibly expensive. They just haven't been able to figure out the best possible product of making it work. Like there's so much inventory.
Yeah. Uncle Gumbald in my site chat points out, doesn't Twitch delete VODs automatically after a certain amount of time? Yeah. Unironically, they're literally obliterating the history of their own website because it saves them server storage cache, even though VOD saving should be a much more streamlined process that YouTube does just fine. And guess what? YouTube's fucking making crazy cash, okay? This is all such bullshit.
That you are literally not monetizing right now. That's
why
they
I wish I could tell you our plan regarding certain like sponsors and
2 a.m. buns. Thank you so much. Let me get this up for you.
Pay absolute shit rates, so that wouldn't cover anything at all close to what we need it to. Like it's just targeting the correct.
Well, listen.
It's targeting the correct sponsors and the correct advertisers, right? So people are gonna jump into gambling. But that's not it either. And I think when we get ads, I think you'll understand where we're coming from. Like once that happens in the next 2 to 3 years, that's when people will understand, that business model and that approach. But anyways, I think before you speak, XQC, I think you and I agree on a lot, I think we agree with almost everything as far as like, the politics go. Obviously, I'm a little bit more middle. I believe in the polarizing sides are actually the reason where we are in today's world. I think it's just divide and conquer for each respective side.
Enlightened train centrist. I guess it turns out there is room for neutrality on a moving train.
Obviously, given the left is a lesser evil, but I think once you justify lesser from greater, things start getting real fucked up. But anyways, to get to my point, I just think that we need to find better ways, right? So for the streaming thing, right? For the smaller to mid-sized creators getting fucked, like I do think that if we came together, or whoever it might be, it's not just on you, right? It could be a multitude of streamers, right, that come together and spearhead something that gives a voice, and not only gives a voice, but actually, right? For me, it's the action over the words. We need to push for ways where we're actually getting shit done, because preaching isn't enough, especially if from the preaching we're gaining, right? It's fine. Like
Bro,
to say that we shouldn't gain from the preaching, I think is an unrealistic standard and unfair. But I think if we're in a position where we're preaching and gaining, we need to take it one step further and try.
Let me just do a quick shout out. 2 a.m. buns, Fefella, X drums, and Ivy Evans, and 3 places at once. Thank you all for the additions to our beautiful canvas. But I gotta say, we need some more gifts in here. So if you've got a few bucks to spare, throw a few bucks and a gift my way and we'll get it up on the screen and you can be a part of yet another legendary Maximalism stream. Because my brain is dripping out of my ears and I don't even know where I'm at right now, but I need more gifts. I need more gifts to make a work of art out of this mess. And I can't do it with no gifts. I need the gifts.
And bring that action into it to see actual change come through. Now, it may seem impossible as individuals, but I do think we're powerful enough to make these things happen. And that's what I like to see. So maybe in the future, we'll get together and we'll come up with some crazy shit.
Bro,
and we'll get shit
you're
done.
sounding a lot like socialists right now. It's
Go
weird,
for
man.
it, Fefella. You can go one more.
Okay?
Give me one more.
Fucking Jeff Bezos, man. You have to talk to him about it, man. Because
I want to talk to him, bro. We have our own letters, trust me.
Listen, the thing is, though, is that I do agree, though. I do agree that there needs to be some change. In my opinion, I don't think a lot of people are evil at the top. Is that monetizing and keeping the lights on for live stream operations and esports operations is incredibly difficult, and we just don't have the answers, and they don't have them either.
They don't have it.
Hold on a second. The reason why esports operations fail is because esports teams don't get paid fucking jack shit. And also because the companies in charge of esports don't give a fuck. Blizzard was one of those such companies, okay? Blizzard, at the end of the day, they make money off their fucking games. They don't give a goddamn shit about this stupid, stressful esports crap if it means that they have to bend their business model. And secondly, esports team don't make any goddamn money. Esports teams fold because they only can pay what they get, and if the market's not there, if the game isn't succeeding, if the esports fucking company, or if the game that runs, or if the, sorry, my God, if the company that runs the game isn't giving support to the esports teams, they can't pay their players burn out or leave, and then you have a dead scene. It's that simple. Dealer's choice, that means I need another one. Hold on, I got a GIF I can use. Hold on, I got a GIF I can use. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got a GIF I can use. Hold on. Dealer's choice, huh? Dealer's choice, huh? I know what I'm putting up on the screen. Hold on a second. I know what I'm putting up on the screen. All right, hold on. Wait, let me copy this. Let me copy it over. Wait, I don't, how am I gonna do this? Ah, here we go. Get a dealer's choice, eh? I get a dealer's choice, yeah. Hold on a second. Here we go. Hey, I wanted to upload it on imgur.com, but imgur.com don't work no more. It don't work no good. Here we go. Now I'll be able to get the link, and now I'll be able to put the dealer's choice up on there. Here we go. All right, let me put this up on here. This is the dealer's choice. Thank you very much for the dealer's choice. Deeply appreciate it. We're at 28 gifts. That's friggin' fantastic. You guys are amazing. There we go. There's our dealer's choice. What else we got here? We also got this one. We got an Iron Giant. All right, here we go. Excellent. The Smolder. Hit him with the fucking Smolder. Exactly. Good idea. What an excellent gif. I actually love the Iron Giant. What a fantastic film. Thank you all very much for your contributions. Discordant Vol and Sanji and Fefella. Thank you so much. Let's get this going.
I'm in agreement with you there, and I think that is a literal product problem.
Yes,
what you're describing is one that a more democratized system of governance would genuinely benefit from. More ideas in this regard, and different ways to like incorporate people into whatever kind of like monetizable products that we can put forward is literally the way forward. In my opinion, it's the best way to do it, and that's never going to happen because you know, that's just not how the system is designed.
We can make a, you know what? We can make a parallel with this with esports. I wish people sat down and understood this fucking problem. Okay, esports.
Piftle Cakes, thank you so very much.
Okay, why? Because people don't buy shit. And they're not doing a profit because they are having problems monetizing their operations. So you're gonna go at fucking Riot Games.
Dude, come the fuck on. Yes, they do. People dump so much goddamn money into the platform. People pay so friggin' much. It's the reason they're in the red is because Amazon gets to determine, because Amazon is the service provider, because Amazon Web Services is the service provider, they can say they're charging Twitch whatever they want. They can charge Twitch whatever amount they want for web hosting. And they do it because they can write it off on their taxes because the parent company of Twitch is fucking Amazon. It's that, oh my God. I can't believe we're going through this again. What? This is so circular. This is so circular.
In the franchise of Valorant, and we can't make money, and it's your fault. No, they don't have the answers. Nobody does.
This is the first. I think this is the first Maximalism stream of this year. I don't think we did another Maximalism stream this year. This has been the first one of this year. We did one, I think, at the end of last year. I don't think we did another one this year.
They have failed as an entity, as a product, to turn their operations into making money for the people that watch, the fans. It just sucks. They don't have the answers. And there's nobody to blame.
It's because the answers don't lie in each respective extreme side. I'm telling you, I know I sound like a fucking crazy centrist. I'm telling you, we need to get to a place where we abandon these fucking sides and come in the middle and grab the best of both. I know this sounds idealistic, but I do think it's possible. We need to operate from a place of logic and reason, and only then can we reach a point of compromise.
Little Morphine Annie, thank you very, very much.
You understand? This is achievable. The problem is corporate greed, and the greed of one respective side is outweighing the needs of the other. I'm telling you, the day that we come together and we operate from a more logical, reasonable place instead of a divide and conquer political bullshit place where we're fucking scaring one side from the other through fucking propaganda and bullshit, until that goes away and we come in the middle and we say, okay, you know what? We understand that, you know, maybe these policies and these, you know, whatever are necessary for the country to run, but we shouldn't adopt them at the, you know, cost of the worker. That's what needs to happen. You understand? The problem is we're trying to find a solution on one side. You understand? It's not going to happen.
Thank you very, very much.
You understand that? Well, I mean, okay, yes, on top of that, I mean, I'm gonna double glaze because listen, the core concept is live streaming is the future. Okay, all of this is the future. There is infinite value in live content. People are starting to realize that, but instead of doubling down on the, say, investment or operations, they're doing the opposite. They're trying to make...
Wait, XQC just defeated his own argument. He just argued there is infinite value in streaming. And he's right, but that defeats his argument. They're lying. They are screwing their talent because they know there's infinite value. So they want to squeeze as much of it out of you and get you used to accepting low pay as early as possible, even though they know that, like I said before, streaming costs are only going to go down and streaming viewers and payers is only going to go up. Idiocy. Just, XQC is just, oh my God. I don't think he's thought a single thing through. He's now making an argument that defeats his own earlier argument.
More money out of it and to the profit in a growing in a growing field that's one
This one's going up too, Pimple Cakes. You were so generous. This one's going up.
Bezos, okay, and say, yo, motherfucker, how about give it a couple more years, right? Of more prolific creators for people to create more, to have more passion, and have better job security in their field. To do this, it grows faster and bigger,
ultimately, yeah, but ultimately, it should not. That decision-making process should not be left up to some motherfucker, in your words, that doesn't know anything about this process, and that's the point. Or like dickheads that are fucking 65 years old and still use like a payphone. You know what I mean? Because those are the guys who are at the tippy top. Those are the guys who are making the decisions on what happens. When Jeff Bezos was in that fucking in that monopoly meeting in front of Congress, they were like, they asked him about Twitch, and he's like, "What's Twitch?" They asked him about DMCA and music and Twitch, and he was like, "Twitch, let me go through my notes."
You're being hypocritical.
Wait,
why are you making fun of the old fucking bones that are brain dead? Instead, sit down with them and educate them. They would love Jeff Bezos getting old. You know, they would love that.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But the point is, the only people who can like get
Killjoy says XQC genuinely doesn't seem to understand that Amazon can make Twitch make just what they needed to claim the maximum they can on tax without actually losing any money. They didn't plan on losing. It's why they make it so hard to make partner, so they can slow monetization to a trickle while still benefiting from people sitting on small streams with ads. Yes, it is completely and utterly manufactured. It is a game of financing. They can charge Twitch. Amazon has the server infrastructure. They set the prices. They can charge Twitch, which is also Amazon, whatever they want to make it look on paper like Amazon, like Twitch is making a ton of money, or like Twitch is making losing a ton of money. And in this case, because Amazon is a giant company, it makes sense to have Twitch lose the money while they eat up the margin, and then later on, once they already have control of the market, once they already have all the talent under their control, jack those motherfucking prices up, and all of a sudden Twitch is a brilliant success. Oh my God, the geniuses, they knew what they were doing all along, because yes, obviously they did. Are you saying capitalism? I am. Oh, believe it or not, I'm saying capitalism.
Get access to them and educate them, which is precisely what I said, is someone like myself. And it shouldn't be that way. That our understanding should be dramatically different. That like everyone plays a role and everyone should have a little bit of a say. It doesn't mean that like the janitor is going to do fucking brain surgery in the hospital. It just means that as far as sanitation goes, they have that covered better than the fucking surgeon would know. That's the point. And a part of that is about a fairer distribution of profits after all things are discussed clearly. That's it.
Then how do I make Dan Clancy call up Jeff Bezos and have me, yo, I'm gonna go to his yacht and explain to all these content, and then
I feel like Dan Clancy is probably better off never talking to Jeff Bezos, because if Jeff Bezos even was made aware of Twitch as a platform, I feel like he would just eviscerate us. He would probably laser Dan Clancy off of his fucking yacht in his like little mecca that he has, and then he would just shut down Twitch in its entirety. So it's better. The less he knows about us, the better it is, I think.
Bro, I can have this grandiose speech. Bro, people need to understand that live content is the genuine future of media. It is it.
Yes. And you are currently advocating that the people who make that content get fucked over as hard as possible, dude. You are literally selling out your own future. You're advocating against your own interests, because all you can see is the money in the short term. All you can see is the propaganda that Twitch has been shoving down your throat.
Dank has infinite possibilities in all realms that they can fathom.
Oh God, this is so painful.
Cutting its legs off before we can start.
This is so painful. I can't even believe how painful this has turned out to be. It was so funny, and now it's just so infuriating.
By the way, notice how we're talking about Jeff Bezos, even though he's not even the fucking CEO anymore. It's Andy Jassy that's now the CEO. Remember, that's what's important, because you know who's making money off of Twitch? Or if Twitch doesn't really make that much money, but you know who's making money off Amazon? Jeff Bezos. Why? Yeah. That motherfucker hasn't been doing shit since he decided to turn this into like an online library system.
Bro, I thought he gave half of his shit to his wife.
Yeah, well, he did, and then she's now using it on charity overall, which for some reason it still hasn't solved our economic inequality. But again, it doesn't fucking matter. He's still minting.
So wait, so who's at the top now?
Andy Jassy is now the new CEO of.
Who is that? Andy Jassy?
I think he was on a different part. He was working on a different part of Amazon beforehand. Yeah, he was the Amazon. He was the SVP, the strategic vice president, and the CEO of AWS before that, from 2003 to 2021, which is like the most important product that they have. So that's why.
Damn, I wonder why the new CEO of Amazon is the guy who was leading Amazon Web Services. Almost like Amazon Web Services in and of itself is the biggest fucking cash cow you can possibly imagine. Owning a server infrastructure that is one of the most powerful in the entire world, that because of its nature, because of how expensive it is to assemble, like half the world relies on you for that. I wonder why that guy became the CEO of Amazon.
That's why they elevated him to the CEO position.
Bro, he's not even a billionaire. Bro, Jeff Bezos is like a trillionaire. He can literally fucking fix the world, man. It's way more valuable to talk with this guy to fix Twitch than this fucking guy that only has 300 mil. He's broke. How is he gonna fix it?
Jeez, I'm richer than that guy. I'm just kidding. But anyways, realistically speaking, listen, I think at the end of the day, we just need to.
Yeah, I think you guys both have like I have a lot of money, okay, in comparison to the average person, but I think like your perception is a little bit warped about wealth overall, okay? Like,
well, how is he gonna fix Twitch, which is the future of the world?
How much money you got? Like 10, 20 mil? You got at least 30 mil in the bank, yeah?
No, dude, you're fucking insane.
I'm fucking with you. I'm totally fucking with you.
Oh.
If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like after taxes, maybe like a cool 6 mil in the bank. There's no shot.
Brother, you are six. That's like half of what I have actually. I've tripled that.
I'm confused.
My man.
Yeah,
bro,
no, man. 6 is so. Bro, people think I own a fucking people think I bought this house like literally cash. Like, like I said, I have a lot more money than the average person.
To be fair,
I've literally put a fucking down payment and bought it with a mortgage. Like I have a mortgage.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that would be stupid of you to purchase that entire house with full cash, right? Like, if you had that kind of money, it's there's other ways you would go about that. So technically,
you lose purchasing power and other things. That's not good.
No, I know. I'm saying that people that were chirping at me and still chirp at me all the time, literally are like, why don't you take the $3 million and like and live in a cardboard and instead like pay $3 million to me.
I bought the house as cash. It was cheap as fuck. I didn't give a shit.
Those extreme takes are unfortunate, unfair. Realistically, listen, bro. One of these days, you and I will get together. We'll create some sort of system or push for one, right? Not a charity. Something where we actually advocate for something and push for something and get it done to match the words. And then, the next thing you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be president, vice president. We'll be running the country. God knows.
Yeah,
who knows what happens from this point?
Kill me. If that's the future, I don't want to be alive anymore. I want to die. I'm ready. I'm ready for the. I'm ready to pass on. The Hasan Trainwrecks president and VP is a realm so dark that I cannot bear it. I simply cannot bear that.
I doubt that anyone's letting me be anywhere near real power. But
brother,
it's been look. I've been live for 10 hours.
Wait, hold on. If Donald Trump made it, listen. Okay, anything's possible.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is right wing. It's infinitely easier to be a fucking clown ass and be right wing. Like as far as like Joe Biden's criticisms, which he deserves many of. Like he also is like kind of fucking conservative, but he still went through the proper fucking ranks in the Democratic Party. He advocated to fucking melt the poor. He advocated the criminal. He wrote he was architecting the crime bill.
Oh no. He's about to drop a hot take. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this. What's it gonna be, bro? What's it gonna be? Oh no.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I really, like I'm telling you, the only future I see where we're actually progressing as a society is the one where a centrist is in charge. And I'm not talking about some spineless centrist. I'm referring to one that's guided by logical reason. I truly believe it. These political sides are both just fucking. I'm telling you. Listen, you don't hate me. Listen, just a second.
A centrist. Listen, guys, we're only gonna genocide half as many trans people as we originally planned to. We're only gonna feed half of the poor people, and we'll genocide half the trans people, and we'll feed half the poor people, and then everybody's gonna be doing great. Dude, my man, holy fucking shit.
20 years will be a fucking statue of me.
Bro,
okay,
there's no dude.
In my opinion, if you're full left on both economics, politics, socioeconomic, if you're full left or full right,
we have a centrist in charge
on all topics. You know what? I think you are a radicalized moron. No way everybody accepts all the concepts of like being left or right and all of them. No shot. It's a mix of both. People are delusional thinking that people are going to be pure left or pure right. That makes no sense at all. So
we already have a centrist in charge. His name is Joe Biden. He has always consistently been one of the most conservative Democrats, like even keeled in the middle of the fucking political spectrum the entire time. Hillary Clinton was definitely
yeah, but I'm not referring to a centrist in that light. I'm referring to a centrist in the light of like policies and politics, right? Taking from both areas, right?
Like what would you like? This is a conversation that I have with people on the right all the time. It's like I would love to know what is a right wing value that you think it should be implemented.
Well, this we can save for the podcast.
Okay.
Well, I gotta. Give us a taste, man.
Yeah, I want to hear from XUC too. He's the one who's saying radicalizing dumbass Andy is what he said.
Utopia Andy goes saying,
Okay. No, don't listen to that. Just tell me what you think is a right wing value that we should implement.
Bro, I don't know what values they are overall. I don't.
No fucking shot. No fucking shot. No shot. No fucking shot, Silent. There's no way this is legit. There's no way. It can't be. It can't be. There's no fucking way. No goddamn way. Oh. Can I show this? Or am I forbidden from showing this? This can't be real. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I would get a gift like this during a goddamn Is this shareable? Is this shareable? Okay, hold on. Let me check. Hold on. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait, it's being shared publicly, isn't it? Hold on. Give me a second, everybody. Okay, hold on. Everybody, I have to go to the bathroom really, really bad, and then I'm going to find out if I can share this with you because it's one of the funniest things I've seen all night. But I have to pee so goddamn bad. So everybody, just hold the hell up. Let me go pee real quick. Give me some fucking gifts because I might have some fucking demented bullshit to show you when I get back. Okay, all right, hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta play the bathroom song. Let me play the bathroom song. Hold on, give me a second. Let me play the bathroom song. Hold on. Where's my damn bathroom song? Let me play my bathroom song. All right, hold on. Where's my bathroom song? Is it loud enough? All right, I'll be back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it.
I'm back, everybody.
But if she
And,
does,
oh my dear
you might need
God.
a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
It didn't loop, did it? Did it loop? It didn't loop. I don't think it looped. That was quick. I was quick as fuck.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, everybody, hold on. I have important news, okay? This is one of the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is this the one? Is this what I'm looking for? Hold on. I gotta blow this up real quick, okay? Hold on. I gotta check these. I gotta make sure what I'm looking at is true. No way. Hold on, let's look. No. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I don't know about this. Hold on a second. Can I bite on this? Is this really what I'm looking for? The sharks. The sharks. The sharks are circling. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even give a shit. These people fucking... Hold on. Let me get the image. Let me get the fucking image real quick. Hold on. Let me get it for you. I'll talk about it. It's funny as fuck. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, no. There's much more. No fucking way. Okay, everybody. I have received reports that Hold on. Where did it go? Hey, where'd my thing go? Oh my fucking God. Hold on. I'm trying to share with you all, but the GIFs are covering the screen, everybody. The GIFs. There's too many GIFs. I know you all want to know what I'm laughing so hard at because it's too fucking funny, okay? But you're gonna have to just be patient, okay? Here we go. Are you guys ready? Hold on. How can I make this readable? How is this readable? It's not readable. Here we go. All right, everybody, you see it moving over here? This is Chud Logic, our old friend Chud Logic, saying, I did not know. You know what? Hold on. I know how to do this. Hold on. There's a real way to do this. I'm hiding the GIFs for just a second because I need to share this with you. This is the funniest shit. Okay, everybody, look. I generally have made a very strong rule of not discussing certain people in this community who are deranged and demented towards me, but this is too motherfucking funny. This is like the implosion. This is like the implosion that was always destined to happen, okay? There's no possible motherfucking way that it could have ever gone any other way, okay? I did not leak, screams Chud Logic, our old friend Chud Logic. I didn't leak it. Destiny cheated on Melina with someone, no one knew who, until Lav said it was a married woman who he tried to leave her for. Chud was the one to figure out it was Lauren Southern. Oh! Oh my God! Dude! That is insane! That is deranged. Oh my fucking God. No, wait. We have more. That's right. There's more. You thought this was the end of it. But there's fucking more. There's fucking more, everybody. We have confirmation from our old friend Counterpoints. Yes, that's right. Take a look. Counterpoints. Remember now, for those of you who don't know the deep lore, Counterpoints is one of the people who was closest to Lauren Southern. Counterpoints was friends with Lauren Southern and helped her make her documentary. He's a right-winger, okay? Counterpoint says, just to demystify this, Lauren was having a tough time with her family. Her and Destiny ended up getting close. Melina didn't like it. They backed off, but it still blew up because of how close they got emotionally. But now we have other people claiming that it went further. And look who's covering it. None other than the god tier fucking bottom feeder himself, Chud Logic. Chud Logic, the first to turn the knife on his old boy Destiny. In the end, it was et tu double brute, even though you've literally turned on every person you've ever known on the internet when it would make you a buck. How could he turn against me? Oh my motherfucking God. Oh, the gifts. Oh my God. Holy shit. Pork in the nutset. Oh my God, I'm sorry, that is just so fucking funny to me, okay? I'm sorry, that is too fucking funny for me to not talk about, okay? Look, I don't really give a shit. Whatever, bro. You can have whatever type of relationship you want, but this motherfucker makes everybody else's fucking business his business. And now it comes out that he's been fucking projecting for goddamn years about everybody else. Let's see, do we have the one? Hold on, somewhere here I've got the tweet. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, here we go. Here's another tweet. Hold on a second. Here we go. When the Nazi pussy, the nussy is too good, says Vosh. And then, of course, here's Destiny. Oh, I get it now. It's projection. He must think I treat Lauren like he treats Shu. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my God. All right, look, I don't want to spend all night on this, but that is too fucking funny. Who was projecting? Who was it? Oh my dear fucking God. Damn, hey, hold on a second. Congratulations, my friend. Hold on. Congratulations. Take a look right here, okay? This is the reason you do it. This is the reason Chud Logic did it. He twists the knife on Destiny and gets 3K viewing. Well, I will say, congratulations. You finally found your opportunity. Maybe you all deserve the bed that you've made. It's only a matter of time. It's always only a matter of time until you all fuck each other over and turn on each other, and the Kiwi farmers dig up their shit, and all the people dig out all of your dirty laundry, and all of your bullshit comes to head. Oh man, wouldn't it be, who's next? Nick Fuentes? Is that who's next? Are you gonna pork Nick Fuentes next? Fucking incredible. Just amazing. Sanji, let me get your GIF up on the screen. We gotta restore the GIFs, everybody. We gotta get our GIFs up, okay? We gotta get the GIFs up. We gotta get back. We gotta focus on the real content, okay? That was too fucking funny, okay? I'm sorry, but my dear God, that is hilarious. Hey, we got a Vosh raid coming in. Welcome, Voshites. Wonderful to see you. We are in the middle of one of the funniest things we've ever seen. Vosh is here. If you are here, you are all probably enjoying with us already the incredible laughter that we've been enjoying because, of course, of the news. If you don't know the news is that there are, according to the let's call him the #1 drama streamer in the liberal sphere, according to Chud Logic. Chud Logic has dumped the news that apparently Destiny considered leaving his wife for Lauren Southern, and it was leaked by none other than fucking Counterpoints. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. That's the news that you all decided to tune into. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, okay? Listen, I don't want to laugh too hard for too long because we've been doing some other pretty incredible things, all right? I'll show you some of the wonders we've been doing, but I gotta say, that is so fucking funny to me. I can't believe we got this news. Oh, I can't fucking believe it. After everything. Oh, what a treat. Oh, what an incredible treat it is. What a goddamn treat, okay? Everybody knows already. I see. I see. Thank you very much for all of you who are here from the Vosh raid. Please consider coming over to demonmama.com/live. We are currently we are about 2 hours into the absolute brain melter of a debate between Hasan and Trainwrecks, and we just received the dreadful news of a small blue-haired SJW on the internet who was willing to throw his marriage away for some nussy, for some Nazi pussy. Oh my dear God, that is too fucking funny. That is, oh. Doesn't it feel fucking wonderful to not have to be, to not have to be a part of that fucking feeding frenzy? How quickly they turned. How quickly all of the allies turn. Amazing. Nussy is neck folds? No, it's not. That's Nazi pussy. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. Absolutely incredible. Anyway, I'm cry laughing knowing that my enemies are ontologically evil. No, they're just remarkably stupid. That is the funniest shit ever. The number of bungles. How many bungles can a guy have before people stop acting like you have like you have any game? Like how many bungles? How many bungled like affairs, shitty dirtbag affairs can you have? I guess this is probably the one, seeing as how this is the one that got fucking Chud Logic to defect. What's up, Destiny's ass this time? Oh, nothing really. I genuinely avoid talking about that asshole as much as possible. However, a bunch of his friends just leaked that he tried to have an affair with Lauren, allegedly. He allegedly tried to have an affair with Lauren Southern, and it almost killed his marriage, which is hilarious. By the way, this is not me breaking this news. This was the DGGers that dug this shit on him. It was literally Chud Logic that dug all this shit on him. So thanks for the little funny gift. I gotta give credit to Chud Logic. That is, I don't care who you are. That's fucking funny. All right, that's fucking funny. Oh my God. The clip of you reacting to Destiny refusing to hug his partner. Oh yeah, the time when I made Destiny so mad that he pushed his own partner away. That's a classic me moment. That was me. I made him so mad that he pushed his wife away, which is one of the least gay, the virgin energy blasting off of that. Who has the clip? Who has the clip? Come on, give me the clip. I know one of you has the clip. I can show it. I can show it. That classic meme was from you? Yes, it was from me. See, I never get the fame that I deserve. I deserve so much more fame. Hold on, I can find it for you. If you guys don't have the clip, I can find the clip. Because I'm based that way. Okay, it's too funny. All right, hold on. Let me just show you. Hold on, I'll find it. Give me a second here. I just gotta, oh. Here it is. It's the most replayed moment in the stream, okay? Here we go. Let me get it up here for you, okay? Hold on.
With Destiny.
Hold on. Most replayed moment in the stream. Hold on. Let me find it. Here we go. All right? You guys can see it in all its glory, okay?
After, sure. That's fine. Sure. It's been interesting. I will say, I do. I don't even know.
Ready? Ready? Here's the moment. Here it comes.
Destiny invented finishing things off.
Push! Denied! Oh! Oh, obliterated! This was after an hour and 20 minutes of debating with me in which he was incredibly pissed off at me. Just let's watch that again. Ready? Zoom. Push. Yoink. Get the fuck out of there. Get out of here. Don't give me a hug. I gotta get back to my computer. It was because, little did we know, it was destined. It was destined that he would choose a Nazi after this conversation, after this destroyed his relationship forever. There you have it, everybody. Yeah, when Destiny sees a trans person who needs to be knocked down a peg, get out of the way, bitch! For Lauren, oof. Oh my dear God, what a blessing. You know, one thing that I've come to appreciate about my life is that I always last long enough to see my opponents blunder themselves into their own defeat. Oh, how funny. Gayfish says, I think you got the better partner out of this debate. I know I got the better partner out of this debate, okay? Not to compare human beings, but I know, okay? And honestly, Doe and I didn't even begin our relationship for months after that debate. I barely knew Doe at the time, but it is true that after that, Doe and I ended up having a conversation, and we had a conversation which led to another conversation, which led later on to another conversation. To be honest, it was probably the Lord of the Rings conversation that truly won over Doe's heart. Oh my God. He got wrecked in that debate, and I don't know why it's a hot take in some spheres. Okay, come on. Destiny even knows that he got wrecked in that debate. Let's be real. He's always known it. He never uploaded that. He explicitly told his editors not to fucking upload that debate. He never uploaded it. They always come to watch my video of it. I still get views on it. I still get comments on it to this day because it's never been uploaded anywhere else, and it never will be. He knew he lost. And of course he used my arguments literally 2 days later on Tim Pool, which is hilarious. Incredible. Just amazing. Now, my lovely, lovely imps. Yeah, you know what you're gonna watch? What was the debate about? It was about whether or not, I'm not kidding you. That debate is in which he states that, it's funny, somebody quoted him from that debate recently, in which he said that, yes, he does believe that you should bully people that he doesn't like off the internet. He just, in that debate, he literally goes mask off and just admits that he thinks that because of an imagined conspiracy against him, he should be able to bully anyone off the internet that he wants, including people who didn't do anything wrong against him that he randomly just started freaking out and calling mentally ill. That debate was literally about me saying that he spent the last 3 days before the debate like calling trans people online mentally ill, and I said that whether he intended or not to be transphobic, that he was engaging in transphobic behavior, and he freaked the fuck out about that, and he coped about it for fucking 2 years. Fucking hilarious. Go watch it, please. I invite you. Go enjoy a classic debate, one that I will forever still be proud of. Here you go. You guys can go check it out for yourselves. Wait, that's with the timestamp, isn't it? Yeah, that's gonna be the timestamped version. Hold on, I don't want the timestamped version. No, wait, this is not the. There you go. Hold on. We'll just share the original one, okay? Here we go. Here y'all go. Go watch it. Go watch it, and also subscribe to fucking Demon Mama, because you guys know that you come here for fucking fire content. Oh yes, I know about the murder thing. I do know that he openly admitted that he wanted to kill a child, which is hilarious to me. But that is neither here nor there. You should peep that soon, High Progressive. It's a classic. Yeah, it was a true mask-off moment. Of course, most people know about him wanting to kill. I think in his words, I was going to kill him and his family, which is certainly interesting. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, you guys can go look that up. Just take a moment. It's all over the place now. Oh yeah, President Sunday covered it. I'm not gonna cover it because honestly, I don't engage anymore. This is the most engagement that motherfucking sphere is ever gonna see from me. I fucking hate those people because they went insano mode on me for 2 years because they couldn't handle that I fucking blew them the fuck out communally. That community and all of the people involved in it are so deranged about me, it's not even funny. So I don't engage with that sphere at all, except to laugh at the fact that this motherfucker almost threw away his marriage for fucking Lauren Southern Nazi pussy. That's fucking absolutely, I'm sorry, that is That is beyond the pale for me. It's too funny for me to resist. Even me, my poor weak soul can't handle that. It's too funny, okay? Too fucking funny. Oh. All right, everybody. Is it time for us to return? We have a calling. We have a calling, everybody. We are in the middle of a maximalism stream, and I believe it's time that we restore our wondrous canvas. For those of you who do not know, a maximalism stream is what happens when we find a debate that is so bad that the only way to make it the only way to elevate it is to cover the screen in a beautiful canvas of GIFs. And did you know that you can have your own GIF featured? All you have to do is donate anything over $1 to my stream or subscribe to my stream and link your GIF. It has to be a GIF. Don't send me a WebP. Don't send me an animated HTML. Don't send me a video. You send me a GIF with a little donation and it will end up on this masterpiece. We have about 30 more minutes in this deranged debate between Hasan, XQC, and Train, which started as a debate between Hasan and Train, but has turned into a debate of Train and Hasan teaming up like fucking Vegeta and Goku to take on XQC. And XQC has spent the last 30 minutes of this stream dick riding Jeff Bezos so hard you wouldn't even believe. Jeff Bezos' fucking cock is popping up out of XQC's mouth in real time. And we've watched it right here with a screen covered with GIFs. So here's your opportunity. Yo, Mistress Lynn, thank you so much. But you forgot the link. Oh, there we go. Wait, that's based. That's so cool. That's so cool, Mistress Lynn. Mistress Lynn, that's awesome as hell. Let me show everybody real quick. Check out Mistress Lynn's cool thing. Hold on. Boop. Look at it. It's a little incense burner. That's cute. Mistress Lynn, that's fucking based. Thank you very much. If you want your GIF up in this beautiful collage of over 32 GIFs, throw us a donation of $1 or more, and we will get your GIF up there and going, all right? But we have to finish the fight, okay? It's time. We had our laughs, and it's time for us to have even more laughs because I'll be completely honest, we've been laughing and raging at this hilarious debate. Let's go!
Then why are you saying that? You paying a motherfucker?
Guns. I need guns. Guns.
What about guns? What's
people that are right? Don't they want like more guns and shit like that?
Yeah, they want everyone to be armed. You want everyone to be armed?
Not everyone.
Okay, that's not a right-wing value then. You want reasonable restrictions on guns, but you want people to be able to shoot guns if they want to?
I think
you're a radical communist now.
Genuinely, people that want, that have the ability and know and want to spend the time knowing how to use a gun should be allowed to have a gun, right? I think they should focus on fixing the people.
Okay. Quick question. It is not a gotcha, okay? Because I think you and I are in agreement on this.
I can answer after, by the way.
Do you think that there should be restrictions akin to a driver's license, like licensing system on the ownership of guns? Like if you want to get a gun, you can be able to get a gun. You should be able to get a gun, but you have to demonstrate that you know how to use it and demonstrate proper safety measures.
Fuck yeah! What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, you're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. What the fuck? You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers.
What's next? I need a license to operate my own damn toaster.
America operate. You just said exactly what I believe. With respect to gun control. That is not a right-wing value, motherfucker. That's a left-wing value, technically, with respect to how Americans operate. You're fucking Canadian, dog. What kind of right-wing attitude do you have? Give me another one.
If you don't have gun etiquette, okay? If you purchase a gun and you know nothing about it, it is more of a threat to everybody and yourself than your target. That's just what it is.
You're right, because it's common sense. It should not be a left-right thing. It should be the most understandable thing. And yet, it's a left-right equation because people make it into a political issue. You and I are in agreement, and most Americans would agree as well. 90% of Americans believe in universal background checks, but we can't get them. You want to know why? Because there's one thing that's more important than whatever the Democratic Party claims or whatever the Republican Party claims. That's all fucking theater. That's all bullshit. You know what's important? Making money. You know who makes money? Gun manufacturers. You know what they don't want? Any kind of fucking restriction on who can get a gun. Okay? So they literally play this fucking
Okay,
song.
but real quick though, let's just remember, Tucker Carlson just 2 days ago went on a gigantic rant on his stream about how he all of a sudden supports gun control as long as it's to control the guns of trans people. Did you guys hear that shit? Tucker Carlson went on a deranged rant about how trans people are arming themselves. This motherfucker who has been pushing the Second Amendment crap for his entire life, the moment that trans people decide to use their Second Amendment rights, which is based. Battle queers are fucking based, and you should arm up if you can. You should arm up responsibly, and you should arm up as a community. Battle queers for the win. But of course, Tucker Carlson is all like, blah, blah, blah. He starts fucking blubbering like a giant fucking pussy about how, oh, the trans, they are gonna have F-35s and tanks. Ooh, take their guns away. Ooh, I'm scared. Because he's a fucking bitch with no principles. And of course, battle queers are terrifying because nothing scares a Nazi more than somebody who can fight back. Nothing scares a conservative more than someone who can fight back. That's why conservatives love going after kids. You ever notice how they're always targeting trans kids? You always notice how they're fucking always being the bully? How they always like to go after people who can't protect themselves? That's because fucking conservatives are the biggest goddamn cowards on the planet. Battle queers motherfucking unite. We protect us, bitch. Let's continue.
Song and dance over and over again after like a bazillion fucking children get slaughtered at schools where they go, the left supposedly goes, oh, fuck, we can't do anything about this. Oh, my God. And then the right goes, what?
Okay.
And then the right goes, no, fuck that. What we need is more guns. We need to arm the teachers.
Well, in this case, though, let's stop shaving off the responsibility. The person that commits a stupid-ass act, it's their fault. Wait,
what do you think? It's not fucking legally liable? Of course. Yeah, of course they should go to jail. Yeah, like if that's what you think.
No,
Wait, what are you saying?
The responsibility is the fucking person that does this dumbass shit, right?
Yes.
Finding a billion things to blame, it doesn't help anybody. It's the people are brain dead, corrupt, idiotic, fucking psycho Andy. It's the what is it that I'm saying that is wrong?
Okay, you're correct. It is still up to the individual to do like heinous acts, and you're not wrong on that. I agree. Okay, but you understand that like the regulation that we're talking about is a necessity regardless, because no matter what happens, people are always gonna do some fuck shit, right? People are always gonna be crazy. So what you're supposed to do is at least try to limit the amount of crazy as best as you possibly can. And that's one form of restriction that you can implement that is common sense.
Well, it's just John says, why is XQC here? XQC was supposed to be the moderator, but about halfway through the conversation, XQC got super triggered by something that Hasan was saying, and then XQC started arguing with Hasan, and then Train started agreeing with Hasan. This has been a brain melter. There's a reason why the screen is covered in GIFs right now. The reason the screen is covered in GIFs right now is because this fucking stream has melted my mind, okay? Because this conversation is so nonsensical. It was just like fucking two dumb guys screaming at Hasan about him being a hypocrite without actually making any arguments. There's like, you're hypocritical, bro. They were being, what did he call them? Fucking pocket watchers? It's true. They were being fucking pocket watchers. It's been demented. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to have XQC be a moderator? I don't think anybody did. I think that Train thought it would be funny, and he was right.
A lot of people would agree with. The same thing as like a car, right? A car is a very dangerous thing, right? Sometimes you can even have like a very expensive car that's cut in half. You know what I mean?
A car's a weapon. A car's a weapon.
Yeah,
That's how it is.
car's a weapon. Even if it's half of a car, it's still a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So that's how is that a leftist ideology to want people to not be a fucking brain dead, psycho, crazy, fucking double twisted brainstem Andy? Oh my God, I don't get it.
Wait,
I think it's better.
Look, I like guns. I like shooting guns. We shot guns together. You know I like shooting guns.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
So
I just think that.
You know one.
No, wait. Listen. Let me, instead of getting into these controversial topics, like.
Okay, give me a right wing. Give me a right wing policy.
Yeah. I'll give you one, and then we'll save the rest. We'll save this conversation for like a podcast, because obviously you're way more like versed in this information. But I think a good one that could work in conjunction, right, with a compromise of left-wing values such as healthcare and education. If we can find a mixture between the two.
Okay, what's a right-wing value on healthcare or education that you agree with?
No, wait. I'm saying that what I'm about to say, if we find a way to make it work with compromise in conjunction with a healthcare system for the people who can't afford it, that should be a basic right. An education system that pushes for educating the average citizen, right. It's
none of what you described is a right-wing value.
No, I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you the value that should work in conjunction with the left-wing values. So it'd be smaller government and a more efficient government, right? So that would be like a right-wing value. Hello?
right-wingers say that, okay, first of all, right-wingers only believe in a small government when the Democrats are in control, and secondly, right-wingers regularly fucking fight for the biggest military and the biggest police force imaginable. When right-wingers mean small government, they mean they want your kid to starve if you're poor. They mean that they don't want people to have homeless shelters. They mean that they don't want anybody to be able to get food stamps. That's what they mean when they say small government. But they'll literally write a fucking blank check to the military to spend $40 fucking billion on building a Tesla coil that can shoot a lightning bolt across the ocean to evaporate a Middle Eastern nation. The right wing, the idea that small government is right wing is a fantasy that only the stupidest people fall for, which makes sense why Train fell for it.
So you want a smaller government, which
a more efficient government.
You want a more efficient government
in conjunction with leftist programs or leftist policies.
Got it. Love that. Agreed. As far as smaller government goes, okay, none of these right-wing motherfuckers actually give a shit about smaller government other than deregulation. They love saying smaller government because that means lowering taxes and deregulation. What does deregulation do?
I would agree they don't live up to the value of that, but yes, that feels more like a red herring. Like, what I'm saying is, I feel like we should, if we can have that smaller and more efficient government, right? Like reduce the bloating and all the bullshit, right? If we can have that work in conjunction with the systems of government that help the people,
buzzing,
right? Am I buzzing? That compromise?
Yeah, you are buzzing.
I'll reset it right. That compromise would be a good example of taking a right-wing value, taking a left-wing value, and putting them together, finding a compromise that's efficient.
No, what you're describing is like an anarchist formation anyway, but it doesn't even matter. Because when you said you want to offer everybody education, that still has to be
I was going to say, if you want true small government critiques, small government. If you want true small government critiques, you're going to have to talk to anarchists for that. Because nobody else believes in a small government. And not fucking the fake anarchists, ANCAPs, who are not anarchists. ANCAPs want the government to just be corporations. That's what an ANCAP is. They're not true anarchists. And the reason why I say they're not true anarchists is not because of some no true Scotsman bullshit. It's because anarcho-capitalists literally don't believe in any sort of anarcho system. The core concept of anarchy is about obliterating hierarchies, but anarcho-capitalists believe that hierarchies should be allowed so long as they're contractual, even if it means like you're starving and so the guy who's sitting on the fucking pile of food can make you sign a contract that sells your organs away so you can have lunch and not die. That's literally, they're bullshit, okay? They're frauds. Never let anybody tell you that an anarcho-capitalist is an anarcho-anything. It's a fraudulent term.
Funded by the government, right? One of the biggest hurdles right now with respect to like educational equality.
A middle ground between the two, I think, would be
okay. But like
good, right?
the issue currently with respect to like educational quality or healthcare quality and the outcomes that people have and the disparity that revolves around wealth disparity directly is a consequence of a lack of regulation for the government. If there was more regulation, here's a good example of regulation that you would like. Regulation in the form of price controls for things like insulin.
We need the auditing
the reason
of each
why
branch of government, right? The auditing of each branch of government. Like these kind of things need to be implemented.
Okay, but so the auditors would be more government though. So you have unironically advocated for more government.
That's why in a more efficient government for a smaller government, those parts of the government can stay while other parts go, right? And what those parts that go are, we can go further into like on another conversation. But I do think that is a good middle ground, right? Taking a more efficient government, right? Keeping the branches and adding branches that audit, that regulate, that make sure there's no bullshit, spending and bloating and all that bullshit's going on, and then implementing it with leftist values of government, right? If we can find that perfect
where's the
middle
bloat,
ground.
though? A lot of what you're just basically describing is get rid of the military. Like that's
yeah. The bloat is in the police forces. The bloat is in the military. The military is the fucking fattest government cost. It is the fattest government paycheck. It's the biggest bloat on the government. And to a degree that you can't even believe. We have so much waste goes into the military. It's unbelievable. Yeah, high progressive with the soy face. You have no idea unless, I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but let me tell you, this has been one soy face conversation. You missed the time earlier. You missed the point earlier where Train was like, I know I'm going to get roasted for this, bro. I'm going to get roasted for this, but I genuinely think the only hope for the future is a centrist president. We need a centrist president, bro. Like a real centrist president who doesn't do any extreme stuff, bro. He reminds me of me during my centrist arc. It's the truest form of like dummy enlightened centrism. But I get it. Listen, everyone has a centrist arc. It's just that most people grow out of it when they're pretty young, and Train is like a 40-plus-year-old guy who sells gambling to children. So I don't think he'll ever be leaving his centrist arc.
That's one form of bloat, if that's what you're saying. Right-wingers consider a form of bloat to be when you are no longer a productive worker, like when you retire, when you're in retirement age, where you're no longer a productive laborer, you shouldn't be able to get Social Security. Like that. What?
I watch the media on Twitter. Okay, this is new. I get my news on Twitter. How come leftist radicalized Congress are like spend zeros on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop, and then so that happens in Ukraine, another country.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Hold on.
This radicalized Congress are like spend zeros on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop.
Spend zero on military is what this guy, this fucking French Canadian bitch is saying. What that French Canadian gobbledygook that just came out of his fucking mouth was spend zero on military, okay? Jesus Christ. And then he's trying to say this is hypocritical because leftists also say that if we are going to spend money on the military, then if we're going to be spending money on the military, then we should support Ukraine. But the truth is that most leftists do not argue that we should spend money on Ukraine. Most people on the left just argue that Ukraine is in the right. Like they're correct. Not that we should spend money. It is liberals, mostly, who push for funding to Ukraine because liberals are interventionists by their nature. That's just a small note, but I figure that we should be, we should try to be a little more accurate here when we can. Like, for example, when this motherfucker is talking about shit he doesn't understand again.
And then, so that happens in Ukraine, another country. Please help them fast. Use all the.
It's because of your misunderstanding of what it means to be a leftist or a liberal. These are considered to be like in the same bucket. Okay, that's what it is. That's why. Look, the amount of people that are saying true in your chat is so funny. I know none of these motherfuckers watch me now. This is what I know.
I'm trying to understand.
No, liberal. That's what I'm saying. Because liberals and Republicans ultimately align on certain values, especially when it comes.
Like let's just remember on this stream, the stream that you are watching right here, right now. Back in time, we watched Russia announce the invasion into Ukraine. Now, there's a bunch of fucking dumbass, tanky-ass lefties who will pretend that, like, oh, Russia is, the USSR, which doesn't exist anymore, is just, they have a claim to Ukraine, and they'll cope about it forever. But we watched it fucking live as he announced his special military incursion into Ukraine. We watched him announce that it was just going, that's all it's been. It has just been a flat-out invasion of Ukraine, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and the only people who have any problem acknowledging this are fucking Nazi psychopaths and tanky psychopaths who are also Nazis. It's that simple. It really is that fucking simple.
To an inflated military budget. So there is no dissent on America's endless spending on the military. That's it. That's literally.
When something pops up, then what do they send? Some fucking guy in a Vespa with a fucking Glock or some shit? Who's gonna help then?
There are very few people. There are very few people who are in support of like genuinely and significantly defunding the United States military. There's none. That's not a real thing. Like most of the New York Times readers who are liberals, like they still absolutely are advocating for still spending as many dollars as possible on the U.S. military, including all the money that you send over to Ukraine. Because ultimately, you know who makes money off that? Raytheon. You know who makes money off that? Northrop Grumman. You know who makes money off that? Boeing. Those are the motherfuckers who are actually making money. It's a self-reinforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars that we pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons to Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking.
You need weapons. They need to have. I mean, isn't it it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and then boom. What do you think the Cold War was? What do you think going to the moon was? They went to the moon.
What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, I think it makes sense why these people cultivate like audiences that will just noddingly say whatever, because that was just a slurry. Now, hold on, let me see if I can slow this down real quick and try and understand what the fuck this motherfucker was trying to say. How does anybody understand his opinions ever when he does this?
Enforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars.
Look, like I don't want to pick on somebody because of their accent exclusively unless they're French Canadian, at which point they deserve it, okay? Sorry, just true. French Canadians, white as motherfucking shit. It's just how it goes.
we pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons.
Also, where are my goddamn gifts? This is a viewer-supported show. If you want to add to this beautiful canvas of gifts, if you want to save my brain, fucking donate some gifts. I'd love to see the income. I'd love to see the canvas. Let's get some energy going here. Thank you.
You need weapons. They need to have. Well, I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. One? Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you over.
I didn't see yours.
Boom.
Send me the link. Send me the link again.
The Cold War was? Why did they go to the moon?
Puddlepa. Post the GIF again, because I missed the dono. I'm sorry about that. Post the GIF and I'll get it up there.
They went to the moon. Why?
Sorry, I'm gonna try that again. One more time.
That's subsidized by our tax dollars, what we pay for the R&D side, for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking.
You need weapons. They need to have. Well, I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and then boom. What do you think the Cold War was? Why did they go to the?
He needs the big weapons. He needs the big weapons so that he can fight the big weapon. And if you don't have the big weapon, then a boom. That even once we parsed through the accent, the argument is literally just the Earth should forever be in an arms race, which is. Good job, dude. Have you ever played Metal Gear Solid? I recommend you play it. You'll learn something. Unironically, I think the only way to teach these people is to teach them through a video game. Go play Metal Gear Solid and learn something about a big weapon. You want a big weapon? You need the big weapon for the other big weapon. I'm replacing this Frenchman. It's okay to be kind of racist to fucking Quebecois, okay? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Winby, let me get you up there. Thank you very, very much. That's Fredophobic. That's not, no. That's, now you're being Francophobic. You said he was Italian. He's not fucking Italian. He's a Quebecois. Don't be fucking don't be counter-racist. As we all know, white people, the type of people that you can most be racist to, as we all know. The maybe arguably the only people that you can be racist to. This bee is very cute. Why does my fucking Tsuchinoko keep disappearing? It keeps breaking. It's so sad. I missed the Tsuchinoko. Look at how beautiful this has become. Look at how beautiful this canvas is. This is a legendary canvas. Every time we do a stream like this, it's always God tier. Oh. Oh. Wait, I know why. Hold on, I know why. It's falling behind the camera for some reason. I think. No? Yeah, it is. It's falling behind the camera. That's so strange. There we go. Okay, fixed it. I fixed it, everybody! It's just John and Winby and Puddlepa. Thank you all very, very much. We need the big weapon. Let's get back to the big weapon.
The moon was. They went to the moon. Why? So they can show, yo, we have air superiority. We can go to space. We can fucking join this shit, right? And that's what the whole Cold War was about. You're gonna disintegrate the value of the Cold War.
Hasan is just cracking up. The big weapon. The big weapon.
You just described the arms race between fucking. Like, you just described all of our dollars basically being dumped into the military-industrial complex.
Well, they have no other choice, I think.
No, they did it.
They let China build a fucking.
Okay, fun fact. One fun fact I'll give you. One fun fact I'll give you about nuclear proliferation. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's like now declassified and very openly talked about. But the CIA openly lied about how many arms the USSR had so that they could justify additional spending on defense strategies and systems.
Yeah, obviously,
like that. So,
oldest trick in the book, bro.
The nuclear arms race, at least on one front, was built around a lie, like an abject lie. So
why do people want to purposely be on the low ground then? You want to be controlled by the fact that
no one's talking about him being on the low ground. Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for 1 second, for the people who are critical of how much military spending is being given to Ukraine. Okay, devil's advocate for just a second. There is room to critique the fact that historically U.S. U.S. loading up a foreign state with arms is a highly risky endeavor that has gone very poorly multiple times in the past. And it would not be unfair to point out that usually the United States does make a lot of money off of this, that they not only indebt countries to them, but that also it is then used to leverage the situation politically in the future. That states become basically pressured by the United States after the United States fills them up with United States weapons from United States arms manufacturers. That is just a simple truth. Now, I think that we can acknowledge that all of us would, at least I hope, any person who claims to be anti-imperialist should support the Ukrainian people fighting back against a literal invasion by a borderline, a literal fascist government in Russia. I think that any sane leftist who's honest about their positions should recognize that the Ukrainian people have every right in the world to push back against blatant imperialism as a imperialist, capitalist, fascist nation pushes into their borders. But I do think that there's room to have concerns about the U.S. Dumping an unknown amount of, an incredible amount of arms into Ukraine. But I think that most of the time, that's not the actual conversation that's being had. That some people will bring that up as like a form of concern trolling to avoid pointing out the fact that Russia started the war. Okay, does that make sense? We should oppose, and we should impose imperial incursions. We should oppose them as hard as possible, and we should support anyone who is fighting back against imperial occupation as leftists. But keep in mind that also we should recognize that nation states are not the same thing as the people, okay? And we should acknowledge that when the U.S. government, the U.S. state, loads up the Ukrainian state with weaponry, that it is not the people who are going to be the primary beneficiaries of that in the end. That it might save them in the short term, but that at the end of the day, the Ukrainian people are ultimately going to have to contend with a Ukrainian state that is now armed with U.S. weaponry, owes money to the United States, and owes political favors to the United States. And we should also be ready to advocate for the Ukrainian people to resist tyranny that could appear within their own government. I think that should be very, very an easy, straightforward argument to make. Anyway, let's continue. Let's fucking continue about the big weapon. Does he need the big weapon?
Have more arms and they can control you and they control what you do because they're on the high ground. If they have more shit, then what? They GG. Then people that are wrong and have bad ideologies in the world and they have the high ground, then they can do whatever they want, right?
Okay, this is a wonderful question. Here's the answer, okay? Society is divided along class lines, and that the worker in fucking Russia and the worker in the United States of America have literally the same exact interests from their workplace and the way that they fucking generate value and the relations they have to the means of production, which is precisely the reason why, if there were more worker control over these sorts of things, we would be able to, at the very least, start the process of thinking about the world in a very different way that doesn't revolve around made up fucking national borders and things of that nature. And we would also have a mechanism of pushback towards the powers that be, that those who actually do control everything, every facet of society.
Okay, so real quick though, this is one of the areas where Hasan's viewpoint on this issue is going to fail him, because keep in mind that that so-called communist nations or socialist nations also engage in the same type of demented proxy wars. Like when the USSR still existed, do we not forget how they engaged in Afghanistan? How the arms and the soldiers later that they ended up dumping into Afghanistan and the many other places around the world that they dumped Russian arms into in order to push their political interests in the world. This is why I always support people fighting back against invaders, and I don't support the state ever. I don't support states as a structure because states are a lie at their core. They are always an illusion that is created to represent the people, but they never represent the people. They always represent certain people. Every time. There is no way you can get around that. States always represent only the interests of certain people. They can never represent the interests of everyone. And states wield power, the power of violence. They wield the power of weaponry. They wield a hierarchical power over the people that are contained within them. This is why the nation-state model, in my opinion, must be struggled against consistently. And this is also why you will never have a clean answer to issues like Ukraine in a world of nation states. That you will never have a nationalist answer to the situation in Ukraine. You will never have a proper answer to that because the answer will always be, simply give lots of weapons and technology to the Ukrainian state and then make it tied to America for the rest of all history. You will always end up with situations where the United States uses its military might as a political playing piece. And it's hardly just Ukraine that has this problem. Let's continue.
Okay, you know what, Hasan? I think that one of the main problems with your thinking, okay, is you forget to remind yourself that humans are humans, and we are just a bad, flawed species. I think you live in a world-
The big weapon, the thing that you have forgotten, that the people are bad, people are stupid, they are bad, humans are flawed. Okay, just Black Pill Andy over here. Fucking Black Pill Andy after he fucking rid the dick of goddamn Jeff Bezos for an hour and a half.
Agree. Wait, what do you mean? No, I completely fucking agree.
Well, it comes down that you want to reroute every brain's thinking and their core fundamentals of it, even during survival, during development, so that people think.
By the way, I don't believe this. I think this is like in my opinion, this is a fundamentally opposed worldview to me. I do not believe that most people are bad. I don't believe that most humans in the world are bad. I think that's a demented worldview that it's Christian in origin. It's the idea that all people are flawed by sin. I think that it's a highly moralistic worldview that leads you to come to bad political conclusions. I don't believe in it.
In those ways, there is people will default back to not thinking these ways.
You remember how you said the boss built the factory when I corrected you and I said workers built that. When people talk about the iPhone, they're like, oh, you have an iPhone, socialism, Vulva, Venezuela. Workers built that. That is a core principle that has been instilled upon you when in fact every single thing that you take advantage of, every single thing that you use has been.
Plimsoul says it's the Dilbert everyone is dumb but me mindset. It's Redditor brain. It's gamer brain. It's the idea that because you've made a successful life out of literally sitting in your room on your ass playing video games all the time, which by the way, hey, based me, I do it too. But it's the idea that just because of that you're like the only smart and good person on the entire planet, that everyone else is just fucking stupid and full of sin and full of stupidity. It's just a very misanthropic worldview that I think doesn't lead you to good political conclusions. If you believe that all humans are out to get you at all times, you'll spend your entire life living a life of paranoia that splits you from your fellow man. And I don't think there's evidence for it. I think that a amoralistic worldview is more rational and also more useful, analyzing that people aren't necessarily like good or bad to their core, but that they are affected by forces in the world, by political forces, by economic forces, by social forces, that this is what defines people, and that there are many, many definitions of bad and many, many definitions of good. That worldview is, of course, not as simple as just saying everyone is bad and need a big gun. Obviously, it's not as simple and clean cut as that. But I think that it leads you to be a more intelligent, thoughtful, and more healthy person. Having a worldview that recognizes that the world is full of all kinds of different people with different moral systems and different values in different social circumstances leads you to have a more accurate and better view of the world and also of yourself. It lets you understand with clarity the forces that might be affecting you, the biases that might be affecting you, the things that might be coloring your interaction with the world. This idea of like, everyone is dumb but me is fucking dumb to me. It's just, it's stupid and misanthropic behavior.
Created through collectivism. Like, many hands have touched every single aspect of your existence, and we don't even take that for granted. We don't even think about that. And that's and the reason why we don't think about it is because capitalism has basically created this social reinforcement that it's actually the capital owners that are the most productive. It's the Jeff Bezos of the world that deserve all the wealth. They're the ones who created everything. That's precisely the reason why you think like everyone is a rugged individualist and out for themselves and really fucking stupid. When in fact, when we get together, even if we have major disagreements on issues, we can still unite on certain values like, I don't know, offering people health care. I'm not saying we're going to fix society tomorrow. I'm not saying that these are the perfect ways to fix society. But I'm simply stating that there are existing examples right now in the world that we can take from here in the United States of America at the heart of the imperial core and basically moved in that direction. And that would genuinely, truly improve the lives of so many people, poor people, destitute people, people living in fucking poverty, especially immigrants. You know, we could do that. We have the capacity. We're the wealthiest nation on earth.
I just got here. What's with the gifts? Ill or III or III. I don't know which one it is. I don't know if your name is Ill or III. We are having a maximalism stream, which means anybody can donate a GIF for $1 or more, and I will put your GIF up on the screen, which we will take a beautiful screenshot of at the end. We do maximalism streams when we encounter debates that are so stupid, that are so brain-meltingly painful that we need something to distract us from the pain so that we can actually turn it into something fun. And we have. Tonight has been incredibly fun. Everybody's been having a blast. We've had 300 viewers all night, which has been poggers. And we have 37 GIFs going on the screen right now. Absolutely deranged. Absolutely amazing. I'm proud of all of you. And keep in mind, you can still get your gifts in before we take the final picture. At the end of the Maximalism stream, we take a big old picture and I keep it in my Maximalism stream archive so that we can see the wonderful, demented art that we create together as a community. This is our 6th Maximalism stream, and and we have become exceedingly creative at it. There you go. Let's continue with Hasan.
And yet we choose not to. You want to know why? Because someone...
Bintonk, just click donate up at the top of the screen. Donate or subscribe. Either one works. Arcade, yeah, I fell asleep midstream. What the hell's going on? Maximalism stream. Welcome to hell.
Is always trying to earn a fucking tidy profit.
You know what you do then? They should go to president. Here's the easiest way to do it, man. You go to president, and you make a law. You ban wills for 1 generation.
Huh? You go to the president and you ban wills? That is... Oh my God. XQC is a dumbass motherfucker. Yes, absolutely, Antifa Pyro. And yes, I do have it. You go to the president and you ask him, please ban all wills. which would not only, which would, first of all, would do absolutely nothing, okay? Because all that it would change is that before you die, people would just put all of their money into a trust and they would then trade that trust to their own kid. It wouldn't solve fucking anything. But what it would do is it would destroy every single small middle class family who has a house that they want to pass on to their kid. Jesus Christ, literal crack pipe take. Just baby take. Just the dumbest brain dead take that I can possibly imagine. The stupidest thing you could possibly imagine. Clock time. All right, hold on. We've had a request for the clock. The clock incoming. Here it comes. Clock incoming. Oh yeah, wait, I have to apply. Hold on, I have to apply the transparency. It's time, hold on. I have to apply the transparency. The clock is back. Hey. Did it work? It didn't work. Oh, it got rid of everything. No! Hold on. I have to get rid of color key. That's the one. There we go. The clock returns. I'm gonna put the clock going around my own head because I'm the one losing my mind now. The clock has returned. Thank you, Antifa Pyro. Can you move the Happy Vaporeon up just a little bit? There we go. Done.
If you die, right, all your money, it just spreads back into the system.
I love that. I love what you're saying.
They cannot give the money.
No, Hasan, no, that's so fucking stupid. No, Hasan, no, don't agree with that. That's so dumb. That's so fucking dumb.
They're fucking to their children, right? Everybody's back. It resets the playing field back to zero. Everybody has nothing. And you know what? You know what's weird about that? You know what's weird about that? Everybody has to go back out there in the same rules as everybody else and bust their ass off.
No, that's bad. Busting your ass is terrible. Working under capitalism is motherfucking terrible. This doesn't solve anything. It would just, this would oh my God. How can you be so stupid? Oh no. I can't do it anymore with these people. I can't do it anymore.
No, that's that. You're what you're advocating for is actually a great idea.
No!
But again, I think
no, it isn't. It's a terrible idea. It doesn't solve anything. No, Hasan. No, God, no.
Japan does that after 3 generations, as someone was saying in my chat. But yeah, you're right. You're so right about that. Like a fucking hardcore server reset. You know what I mean? Tarkov style.
Okay.
Wipe.
Okay. I. Let me get back at you. In my opinion, here's my slogan. Bring back good parenting.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. First off, this is Rich coming from the millionaire video gamer. You think this motherfucker, you think this guy is busting his ass like people who have to work out in the field? No, dude. If you did a fucking generational monetary reset, you'd be fucking shit out of luck. And you want to know why? Because if it was a true equal playing field, 1,000 more talented assholes would have made it to the top before you, you little rich boy motherfucker. Good parenting. Oh, here we fucking go.
Most of our problems I have these days, motherfucker, okay, with social media, with other things, is that people are bad parents. They suck ass, and they should not.
Just be a good parent, Fivehead. Just be a good parent, bro. Just be a good. Oh.
Have children. There should be a ban on being dumb as fuck and having children. Sorry, I said it, man. I said it.
I think the first
okay,
thing
what
I
you're
said
describing
regarding-
is something that, you know, I don't know if you know the implications of what you're saying. There were some other people made that argument as well. I'm sure you didn't mean it in that way, but that is a conservative argument. You know, the ultimate conservative made that argument.
See,
It's eugenics. It's eugenics. What you're describing is eugenics. Like dumb people shouldn't have children.
Well, no. Because listen. Listen. People said, listen. I agree with this 100%. Okay. Because I was thinking. Okay. I saw some sneako video. They're talking about cuties. It's a fucking disaster. Absolute oversight. Despicable.
Help me! Help! This I'm dying! I can't do it anymore! This is so... How did they load the stupidest arguments into the last, 30 minutes of this damn debate? I'm dying! Oh!
Dog shit, trash, deviant, garbanzo. Right? And then it made me think, right? If these is at Netflix, produces shows where children are sexualized and they're greenlit by these guys for it to be published, right? What are we to say about parents that let their children, because children cannot make decisions, right? Only their guardian or legal guardian, right? How come a lot of videos don't fucking say no about this? There's a crazy amount, insane, very ingrained in our culture, for people that are under 18 to sexualize themselves on the internet via social media and their
How did he go from eugenics to cuties to sexualizing yourself on the internet? How did we get here? This is why I have the clock. I have dementia now. One of the most deranged things I've ever witnessed. That was like a ricochet of ricochets.
Post on TikTok and other platforms. If their parents are their legal guardians and they green light and allow them to post such things, what is the...
Now he's trying to say that parents should be criminalized if their children post stuff that they don't know about on the internet. You know that most parents don't know what their kids post on the internet, right? Like that's like the ancient problem, is that parents have no fucking clue because first of all, parents don't always keep up with the platforms. And secondly, kids do stuff in secret all the time. Do you know how many kids have secret Instagram accounts? This is like a tale as old as time. God, XQC is dumb. This guy's money, his like insulation in the gamer room has completely made him have brain damage. Just like, how do you come to these just idiotic conclusions? Also, isn't he like 14?
Difference between cuties and that as a parent. What's the difference?
I don't disagree with you. I think it's like, I do think it's fucked up.
What's the difference between Cuties? Cuties is a movie that is about kids being sexualized in the dance industry. What are you talking about? That is about an industry that parents are actively pushing their kids into. That's what that movie is ostensibly about. What are you talking about? What does kids going on posting stupid or bad shit on social media have anything to do with Cuties? They're about two completely different things. This isn't anything to do with the movie's Cuties. This isn't about whether the movie is good or bad. That's a totally different conversation. Just what do these two things have anything to do with each other?
I think both are fucked up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you want to go with that. I think that children do spend a lot of. I do think that children do spend a lot of time on social media, which is weird for us to be having this conversation, especially you. You're like advocating to eliminate half the fucking juicers from their juice time. You know what I mean? How the fuck are they gonna sit there and watch? But
yo, I don't make people fucking go out there and sexualize themselves as fucking.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think that.
Oh, he's losing his shit. He can't actually keep a thought in his mind for more than 5 seconds. He's losing. He's like, I don't like kids, bro. I don't like kids. What are you saying about me? I do not like kids.
Like, it rots people's brains, the amount of time that they spend on the internet.
Yeah, but in my opinion, running your brain, right, is fine. In ways that are deviant and also fuel and empower weirdos and deviant.
In ways that are deviant and ways that fuel deviancy. Dude, what the did this guy just turn into? It's fucking... I am Adolf Hitler! He just... Fucking XQC just flipped the fucking Hitler switch.
Themselves is a...
He went from eugenics Hitler, now he's talking about deviance and purging deviance on the internet. What the fuck is going on?
Massive problem. Also, I asked earlier, what are some concepts?
I have to pee. You're cooking though. You're fucking cooking right now. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. What kind of insane takes did I miss while I was pissing? That was a long one.
I said
I've drank more water than I have in so long.
No! I am Adolf Hitler! No, he did it! Oh God, he ain't cooking shit. Who let him cook? I am Adolf Hitler! I had to give him 2 for that.
I said Kanye was right about the fucking social media posting of his children or whatever, compared to Kim Kardashian, even though, but people are so ingrained in society and to their fucking phone screens and they're so terminated online, they forgot what is social media decency and we should be posting at certain ages, and they just completely sidetracked.
I think hot take, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, obviously you didn't just say Kanye was right, but
I have no hope anymore. I changed my mind. I actually do not believe in humanity anymore. I can't believe Hasan just agreed with XQC saying that you should ban minors from social media because there are deviants on the internet. This is deranged.
do you think that like parents should be a little bit more responsible about like what their children are posting on the internet? Okay, last one. We can have this conversation again at a later date because like I am so tired. It's 10. I've been live for 11 hours.
Yeah. You accept the right-wing core value that I gave though? Instead of arguing into it.
Smaller government? No, I think that
in conjunction with.
No, I mean I believe in efficiency for sure, but like
if we can combine the two, right? If we can bring the leftist, more left policies into play into the government, right, and reduce the bloating, and the corruption through audited systems and shit like that, regulations, right? I think that's the compromise we'd make for those two values, right? Does that make any sense? I mean, obviously it is more idealistic.
No, we need more. I personally think we need more regulation, what we would consider to be bloat and government interference,
corruption, all that bullshit.
I think that it would be better. It would be more beneficial if the government had more bloat and more people and more funding to basically deliver the needs necessary, because small government means corporate control.
Huh?
That's
well,
how it
that's
works.
the part where we make the compromise, right? So we take
but I do believe in making the government more
good
efficient.
from both. Yeah. So if we take the good from both of those values, no. I know he's referring to something else. If we can take, right, the good of both of these values of government, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. How the fuck is a guy who makes $360 million got audio quality such that is fucking buzzing out everyone's ears every single time this motherfucker talks? This guy lives in a house made out of fucking gold and he can't get his mic to stop fucking buzzing. Don't you dare, motherfuckers, ever give me shit about my audio quality ever again. I never have made a fucking $1 million in my life, let alone $360 fucking million, and I don't have a fucking buzzing mic all the time.
Bro, your mic is going crazy.
Jesus, this fucking cocksucking mic. Is it better? Hello?
Yeah, it's better that way. You know, there was a guy who believed that the ultimate need for governance could eventually wither away once a transitional socialist state had come to its
yeah, Vladimir Lenin is his name. That'd be Lenin.
I guess it had eradicated the contradictions Don't fucking sleeper me, dude. Okay, I'm the one who's supposed to be sleepering. I'm about to go to sleep.
Socialism, brain rot. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. It's brain rot.
All
You're
we
right.
need
Well, in theory, this works, and then in practice.
Am I in the middle?
No.
Can we just watch that again, just real quick? Can we just watch that again, real quick? Keep an eye on little XQC's face over here. Okay, we're gonna watch that again, just real quick. This is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. What you're about to see is the guy who's entertaining your children.
And then in practice.
Am I in the middle?
No. Socialism
Am I
is
in
so
the middle
demonstrably
right now?
unsuccessful that America had to fucking basically intervene in every country that even wanted to like socialize their natural resources. That's how demonstrable of a failure it was.
Go ahead. Ask me a question.
What's your opinion on taxing the poor? There you go.
Me?
No, not you, brother. This X guy.
Well, I mean, I think the tax system is pretty good right now, right? The problem is the fucking tax loopholes, and also, I mean, the tax should be way higher for the way richer, right? But I think that the tax brackets right now are pretty decent. I do think, though, that the taxes are a little bit crazy.
It's where the money is going. That's the issue.
Early brackets, I think people should be given a chance a little bit. Also, I know this is impossible to enforce, I assume, but I think when people are starting up, right, and they're starting to like go into they come out of school, right? I don't know why they are taxed the same, right, at age 25 than at age 50. The same percentages if they make the same income. How does that make sense? When you're young, you're expanding, you're coming out, you debt from college. You're just starting to fucking boom, and you're gonna pay the same.
At the big gun, you're expanding, you're inflating, you inflated like a big gun, boom, and you explained it. It was a sonic inflation. You could have seen he was a hedgehog, but he was blown up like a balloon, and my dick was so hard.
Amount of taxes. Somebody who has the same income, but that's like older. Bro, come on, man. You're just expanding. Why cut the legs of somebody who's trying to fucking jump like a fucking grasshopper?
If you want to know the real base take, bro, listen, here's all we need, okay? We need a socialist that's a capitalist in power. Do you understand that preaches both sides, both the good that can come from both, right? And that's that. So all we need, all we need is we all come together and we start, practicing what we preach, and hey, we start the changes. That's it.
Yeah, we just got.
So Train officially did not even advance his thinking a single iota in this entire conversation. Not a single thing learned by anybody involved here. Train's just like, we all just kind of gotta get along and, do small government leftism and everything will work out fine, bro. And don't practice what you preach. You gotta give your free, you gotta set up a system for giving free healthcare to your Twitch chatters. You need to just use your money to give a system to give healthcare to your Twitch chatters, bro. And then XQC's like, oh, I was coming from the big inflated hedgehog.
Make systems.
That's right. I know you're memeing it and you're trolling. I'm telling you, bro, if we start, I'm telling you, you're laughing, but if we actually get the action.
Yeah, 501 Systems 3. That's how we rebrand.
Yo. Ask me, okay, one last thing. Ask me give me any topic that's like not even controversial, right? Like you could be right or left. Ask about it. I'll give you my take. Without even looking at chat or anything. Go on, say it.
Before we do that, before we do that.
Do it. I'm not gonna cancel.
Before we do that.
Bro, I'm trying to go to sleep, dog. It's literally 10 p.m.
I'm out.
Before we do that, let's listen. Do you agree at the very least? Like you're memeing the systems thing. Do you agree at the very least that if you preach what you preach, right?
Oh no.
No.
We're going back to. We're rebooting. We're rebooting everybody. We're looping. We're literally looping back to square one. Nothing has happened. No progress was made. But you want to know who did make progress? We did, motherfuckers. Look at the screen. We are the only ones. If it wasn't for us turning this into a maximalism stream, if it wasn't for the blessings of Demon Mama, this would have been the stupidest debate you've ever witnessed, and it wouldn't have been even half as fun as it was. But instead, we made art! We made art! We made the fucking art!
if we listen, hopefully the goal will be we'll come together, we'll start implementing some of the things he preaches, right? Whether it could be us two, it could be him and 3 other streamers, it could be whatever the case. I believe that's what it takes to lead the charge. We just need more action to follow the words, and I think big things come, right?
I agree. That's I agree with that. I try my very best all the time. People still yell at me nonstop.
So then this leads to this. Okay, we'll find, to make it a cute little meme to wrap it up, we'll find some systems in which we believe.
True. Much love to everyone who pressured me to make this into a maximalism stream. You are correct. It was indeed the wisest decision. I can't believe I didn't have faith, but in truth, I should have had faith.
Can lead the charge in some of the ideals that we believe in.
How about strike funds for the LAUSD? They're striking right now in Los Angeles, advocating
let's get together and create a system that will, give them.
Currently, there's an ongoing strike that's happening in Los Angeles, where the LAUSD has united alongside another union that actually pertains to special needs staff. I believe janitors as well, in the school's cafeteria staff as well, that are also united. Are advocating for a strike. They're possibly trying to put together a strike so they can demand higher wages, not for the teachers themselves, as a matter of fact, but for the staff that also work at the schools. And I think that they will need some strike funds. They will need to get the word out.
How come teachers aren't paid more when they're literally shaping the future of everything? How does
That's a great question.
Sense?
That's a big issue.
That's a great question. I agree. That's incredible.
Well, if we're gonna go by Train's route, you want to pay half of the teachers more than they were before, and the other half less. And if you do that, everything will work out just fine. Half the teachers get double their pay. Half the teachers get half their pay. We're in the clear.
A big issue, yes.
Yeah, well, it's because
education in America, period, is an issue.
Yeah, education is severely underfunded. The Democratic Party, alongside the Republican Party, has done everything to undermine public education every step of the fucking way. It's underfunded in most places, with the exception of European social democracies, as a matter of fact. And an advocacy surrounding that is almost impossible, because, like I said, even the Democrats want charter schools. Republicans just want private schools with like religious exemptions, where they can just like do whatever the fuck they want. And Democrats also advocate for charter schools as well, and it's really awful. It literally takes funds from the already crippling funds that public schools have, and feed them into this unaccountable third-party organization that can just shutter schools at any given basis.
Damn! Every time I hear about these. Bro, as soon as things get like a lot of heavy, I'm going to. We can end the call here. This was kind of productive, to be honest, on certain grounds. Also,
it was counterproductive or productive?
Hold on a second. Okay, before it ends, I have to take a screenshot. Okay, I have to take a screenshot now, so that I can forever immortalize our incredible stream. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Okay. Hold on. There's a better way to do this. All right, and if anybody can get a screen recording of the GIFs going from this stream at their maximum value, I would deeply appreciate that, okay? This has been absolutely goddamn legendary, okay? We got 38 GIFs on the screen, okay? 38. That's an amazing maximalism stream, okay? Truly beautiful, truly wonderful. Now let's finish this off once and for all.
It was productive. Bro, every time that we go deep into some topic and big words come out, I just go.
Okay, I'll describe it with simpler terms next time. I got to ask ChatGPT to help me.
Yeah, I mean, this ChatGPT opinion that I got right here is just on point already that you saw. Wow. Just on point.
All right, well, thank you guys, and I will see you tomorrow at a later date. And Train, you can come on the pod. We can talk about it.
All right, everybody. Get your screenshots in, okay? Get your screenshots in, because we are about to do the mandala. We are about to wipe the mandala clean it's going to be wiped clean. So get your screenshots in while you still can, okay? Okay, everybody? Get your screenshots in. Come on, get them in. All right? Are you ready? Hold on, let me get some music going for us, okay? Hold on. I'll get us a nice little song to play on our way out, okay? Here we go, one by one, they're going. First the clock. Say goodbye, everybody. Soon we will be left only with our ghosts. And there we have it, everyone. We survived one of the most deranged debates we've seen in a very long time. Much credit to Hasan for successfully melting my mind with his interesting conversation. My throat is officially sore, and guess what? You all got a 8-hour and 40-minute stream today, so don't you dare ever say that Mama doesn't stream. I've been working my fucking ass off, and you all know it. Now remember, I have to go rest now, because if I don't, I'm going to seriously regret it over the next coming days, and I'm sure you all want to see more streaming from me. So first of all, subscribe to Demon Mama on YouTube.com. Subscribe and ring the bell. Secondly, remember, do not fucking die. And third, much, much communal love to all of my lovely, lovely imps. Thank you all for supporting me. Thank you for having fun with me tonight. And don't forget to tell your friends about the stream, okay? I will see you all very, very soon. Bye for now.